members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Nambi peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. The member for Fowler has the call.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and this is my first opportunity to congratulate you. I also would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land and the many nations that make up this great country of ours, Australia. I acknowledge their elders past and present, and also acknowledge that their work in their conservation and care of this great country. I believe there's still much to be learned from their practices and traditions. Now, I remember standing here, giving my first speech, full of emotion and pride, but in 17 years, it seems little has changed, except electorates. And no, just the answer is I haven't changed my mind. I'm still going. Bernadette's still up there in the gallery to make sure I don't recant. From Werriwa, where I was first elected to by-election, where Bernadette and I raised our family, and where we were both pretty engaged in our communities there, well, it transferred because of party interests to the seat of Fowler. When I got here, it was an eye-opener for me. Not only was I representing one of the most multicultural electorates in the whole of Australia, they had a vastly different expectation of me as their member. Now, this multicultural community wanted me to be their voice on matters of human rights, particularly in respect to violations that occurred in countries of their respective diasporas. Now, with the assistance of my local community, my long association with Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, as everyone knows here, I've spoken regularly on matters of human rights in this place, but also in various community and academic forums. After Parliament, I've got to say, I intend to continue my work with the human rights community, as well as the Capital Punishment Justice Project. As most would be aware, since I am a convener of the Australian Parliamentarians Against the Death Penalty, and have been so since 2005. I also intend to continue my association with the Police Federation of Australia. I think it's pretty common knowledge that my office has been well known to police, but in a good sort of way. Now, not only with their badges could they get in here today, but I understand they're listening, so could I acknowledge the PFA President, Ian Lever, CEO Scott Webber, their predecessors Mark Carroll, Vince Kelly and Peter Alexander, and my good mate for the last 25 years, Mark Burgess. I acknowledge not only their advocacy on the behalf of 65,000 professional police officers in this country, but also putting policing on the national agenda. Their efforts in this regard has been truly commendable. Now, as Chief Whip, it necessitates me working very closely with my counterparts. A relationship that's built on honesty and integrity and trust. Our efforts are to make this Parliament work, as well as to look after the welfare of our colleagues. I've been incredibly assisted by Joe Ryan and Ann Stanley during my time as Chief Whip. But given the challenges of the pandemic, Bert Van Manen and I and our staff have almost been joined at the hip. As the member for Casey will well known that there's been many three-way conversations throughout this whole period. Also acknowledge the Manager of Opposition Business and the Leader of the House and the assistance that they've played in helping us as whips at least keep this place functioning. So to Bert, Nola Marino, Scotty Buckholz, Warren Etch, thanks for your friendship, your cooperation. For not many people really know what we do here, but together, and despite the adversarial environment of Parliament, we strive to make this place work. Now, I'd just like to have a special mention to Philip Ruddock. And I must be pretty careful here because currently Philip's the President of the Liberal Party in New South Wales. Not only did he and I serve together as Chief Whips, we shared a common interest in the promotion of human rights and served together as conveners of the Australian Parliamentarians Against the Death Penalty. Together, Philip and I, we also visited the refugee camps of Turkey, Lebanon and Jordan to see firsthand the plight of the Syrian people, the displaced Syrian people, which was without doubt one of the worst humanitarian crises since the Second World War. Simply put, you could not come away from that experience unaffected. Full disclosure, Philip and I actually do remain close friends, but I assure my colleagues here that I will not be handing up for the Mayor of Hornsby at Saturday's council election. Now, throughout my time in politics, I've not been comfortable being out front when it comes to community campaigns. To me, it's always been important to work with others, local champions, and to assist them achieving outcomes. For me, building community resilience was always more important than a photo opportunity. Maybe it's not necessarily making of a good politician. But just to show the calibre of the local community I've had the honour of working with, I'd like to name just a few. And I'll assure you it's not an exhaustive list. But people like Grace Favour has an OAM and an advocate for autism support. Lucy Reggio, Liverpool Citizen of the Year, does incredible work with families living with disabilities and special needs. Tracy Phillips from Bonnyrigg Support Services and her team looking after women fleeing domestic violence, and their work has increased exponentially over the period of this pandemic. Harry Hunt, also with an OAM, is one of the most engaged business leaders in our region. From charities to startups, little happens in Liverpool without Harry's involvement. Ken Chapman OAM, a driving force behind the Neighbourhood Watch program and a major supporter of Cabramatta business development. Janice Lee, a local lawyer and convener of Amnesty International as well as Human Rights Relief Foundation. Janice is really a moral compass for a community in a very, very complex world. Carmen Lazar OAM of the Assyrian Resource Centre, assisting the settlement of displaced peoples and refugees from the Middle East, principally from Syria and Iraq. Brad Parker from Mates in Construction, looking after the mental health for workers in this dangerous but very essential industry. Beth Godwin OAM, the former principal of the Cabramatta High School, a passionate educator an advocate for the welfare of children, particularly those from diverse backgrounds. James Chan OAM, a respected, one of the most respected leaders in the Chinese diaspora, and a major contributor to the multicultural credentials of our community. And I'm proud to call James my Chinese brother. June and Ken Young, what a team. Both have been awarded OAMs, both tireless in their charitable and community work, always looking after people from youth to veterans. They really epitomise the phrase service above self. Sid Hugan and the fellows from the Bonnyrigg Men's Shed not only support the well-being of each other, but collectively they have made an enormous contribution to our local community. Dr. William Tring, OAM, who leads a team of dedicated doctors, optometrists, dentists and volunteers regularly to travel to Cambodia and Vietnam to treat the poor and those who are unable to obtain medical treatment. Cheryl Bosler, associated probably with everything good that happens in Cabramatta. She is one of my community's most prized assets. And Charles Grimm, he chronicles just about everything in life in our community. Charles is someone who generally cares about the community and its people. These are just some of the many wonderful people that I've had the privilege of working with throughout my time in Parliament and who have made a difference for the better in my community. Now, throughout my career, I've been very fortunate to work alongside some incredible colleagues committed in helping me look after the interests of the local community. Now, here I'm talking about my electoral staff. I know my decision to retire has an enormous impact on them, their lives, their families, and it throws them into a period of uncertainty. From the outset, I always took steps to ensure the diversity of my community was represented in the composition of my office. So just a few words about my current staff, if I may. Gai Coughlin, my office manager. Gai's been with me since my by-election in 2005. Maybe a little indiscreet to say that we've both aged in 2 electorates, but I'm afraid it's true. But despite everything and all the challenges, Gai has been truly loyal and totally reliable. The young ones in my office refer to Gai as their work mum, and certainly Gai's kept me on the straight and narrow, and certainly kept the office focused on the needs of our community. Rania Haddad, a young lawyer of Lebanese heritage, an Arabic speaker, a great researcher and someone who shares my passion in respect to human rights. Her personality and daily selection of hijabs certainly lends colour to our office. Alex Glumak, electorate officer of Serbian heritage, fully committed to looking after the welfare of the community as a whole. His language skills have been invaluable to me, particularly in our interactions with the Serbian, Croatian, Macedonian and Russian diasporas of my community. Sandy Locke, a young woman fluent in Mandarin and Vietnamese who brings her analytical skills as a business development graduate in a way that she deals with the very complex needs of a community such as mine. Grace Lee, another young lawyer, a Vietnamese speaker, and apart from her role in the electorate office and working with me on matters of human rights, Grace fulfils the very important role of coordinating Labor's activities in the Federation Chamber. Harry Wong, a young man of Chinese heritage, fluent in Cantonese. Harry, a recent graduate, shows great care in the compassion and care in dealing with constituents. Nathaniel Dadd, on my relief staff, a young man who absolutely keeps us grounded in how we should care and engage with people with disabilities. Nathaniel has really impressed me. Not only his ability to pick up complex tasks, but how he's been able to settle in and become an integral part of an electorate team. Having a disability doesn't disbar you from being part of the community. I'm so terribly proud of Nathaniel and all my staff. It has been a privilege to work with them over my time in Parliament. That brings me to my staff as Chief Whip. Can I start with Deborah Biggs in the advisor's box? Deborah's been part of the parliamentary scene over the past 30-odd years, working with most of the Labor luminaries, and then she gets stuck with me. Deb largely coordinates the functions between the Opposition and Government Whip's office with Jess and Loiney, making sure that things work. Got to say, Deb didn't have grey hair before she started working with me.
Not did you.
Now it comes to the real whip, Anna George. Now, Anna has had a lifetime in serving the Parliamentary Labor Party. She is the fount of all knowledge about the Parliament and someone not to be messed with. I've always found to avoid trouble, it was advisable to check with Anna before acting. I should mention that Anna and I have decided to pull the pin and we're going to retire at the same time. Just a few words about my high school sweetheart, who's been a centre of my life for almost 46 years. Now, before I get to Bernadette, I should say being of short stature has actually proven to be an incredible virtue for me. At the dances at the Mount St Joseph school, the convent school, as it turned out, Bernadette was one of the few girls shorter than me, so she quickly became my go-to dance partner, and somewhere along the way became my life partner. But without Bernadette's support, I would not have even considered entering politics. Here in Parliament, everyone knows Bernadette. I hate to say she's part of the furniture, but I think most people have had many interactions with her. But Bernadette is so widely known throughout the local community. So widely known, I think I'd say she's far more loved than I'm known. In the 17 years that I've been a Member of Parliament, I think there'd only be a handful of events that Bernadette has not attended with me. So, she's been part and parcel of being the team of looking after a community and being part of a community. To our children, Elizabeth, like Bernadette, an absolute fabulous mother. She's also a devoted high school teacher, someone who's absolutely determined to give graduating kids from Year 12 the best opportunities in life, particularly the children around Rosemeadow in New South Wales. My two sons, Nicholas and Jonathan, are both highly skilled tradespeople and devoted fathers. So to them and their families, our 10 grandchildren, we are just so proud of them. And I'm also so thankful for their support and also probably what they've had to put up with over the period that I've been a Member of Parliament. To the Speaker Emeritus, Tony Smith, While retiring from politics, I know there will be another chapter in your life, and I trust it will be as equally successful as your time as Speaker. And I wish to thank you for your friendship and support. Similarly to all our colleagues who are not contesting the next election. I wish you all the best in the future. And I should actually say to my mate Wazza Snowden that we've planned a few more motorcycle excursions. So. And thankfully the Speaker's not joining in that condemnation, being another fellow motorcyclist. But Warren and I are probably destined to grow old disgracefully. To the Leader of the Opposition, Anthony Albanese, who will be the next Prime Minister of this country. It's been an absolute privilege to serve your team as Chief Whip. I look forward to the next chapter of your life and that of all our Labor colleagues here, namely to chart the future direction of this country. Australia needs a Labor government to restore fairness in community and prosperity in our economic outlook. To all those loyal ALP branch members who have supported me throughout my career, I can never repay that debt, but sadly we've lost a few along the way. Ted Whale, for instance, at 107 was the oldest living member of the Labor Party. Now, his passing, along with his son Alan, was a tremendous loss to our Cabramatta branch. And more recently, the passing of Hui Tran, one of the first Vietnamese people I met in coming to Fowler. At the age of 45, he was taken far too early. And an old union mate of mine, Digby Young, not only did we work together in the AWU, but he was a tireless supporter and campaigner for me in every election in Fowler. To the clerks, the sergeants at arms, their staff have always been so professional and proper in their dealings with me, the Luch and all the attendants, Joy, our cleaner, our Comcar drivers, and all have made my time here more comfortable. Thank you. And also a special thanks to the staff of the Parliamentary Library. Apart from research, they've certainly kept me in novels, which I share with my mother. Notwithstanding the pandemic, there's probably two areas which I'd like to highlight that occurred within the last 12 months, which have been quite significant. If you like, a high point, at least for me. Recently, working with the Capital Punishment Justice Project team, we submitted an amicus brief to the Thailand Supreme Court that had for an Australian citizen that was on death row. It was his final judicial moment was to be considered. Not only did we get this Australian citizen off death row, all charges were then dropped because of the brief that was provided. This man is now back with his family, living here in Australia. The other one I'd like to indicate, which certainly involves the minister opposite, but he'll recall that I had 8 people who were trapped in Kabul after its fall. Matter of fact, caught in the bombing at Kabul airport. The minister brought his staff back to the Parliament 11 p.m. one night, together with my staff, worked on the necessary paperwork. We tracked their journey from Kabul through to Quetta, then on to Istanbul, Islamabad, thanks was, and a military flight brought them home from there. It's one of those things that can be achieved by working cooperatively. And Alex, mate, thanks for your cooperation, and to Ross MacDonald, who was there at 11 o'clock at night, really appreciated. That family is now happily settled in this country. Whilst that is the high points, there's still one low point for me, is that and a great personal disappointment is that I have not been able to, despite what I consider my best efforts over the last 2 years, to get an Australian citizen, Van Kem Chow, out of a Vietnamese prison. This 72-year-old retired baker from Western Sydney was convicted on charges of terrorism solely because of his membership in a human rights and pro-democracy organisation here in Australia. So I'd make the plea to the Prime Minister, please take an active interest in this matter. I know the Prime Minister and indeed the Australian Government has a good relationship with the Vietnamese administration. But if they could take an active interest in this with a view to securing Mr Chow's release so he can return to his wife and family here in Australia. Finally, I am the 118th person who has ever had the honour of representing their local community in the Federal Parliament. It has been an absolute privilege to serve in this place. Therefore, for the people of Werriwa and those of Fowler, I must say a heartfelt thank you. To everybody here, I wish you a Merry Christmas, and I hope you have time with your family and loved ones, and I look forward to welcoming next year a Labor government.
Keep an eye on that other fella too.
Angus Houston, that was his speaker. You grabbed it for
Is the Assistant Minister seeking the call?
Just while
On
members are
indulgence.
still in the House, I think it's appropriate as a former government whip to offer a couple of comments to the member for Fowler for his contribution to this House. And I don't want to detain members from offering their affirmation to the member for Fowler. But it's worth noting that when the Australian public look upon this building and they look upon our behaviour, they see it mostly through the prism of question time. The room in its Colosseum-like layout and the gladiatorial style of conduct that happens between 2 and 3 o'clock. And each of you, as members, are often asked, I dare say, as I am, by members of the public, is, who are your friends in the parliament? And when you say a few names that they may recall, and then you roll onto names of men and women that sit on the other side of the chamber, you can see their eyebrows raise as they think, why would you be friends with them? You program us that they are your enemy. But I can assure you the member Fowler is nothing. He is no enemy of mine, and he is no enemy of a lot of people in this building. Your simple compassion, the way you conducted yourself, the affirmation you bestowed upon your staff, and all very accurate comments. The time you have given to this parliament, the sacrifices, Bernadette, you have made, and your presence here in the parliament through the partners groups, and just your friendly disposition and your ever smiling face. I mean, he's nothing without you. Absolutely. Member for Fowler, the next chapter in your life book, I wish you all the best. Please do this House a great endeavour and sell your motorbike and live a long and prosperous life. I wish you well in the future, my friend. Godspeed.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Very much, Mr Speaker. On behalf of my team in the Australian Labor Party, I've already spoken about the member for Fowler and the former member for Werra, Chris Hayes, and my dear friend in other forum. The job of Chief Opposition Whip, and indeed of all the whips, is one of pastoral care as much as other things. And I can't think of anyone in our show who is more respected, more trusted, to be a confidant, to be someone who people can walk through the door and talk about their issues, to deal with both sides professionally. He is a man of great honour. He loves the people who he represents in his electorate, and I've had the great privilege of visiting both of his electorates over a period of time. The current one, of course, Fowler, as the Labor leader, and he will be missed. He makes a difference. And the fact that in his final speech here he spoke about a Vietnamese Australian who's in prison in Vietnam over human rights issues, and made a plea, a heartfelt plea, to the government on those issues, says everything about him, as does the way he worked with the minister to make a difference to people in escaping from Afghanistan who were vulnerable when Kabul fell and the attacks were occurring against people who had links with our great nation of Australia. And so to Chris Hayes, on behalf of the Australian Labor Party, a big thank you. To Bernadette, a huge thank you. A fantastic partnership, and I don't want to miss out Anna George either, who'll be already working away, who will leave at the same time. Anna has worked for Labor leaders or in the whip's offices for a long period of time. It is the case, not just that if you want to know what's going on and really want to know the line of the whip, but also of Labor leaders. Just ask Anna. She knows what's going on. She will be sadly missed as well. But to Chris and Bernadette, all the best. You are going out standing. there was a possibility, of course, that you went out in a horizontal fashion in the Federation Chamber, and it is a good thing that you are going out with your health restored again, and with many, many more years of enjoyment ahead of you and Bernadette and your lovely family. You are much loved, my friend, my comrade and my mate.
The Minister for Immigration has the call.
The member opposite said something nice about me, and I don't think I'll be able to stay in this place with the ledger being that way, because really the ledger is all the other way. And I just wanted to say a few short things about the member for Fowler that have not been noted from a very personal level. In a week where we've heard about the bad culture of this place, can I say my experience, the experience of my wife Amelia, about Bernadette and Chris, is that it is completely the opposite about these two individuals. They care for people across this parliament. My wife was a young staffer. She refers to Bernadette and Chris as her second parents, a story that I've told at many multicultural events across southwest Sydney. And Chris has had an enormous impact in the Christian fellowship of this parliament, across members, across staff, across everyone here, and had a great impact on them. He plays touch football. I don't know if many people know. He's not awfully good at that, I must say, but he is an outstanding parliamentarian. He has deep Labor values. He's been very impactful with the multicultural communities of this country in Sydney. There are 0 Labor members that I have people come up to me in my own electorate and say that person's a good person, except for Chris Hayes, and it happens all the time. And it happens so often it actually alarms me. And it's happened over many years since I first come to this place. I did want to say to Bernadette and Chris, just on behalf of the government and the Prime Minister, thank you for everything you've done for all of us here in this place. Thank you for being outstanding representatives of your values, your traditions, but making a mark on all of us.
On behalf of the entire Parliament and all the departmental staff, I would also like to share and congratulate the member for Fowler on his incredible career. It's testament to the member for Fowler, I think, and shows the mark of the man that he spent 99% of his valedictory speech talking about others. And as a fellow Larsellian, I know that the Dillasell brothers would be incredibly proud of you for the man that you are and the high integrity that you have. The member for Monash has the call.
Of privilege, unauthorised disclosure, my report back to the House as Chair. Mr Speaker, as Chair of the Standing Committee of Privileges and Members' Interest, I rise to report back to the House on a significant matter that I raised earlier this week. In presenting a report from the committee on Tuesday relating to the member for Pearce's statement of registrable interests, I informed the House of an unauthorised disclosure of the report and the committee's private deliberations. As I noted on Tuesday, details of the committee's report and discussion of the committee's private deliberations appeared in an article in the Guardian website on Monday evening. The committee considered this matter yesterday and agreed that it is clear that this article is the result of an unauthorised disclosure in contravention of Standing Order 242B. In undertaking an initial investigation of the matter, the committee concluded that, on this occasion, the unauthorised disclosure is unlikely to have caused substantial interference with the work of the committee or the House, such as to amount to a potential contempt under the Parliamentary Privileges Act. However, the committee considers the incident very unfortunate and disappointing, potentially damaging to the ongoing operations of the committee in future. Each member of the committee and Secretariat gave an assurance that they had not disclosed the contents of the committee's report or proceedings to any person not authorised to receive the information. In light of this, the committee's view is that it would be difficult to determine with any certainty the source of the unauthorised disclosure. It is most regrettable that this serious breach of standards has occurred, particularly as the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interest is the committee responsible for investigating breaches of the privilege and should therefore be setting an example for other committees. People who decide to leak confidential committee deliberations show a complete lack of respect for their colleagues. for committee work and for the parliament. Those in the media who decide to use and publish leaked material likewise show their disrespect for the institution of parliament and the important principles which underpin its work. I want to make it very clear to journalists and their publishers that a potential contempt can be committed in the act of publishing material from parliamentary committees that has not been authorised for publication. This is serious. I will be writing to the journalist in question and to the President of the Parliamentary Press Gallery accordingly. I want to remind all those involved with parliamentary committee processes of the importance of observing the rules against unauthorised disclosure of committee proceedings, including draft reports. Unauthorised disclosures erode trust in the parliamentary process and have a clear adverse impact on our work as committee members and as parliamentarians. I thank the House.
The member for Menzies has the call.
Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the committee's report entitled Advocating for the Elimination of Child and Forced Marriage, Interim Report for the Inquiry into Certain Aspects of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade Annual Report 2019-2020.
I thank the member for Menzies. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Minister for the Environment, I present the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Act 1989 and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Deputy Speaker, this bill is one of a package of bills to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Program. The changes will reduce the burden on business and ensure the program continues to achieve important environmental outcomes. The Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Program regulates the manufacture, import, export, use and disposal of ozone-depleting substances and synthetic greenhouse gases. This program contributes to protecting the ozone layer and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. An extensive review completed in 2016 found that the program has been very successful through working in partnership with businesses that supply and use these types of chemicals. In May 2016, the Australian government announced a range of measures identified by the review to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the program. The major emissions reduction and streamlining changes were passed by Parliament in 2017. This included the introduction of the hydrofluorocarbon, HFC, phase down to reduce emissions of these potent global warming gases. HFCs, Deputy Speaker, are a group of synthetic greenhouse gases widely used in things like refrigeration and air conditioning. The actions of the Australian government meant that Australia was instrumental in gaining agreement by all 197 parties to the Montreal Protocol to the worldwide phase down of HFCs, which was an important action, Deputy Speaker, to protect our ozone and our climate. The amendment bill introduces most of the remaining measures announced following the review of the program. The bill also introduces measures developed from consultation and stakeholder feedback since the 2017 amendments, which has incorporated practical ideas and views from industry, consumers and businesses as they've implemented the measures. The government continues to work with stakeholders on this program to achieve sustainable environmental benefits as well as better outcomes for consumers and business. Measures to streamline and clarify program requirements include bringing into the legislation controls that are currently imposed through licence conditions, such as the ban on import of bulk gas in non-refillable containers. These changes provide for clarity for business and improve protection of our environment. The bill will clarify licence and exemption requirements, including changes to make the legislation easier to understand and reduce unintentional non-compliance, increasing the time allowed for submitting reports and paying levies will reduce the regulatory burden on businesses and maximise compliance with program requirements by increasing the flexibility for businesses to manage their workload and their cash flow. The bill reforms the compliance and enforcement approach of the program to provide for consistent Commonwealth regulatory powers and to increase legal certainty for industry and individuals who are subject to the Act. These amendments adopt the standard provisions of the Regulatory Powers Act, Regulatory Powers Standard Provisions Act of 2014, as is Australian government policy when amending legislation. Minor modifications are also made to the standard provisions of the Regulatory Powers Act as appropriate to the program. The offence and penalty structure in the Act is modernised to give flexibility in enforcement while also providing deterrence against non-compliance. The bill will also add the option of licence suspension as an alternative to immediate cancellation or financial penalties. The reforms and various amendments in this bill are each minor on their own. As a whole, the package of reforms represents an important step in ensuring the continued success of this program for ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas management. The reforms will encourage compliance and reduce the regulatory burden on businesses while ensuring that the standard of environmental protection provided by the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Act remains high. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Blaxland.
I move the debate be adjourned.
Thank the member for Blaxland. The question is the resumption of debate be made all day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Minister.
I present the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Import Levy Amendment Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum to this bill and the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacture Levy Amendment Bill 2021.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Import Levy Act 1995 and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. Deputy Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to ensure that cost recovery arrangements for the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Program can continue to be effective. The bill will amend the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Import Levy Act 1995 to remove the levy on the import of equipment that operates using ozone-depleting substances. This levy is no longer needed as this type of equipment is largely banned from import and may only be imported in very limited circumstances, such as where the equipment is essential for public safety or for scientific purposes and no practical alternative exists. It is appropriate not to charge a levy in those kinds of circumstances. The bill will also amend the Import Levy Act to provide for the levy rates to be set by regulation rather than fixed in the Act itself. The change will allow for more timely and responsive cost recovery approaches in the program and ensure that the Commonwealth's likely costs in administering the program can continue to be recovered. Any change to the levy rate would have to be appropriate and not recover more than the likely reasonable costs of administering the program. This would only take place after review of cost recovery arrangements. The capped levy rate has been in place since 2003. As such, it does not reflect the current cost of administering the program. Removing the cap allows the levy to be adjusted periodically so that the activities under the Act and regulations can be fully cost recovered in the future. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Blaxland.
I move the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Blaxland. The question is resumption of debate be made all day for next day sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacture Levy Amendment Bill 2021.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacture Levy Act 1995 and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Deputy Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to ensure that cost recovery arrangements for the ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas management program can continue to be effective. The bill will amend the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacture Levy Act 1995 to provide for the levy rates to be set by regulation rather than fixed in the Manufacture Levy Act. The change will allow for more timely and responsive cost recovery approaches in the program and ensure that the Commonwealth's likely costs in administering the program can continue to be recovered. Any change to the levy rate would have to be appropriate and not recover more than the likely costs of administering the program. This would only take place after review of the cost recovery arrangements. The capped levy rate has been in place since 2003. As such, it does not reflect the current cost of administering the program. Removing the cap allows the levy to be adjusted periodically so that the activities under the Act and regulations can be fully cost recovered in the future. And I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Blaxland.
That the debate be adjourned.
Thank the member for Blaxland. The question is resumption of debate be made all day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business. Notice number 2. Australian Research Council Amendment Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Minister for Education and Youth, I present the Australian Research Council Amendment Bill of 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Australian Research Council Act 2001 and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I'm introducing the Australian Research Council Amendment Bill of 2021, which amends the Australian Research Council Act of 2001 to ensure continuity of funding to the funding schemes of the Australian Research Council, or the ARC. This bill will amend the ARC Act of 2001 to update the existing funding caps and insert new funding caps through until the 30th of June 2025 for the funding of competitive research in Australia. The routine update to the ARC's funding caps provides for anticipated inflationary growth so that the government can continue to support Australia's research sector. The new cap for the 2021-22 financial year has been increased to just over $815 million, and a new paragraph is added to provide appropriations as per agreed Commonwealth policy to the 2024-25 financial year. This funding builds on the Australian Government's investment of $11.9 billion in science and research in 2020-21, around 6.7% of which goes to the ARC. The ARC's discovery and linkage programs and their flagship programs, discovery projects and linkage projects, support a broad range of research efforts and date back to the birth of the agency in 2001. Discovery is for fundamental discovery or blue sky research, while linkage supports collaborative research that facilitates linkages within universities and outside the university sector. These programs continue today as an important balance of the ARC's research investment. The ARC Centres of Excellence schemes support centres of expertise through which our best researchers maintain Australia's international standing. Since the first funding round in 2003, the scheme has supported a total of 70 centres, with funding of $1.5 billion awarded. Since 2009, the Australian Laureate Fellowship Scheme, with 210 laureate fellows, supported with over $590 million. Also since 2009, the ARC's Mid-Career Fellowship Scheme, or Future Fellowships, has provided over $1.3 billion to 1,800 worthy recipients in every research discipline, from STEM to HASS and at universities around Australia. In total, over its 20 years, the ARC has supported more than 29,000 unique research projects and competitively awarded over $13.5 billion since 2002. More than 38,000 researchers have participated in ARC-funded projects, and more than 9,000 institutions across Australia and globally have partnered on ARC grants since the agency was established. ARC funding has been crucial to a long and significant list of Australian research achievements, and they include the bionic ear from Cochlear, the establishment of the online database for the Australian Dictionary of Biography, and the 2016 detection of gravitational waves. The bill ensures the continuing support of the ARC and the many thousands of jobs in Australia's research sector that it supports. Our ability to respond to the challenges of the future relies on the knowledge of our best and our brightest. Much of this knowledge is forged in the research centres of our universities. It's in order to support and grow our research community that we bring this bill to the Parliament. I commend this bill to the House.
How about you move the bill be now read a second time?
Apologies, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Blackstone.
And I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that resumption of debate be made on all day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. Higher Education Support Amendment 2021 Measures Number 1 Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Minister for Education and Youth, I present the Higher Education Support Amendment 2021 Measures Number 1 Bill of 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Higher Education Support Act 2003 and for related purposes.
The Minister.
It will be read a second time, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Higher Education Support Amendment 2021 Measures Number 1 Bill of 2021 will make the following 3 amendments to the Higher Education Support Act of 2003. To list Avondale University as a Table B provider, to clarify grandfathering arrangements for honours students under the Job Ready Graduates Package of Reforms to Higher Education, and to allow the Minister for Education to make other grants to Table A and B providers and bodies, corporate, to assist higher education providers to translate research into commercial outcomes, including through collaboration with industry. Listing Avondale as a Table B provider recognises the university's recent achievement of registration as an Australian university by TEQSA, the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency, and its teaching and research performance. This amendment will contribute to specialisation, differentiation and quality across the Australian higher education sector. Avondale provides unique value to the university sector through its stated goal of delivering education with strong research focus, particularly in the areas of teaching and nursing. The amendment to HESA to give Avondale greater access to HESA grants, such as research block grants, is obviously crucially important. In its research activity to date, Avondale has been successful in securing competitive grant income from both national and international sources by partnering with peer universities and industry. Access to research block grants will allow Avondale to strategically expand its research activity and leverage its existing partnerships to play a greater role in industry-focused research translation and commercialisation. This will better position the university to serve the Lake Macquarie region and meet further and future challenges. Avondale has proven that it delivers high-quality teaching and produces job-ready graduates. The quality indicators for learning and teaching, QUILT, the survey results from QUILT show that Avondale performs well above the national average across student experience measures and full-time employment for graduates. In the 2019 and 2020 QUILT Student Experience Survey, Avondale exceeded the national average on learner engagement. It was 20.5% higher. Overall experience, it was 9.6% higher. And skill development, it was 9.8% higher. Teaching quality, 8.2% higher. And student support, 7.3% higher. In the 2018, 19 and 20 QUILT graduate surveys, Avondale exceeded the national average on the good teaching scale. It was 18.4% higher. Overall satisfaction, 12% higher, and full-time employment, 9% higher. Listing Avondale as a Table B provider is fully supported by the university and its community. Given its strong teaching and research performance, it's appropriate that Avondale receives Table B status under HESA. This bill will also amend HESA to clarify that under the Job Ready Graduates Package, Commonwealth-supported students who commenced an ongoing course of study before the 1st of January 2021 are considered grandfather students for a related honours course. This means they're not subject to higher student contribution amounts. It will align their legislation with the original policy intent and minimise the risk of students not receiving the intended benefits of the Job Ready Graduates Package. Now, the Higher Education Support Amendment, Job Ready Graduates and Supporting Regional and Remote Students Act of 2020 made amendments to HESA to change student and Commonwealth contribution amounts towards student fees. This was to encourage students to enrol in courses in areas of jobs growth. Those amendments inserted a definition of a grandfather student in Schedule 1 of the Act for the purposes of treating certain existing students on the 1st of January 2021 beneficially, where they would otherwise be charged a higher student contribution amount. Under the current definition, Commonwealth-supported students who complete an ongoing course at the bachelor level after the 1st of January 2021 are not considered grandfather students for a subsequent related honours course. The current definition only applies where a student completed an earlier bachelor course prior to the 1st of January 2021. A student who commences or transfers to a new related honours course after the 1st of January 2021 is also not covered by the current definition. This amendment will ensure existing students who undertake a related honours course after the 1st of January 2021 are not subject to higher student contribution amounts. To benefit the greatest number of students, the grandfathering amendments will apply to any student who commenced an ongoing course before the 1st of January 2021, then undertakes a unit of study in a subsequent related honours course with a census date on or after the 1st of January of that year. This means some students will retrospectively become grandfather students, and any student contribution amounts deferred to the Higher Education Loan Program or HELP or paid up front may need to be recredited or refunded respectively. The bill therefore provides the Minister for Education and Youth with the power to make rules prescribing matters of a transitional nature by a legislative instrument with certain limits imposed. The clarification of grandfathering arrangements must be in place by February 2022 to ensure eligible honours students are grandfathered from 2022. If this timing isn't met, some honours students commencing in 2022 will be charged as non-grandfather students and may initially pay higher fees. Student contribution amounts are determined at the census date for a unit of study. Therefore, the bill must pass and receive royal assent before semester 1 2022 census dates occur. The amendment to make grants to support research commercialisation with universities and other institutions will strengthen the ability to support the translation and commercialisation of research by our higher education providers, including through closer engagement with industry partners. This measure will allow the Morrison government to deliver on its commitment to maximise the social and economic benefits of Australia's multi-billion-dollar university research sector. The measure will enable activities that will help translate our high-quality university research into breakthrough products, new businesses and ideas needed to grow the economy and improve our country. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Fremantle.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Thank the member for Fremantle. The question is, the resumption of the debate be made all day for next day sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 4. Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment, Pension Loan Scheme Enhancements Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Minister for Employment, Workforce, Skills, Small and Family Business, I present the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment, Pension Loan Scheme Enhancements Bill of 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill now be read a second time. Deputy Speaker, the Morrison government is increasing the flexibility of the pensions loan scheme to give our senior Australians more choice in their retirement. The Retirement Income Review highlighted that accessing a portion of a person's home equity can greatly improve their living standards in retirement. This is particularly true for those senior Australians who hold substantive assets but have limited income. Around 80% of those aged over 65 are homeowners, with many of our senior Australians having significant equity in their home or other real estate assets. The Pensions Loan Scheme gives our senior Australians another option for using their accumulated wealth to support their retirement lifestyle. Participation in the Pension Loan Scheme is voluntary, and the scheme is similar to a reverse mortgage product. It provides senior Australians with the option of drawing a fortnightly loan amount, backed by the equity in their home or other real estate assets, to supplement their other retirement income. Through the scheme, pensioners can top up their pension payment with loan payments up to a maximum of 150% of the fortnightly rate of the age pension. Eligible non-pensioners, such as self-funded retirees, can receive the full 150% of the fortnightly rate of the age pension in loan payments. The Morrison government enhanced the pension loan scheme in the 2018-19 budget by expanding its eligibility to all older Australians of age pension age and increasing the maximum allowable fortnightly combined pension plus loan from 100% to 150% of the rate of the age pension. This allowed maximum rate pensioners to participate in the scheme for the first time. Since these changes came into effect on the 1st of July 2019, the number of participants in the scheme, as at the 30th of September 2021, has grown from around 780 to 5,000. This six-fold increase in 2 years demonstrates that the scheme is meeting the needs of our senior Australians. The bill will introduce two additional features to the Pensions Loan Scheme to further increase flexibility and confidence in the scheme for those senior Australians who choose to use it. These measures will come into effect on the 1st of July 2022. Firstly, a no negative equity guarantee will apply to all pension loan scheme participants. It means that when scheme participants settle their debt, they will not repay more than the equity they have in the property used to secure their loan. Introducing a no negative equity guarantee brings the pension loan scheme in line with an obligation placed on private providers of reverse mortgage products who have been required since 2012 to provide a no negative equity guarantee to users of home equity products. Deputy Speaker, the no negative equity guarantee will provide additional confidence for participants of the Pensions Loan Scheme. It builds upon the strong safeguards already in place to minimise the possibility of a participant's debt exceeding their secured equity. These safeguards include conservative age-based loan-to-value ratios, which restrict the total amount that can be borrowed through the Pensions Loan Scheme according to a person's age and available equity, and limits on the amount a person can receive, which remains capped at 150% of the maximum fortnightly rate of pension. Secondly, participants of the Pensions Loan Scheme will be able to access a portion of their payment as a lump sum advance. This option to choose a lump sum advance will give retirees greater flexibility and a new mechanism to help them meet unexpected and/or substantial expenses. The maximum lump sum advance will be capped at 50% of the maximum fortnightly rate of the age pension over 26 fortnights. Based on current age pension rates, the maximum advance payment will be, over a 26-fortnight period, around $12,580 for singles and around $18,960 for couples combined. Any advance taken will reduce the amount of fortnightly pension loan schemes payments a participant can receive. Now, Deputy Speaker, participants will be able to take up to 2 advances in any 26-fortnight period, with a combined total limited by the 50% cap. Consequently, the maximum amount a participant can receive in loan payments will generally be the same, irrespective of whether they take an advance payment, fortnightly payments or a combination of both. These measures will ensure that participants do not build up excessive debt balances while providing them flexibility and choice in how they tap into the equity of their real estate assets. To complement the introduction of these new measures, the Morrison government will embark on a campaign to raise awareness of the pension loans scheme. Although the pension loan schemes have operated since 1985, awareness amongst our senior Australians remains low, and there remains a misconception that only those receiving the age pension can access the scheme. Now, while participants need to be of age pension age, they don't need to actually be receiving a pension payment in order to qualify for the scheme. The awareness-raising campaign will help our senior Australians improve their understanding of the scheme, and the new features can be used to improve their living standard in retirement. Home ownership has always been the bedrock of our society, Mr Deputy Speaker. This bill will give our older Australians more confidence to tap into a small proportion of their home equity to increase their retirement outcomes. We want our senior Australians to enjoy greater choice, financial independence and quality of life in their retirement years. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Fremantle.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Fremantle. The question is that resumption of debate be made all day for next day's sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Indi on indulgence.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I don't wish to take up too much time of the House, just a couple of minutes really, to say that today we've seen the final set of bills that the government are planning to introduce to the House. And I note that, as expected, there is no Integrity Commission bill coming from the government. Yesterday I inspected the document that the PM tabled in the House, and it is in fact the same exposure draft that the former Attorney-General published over a year ago. To be clear, that is not a bill before this House. I want to know why the government is doing this. I want to know why we haven't seen an Integrity Commission bill introduced this morning on the last possible day of the year. Last week, the member for Bass did something extraordinarily brave and crossed the floor in good faith to bring on debate on my Australian Federal Integrity Commission bill. Since that time, government senators have called for a stronger Integrity Commission bill to come from the government. Nothing. Since that time also, other members of the government, in good faith, have gone into the Prime Minister's office and called for collaboration and good faith consensus to get a bill to the House that the Australian nation needs. Mr Deputy Speaker, the member for Bass has done something brave and extraordinary over the course of this parliament to bring on an Integrity Commission debate on the Australian Federal Integrity Commission bill. It was a brave step and it has not been taken up by the government. I think this is really, really disappointing. In fact, it's worse than disappointing. This is the most important bill that the government should introduce, and it's nowhere to be seen.
I thank the member for Indi. The Minister. Oh, no. The member for Bennelong on indulgence.
I would just like to add some comments to the member of Indi. If we were to enter a period of debate on this issue, we might be here in another 20 years, as we have been on climate change. I would suggest that we act like mature adults, enter a room, we both have our positions, and start working through this document line by line until we have resolution together, working together across this great divide to do well for the Australian people, because the one thing they want of the people in this place is integrity, and our stocks are not high in that department at this time. Thank you for the indulgence.
I thank the member for Bennelong. The Minister. Oh, sorry, the Clerk. I've got it.
Government Business Notice number 5, Department of Health, fit out of existing premises, Serious Building, Woden, ACT.
The Minister.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Minister for the Public Service, I move that, in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act of 1969, it's expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Department of Health fit-out of existing premises, Sirius Building, Woden, ACT.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Department of Health is proposing to undertake a fit-out of works at the Sirius Building in Woden in the ACT. The proposed works will enable Health to relocate staff from its other Woden tenancy, Scarborough House, into the Sirius Building prior to the lease expiring in 2025. The updated fit-out will also cater for a range of operating models and enable Health to meet the whole-of-government occupational density target of 14 square metres. The total estimated cost of the project is $64.3 million, excluding GST, Deputy Speaker. The works must be referred to, considered by and reported on to both Houses of Parliament by the Public Works Committee before work may commence. The project was referred to the committee on the 21st of October 2021. The committee has recommended that the House of Representatives resolve, pursuant to Section 18, subsection 7 of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, that it is expedient to carry out the project. Subject to parliamentary approval, the works are expected to commence in March 2022, with completion by March 2025. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee for undertaking a timely inquiry, and I commend the motion to the House.
I thank the Minister. The question is, the motion be agreed to. All those opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Cowper.
Deputy Speaker. Take that off. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Standing Committee on Industry, Innovation, Science and Resources, I present the committee's report entitled The Now Frontier, Developing Australia's Space Industry, together with the minutes of the proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted the member for Fremantle?
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Fremantle. The member for Cowper.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, today I present the report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Innovation, Science and Resources entitled The Now Frontier, Developing Australia's Space Industry. On November 11, 2020, the committee adopted an inquiry into developing Australia's space industry, referred by the then Minister for Industry, Science and Technology, the Honourable Karen Andrews MP. The committee was asked to focus on how the Australian government can support and encourage the space industry while preserving and protecting the space environment. Space is an industry that inspires, fascinates and excites people. Generally, rockets and astronauts come to mind when we think about the space industry, but in fact its technology and equipment are very much part of our day-to-day lives. There are enormous opportunities for individuals, organisations and communities to take advantage of this growing sector, particularly in regional and rural areas. Australians are most familiar with our nation's involvement in the moon landing. In 1969, before my time, tracking stations at Honeysuckle Creek and Parkes in New South Wales relayed images back to Earth of Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walking on the moon. This followed the rocket testing program in the late 1950s at Woomera in South Australia as part of the Australian government's weapons research establishment. Perhaps less familiar to Australians is the continued use of space-based technologies and applications in our daily lives. Mobile phones, the internet, weather forecasting, GPS technology and banking services all rely on data derived from space. Space-related technologies were once considered those of the future. Robots, drones, remote sensors and artificial intelligence, but are now very much where we are. For Australia to be competitive, we need to not only foster these technologies and their applications, but ensure we have the right people with the right skills and expertise to make it happen. The pace at which space-based technologies and innovation are developing is set to revolutionise the way we live. Space 2.0 refers to utilising and accessing space here on Earth. It includes a range of new technologies such as artificial intelligence, remote sensing, smart sensors, nanotechnology, microelectronics, big data, robotics, drones, autonomous systems, quantum computing and the Internet of Things. The significance of Space 2.0 is that it will create the jobs of the future. In addition to improving our lives, this transformation will present real opportunities for Australia to be part of a growing and lucrative global space industry. Australia needs to position itself to capitalise on these opportunities. Australia enjoys natural and structured advantages that can be leveraged to benefit socially and economically. Our geography and landscape, education and training system, technical expertise and international partnerships and agreements all combine to form an important foundation for access to the global space industry supply chains and the development of sustainable commercial activities. Furthermore, Australia is renowned for its innovation, research and development. The Australia space industry is enjoying a renewed focus and interest. The establishment of the Australian space industry in 2018 has helped to galvanise an industry and signal Australia's commitment to a globally competitive industry. It is fair to say it has invigorated the domestic space industry. And Deputy Speaker, I note that we went on a tour of the Australian space industry and it was absolutely fascinating, and I urge anybody who's listening to this to take that opportunity to go to the Australian Space Agency and educate yourself as to the future of Australia's space. Deputy Speaker, the Australian Government has set a goal to grow the domestic space sector by $12 billion and create an additional 20,000 jobs. This report makes recommendations designed to support this growth and beyond. It has identified key reforms that the committee hopes will help the Australian space sector to be more globally competitive while preserving and protecting the space environment. Some of these reforms include the call for an overarching vision of the industry in Australia to inspire confidence and investment in our space capabilities, and an increased visibility of space across the government and parliament. The report acknowledges the importance of the Australian Space Agency, its dedicated staff and the role it has played in strengthening the Australian space industry. At the same time, the committee believes it is time that important consideration be given to the agency's funding, operations and status, including whether it become a statutory authority. This is to ensure it can better support the industry and hold its own with other international space agencies. Importantly, Deputy Speaker, this inquiry helped to uncover that space is an accessible industry to those wishing to pursue a career in this field. The sector presents a lot of opportunities for Australia, and the need to grow a workforce to support it is paramount. Beyond rockets and astronauts, there are many and varied jobs that can be undertaken. The committee has heard that there are a range of professionals not generally associated with space, such as law, medicine, project management, communications and business that will be able to support Australia's space industry and facilitate to grow an internationally competitive sector. The report recommends that community education and outreach programs to promote these opportunities are developed and that diversity is sought across the sector. Further, there is so much potential for our rural and regional areas to benefit from and get involved in Australia's space sector. This includes the links between our regional industries and the space sector, the application of space-related technology and infrastructure to agriculture, health and telecommunications, and of course the uptake of regional education and training to better equip young people to build their careers in this industry. The report calls for an examination of ways to maximise these benefits. This inquiry was the second undertaken by this committee during COVID-19 conditions, should I say, where travel and lockdown restrictions challenged the way we engage with stakeholders and met as a committee. For the industry, COVID-19 highlighted the vulnerability of Australia's reliance on other countries for space-related technology and services and global supply chains. It reinforced the need for sovereign space capability so that Australia has what it needs to design, build and maintain our own space requirements. In turn, the committee has made recommendations with a view to this. For example, we have recommended a national assessment of Australia's current and future space infrastructure requirements, with particular emphasis on developing sovereign capability in identified areas, whilst acknowledging the need for the industry to access a range of infrastructure for research, development and manufacture. Deputy Speaker, this is an exciting time for the Australian space industry, with awe-inspiring work already being done here. I believe I speak on behalf of the committee in saying we hope this report acknowledges the wonderful things happening now and that it goes further to encourage the support in the future and promises the potential in the industry. This bipartisan report therefore makes 38 recommendations designed to drive growth and investment, encourage commercialisation of research and development, better facilitate international collaboration and grow a future workforce. In terms of growing a future workforce, it has identified the need for greater education in science, technology, engineering and maths of young people. We heard evidence, Deputy Speaker, that most of the jobs, high-level jobs, are filled by those who have been educated from overseas. We need to make change in that regard and encourage education at a university level in both space engineering, aeronautical engineering, rather than looking overseas. We need to develop better systems and greater awareness of those jobs of the future. It is not just rockets and astronauts. It is law, it is medicine and it is trade. And I'm very excited for young people of the future to be involved in the space industry in the future. Deputy Speaker, the committee appreciates the contribution of the witnesses and those who hosted the committee on-site visits and those joining us remotely from the home studios and office. I would like to thank the former chair, the Honourable Barnaby Joyce MP, for his stewardship of the inquiry, the Deputy Chair, the Honourable Sharon Bird, and congratulations on your valedictory speech yesterday, Sharon. Well done. And I'd like to thank all the committee members for all their hard work. I also extend my thanks to all the committee secretariat staff, including Kate Portis, Fran Denny, Peter Richardson, Ashlyn Hardiman and Tamara Palmer for their work in planning the public hearings and the preparation of this report. Deputy Speaker, the space industry is not the new frontier but the now frontier. Building on the strengths of our industry will have enduring benefits for all Australians. Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I commend this report to the House.
I thank the member and call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to take a few moments on the tabling of this report as the Deputy of the committee to make a few comments.
You just need to seek leave.
Oh, sorry, I seek leave to make a few comments.
Leave granted?
Thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, I think our chair gave a comprehensive and excellent coverage of what the committee heard in its evidence that it took, and the report and the 38 recommendations have been well covered. I must say it was quite challenging because this is a fast-moving industry sector. And certainly, as we took evidence almost on a daily basis, we would read in the media further progress and developments that had occurred, which meant that some of the evidence we'd taken only maybe a week before had become outdated. And so it was certainly a challenge in doing this inquiry beyond, as the Chair outlined, the challenges of the COVID restrictions. So I just want to say a particular thank you not only to all who gave us submissions and evidence, but also to those who we had to call back to give us updates because of the speed at which things were developing. And I particularly want to acknowledge the Australian Space Agency, who worked so well to provide support to this inquiry. Its head, Enrico Palermo, indeed was appointed during the period of the inquiry, and so just an indication of how things were changing. As the Chair said, it is an enormous opportunity sector. I think we were particularly interested and excited by the fact that we so often think of what was described as from-Earth space industry, that is the launching of rockets and their cargoes, satellites and so forth. But the significant role that Australia already plays and really is well positioned to develop new industries around in what they call the from-space sector. That is the gathering of imagery and data that can then be translated into really useful applications such as in the agriculture sector, the infrastructure sector, the environment sector, in really fantastic ways that could create businesses and job opportunities in this country. And so it was a tremendous opportunity, and I think there is, as the Chair indicated, and I suspect 38 recommendations indicate, a lot more that we could be doing as a federal government, federal parliament, to foster and support the industry. I want to thank the Chair, the member for Cowper. He came into this right towards the end, although he'd been a very active member of the committee through the entire inquiry, but stepped up to do this final process of putting the report together and has done an outstanding job. Thank you very much, Pat. That was great work. I'd like to acknowledge the outgoing chair, the member for New England, who decided to take a sideways promotion from chair of this committee to Deputy Prime Minister. It was great to work with the member for New England on the committee, and he certainly went out of his way to ensure all committee members had the full capacity to participate in the inquiry. The members of the committee were fabulous to work with. I said in my valedictory, which the Chair very kindly referred to yesterday, that the committee work is often one of the most underestimated aspects of this place. So thank you to the member for Higgins, the member for Swan, the member for Hughes, the member for Wentworth, the member for Patterson and the member for Moreton for their fantastic work with us on this particular inquiry. And just finally, the other thing I said in my valedictory was that so much of what we do is supported by an amazing professional group of people who work behind the scenes in this place in all its forms. And one of those I mentioned was committee secretariats. So thank you so much to Secretary Kate Portis, Inquiry Secretary Ms Fran Denny, Research Staff Mr Nathan Fawkes, Mr Ashley Stevens, Ms Ashlyn Hardiman, Mr Peter Richardson, the Graduate Officers Ms Sarah Nguyen and Ms Shada Bargav, and the Admin Officer Ms Tamara Palmer. It was a great pleasure to work with all of you. It's an excellent report and I really commend it to my colleagues to have a read. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
I thank the member for Cunningham. The member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned. Resumption of debate be made an order day for the next day's sitting. Member for Cowper.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, I present the following report, Report number 487, Annual Report 2020-21, and I do ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with this report.
Is leave granted? The member for Fremantle.
Leave is granted.
Thank the member for Fremantle. The member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audits annual report for 2020-21. During the past year, the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, or the JCPAA as we all know it in the committee, tabled 5 reports, worked on 5 further inquiries, considered the budget estimates for the Australian National Audit Office and the Parliamentary Budget Office twice, determined the audit priorities of the Parliament and continued its role in providing accountability and transparency to the public administration of the Commonwealth. I'm conscious that this is perhaps our last presentation of annual report for this session of the Parliament, and I do just want to take a moment, if you'll indulge me, Deputy Speaker, just to acknowledge the important work that this committee does for the Parliament. It's not a committee I had sat on prior to 2019, but it is a committee that I have grown to have enormous respect for, found it to be an incredible honour to participate in the work of this committee, and thank the committee membership for allowing me to serve as their chair. I'd also like to note that committees such as this really do demonstrate some of the best of the way that Parliament can work. And in saying this, I'd like to just place on record my thanks and acknowledgement to the Deputy Chair, the member for Bruce, who is in the chamber, who I suspect does not know I'm about to say this, but nonetheless I'm taking the opportunity. I do want to say that to the member for Bruce that I very much appreciate the way in which we have worked together over the course of this term of the Parliament. I think I had perhaps not spoken to you many times before we became colleagues on this committee, and we had to work together in quite a close and what became a very collegiate manner. And I want to thank you personally for your stewardship. I want to thank you. I want to thank the member for Bruce through the chair. I want to thank the member for Bruce for the very professional manner in which you approached the fulsome work of this committee, and the way in which we were able to, almost always without exception, reach agreement or at least consensus on matters that were before the committee. There was often very robust debate, as there should be, and yet both of us, I think, seeking to uphold the bipartisan nature of this committee on behalf of this Parliament. For me, I think I will remember as something that reflects extremely well on the very best of Australian democracy, the very best of how this Parliament should work. And to the member for Bruce, I do thank you personally and also on behalf of the committee for all of your contributions, your advice, and as I said, the whole approach of this entire committee over the many different reports and considerations that we have had to give. I also acknowledge that perhaps one of the that we had to give. Deputy Speaker, there were a number of reports that were tabled by this committee into a wide range of topics, and this is another aspect of this committee that I hadn't actually appreciated until I served as the chair, just the breadth of topic and scope that this committee looks into, inquires into and undertakes, and it has been a tremendous learning experience, but also one that I hope will serve me well in the months and I hope years to come. Some of these reports include reports and inquiries into, for instance, the operations of the Parliamentary Budget Office, Defence's acquisition of equipment, the administration of grants programs, and the cyber resilience of Commonwealth agencies. And it was interesting to see different members of the committee having different taking different particular interests in the various topics, and I think over the course of this term of Parliament we've really just seen such a strong participation from many different committee members, all committee members, in the various reports and the various inquiries. And I just really want to say to all of those committee members and place on record to them my thanks and appreciation for all of their efforts and endeavours. I really do think that it has made many of the recommendations and the reports quite robust and again is a great example of the best of the operations of committees such as this. It really is a great honour and a privilege to participate in them. Of course, the last 2 years has not always been the easiest, particularly with the restrictions coming with COVID-19 and many of the ways that we had to adapt quickly, and perhaps that took a little bit of time to sort of, re-facilitate things onto video conferencing and some of these other things. But I think we have actually adapted that quite quickly, and in many ways I note that we actually ended up meeting more times than the average over recent parliamentary years. I think 28 times in 2020-21. So we really did undertake the role of the committee very seriously, while still working within the restrictions that were resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. But because of the pandemic, many of the committee's public hearings and private meetings, of course, took place remotely. Deputy Speaker, I also note that 2021 marks 70 years since the Public Accounts and Audit Committee Act received royal assent. For 7 decades, this committee, the JCPAA, has played what I believe is an incredibly important role in the Parliament's oversight of Commonwealth agencies. As I indicated as I commenced my remarks, the committee has really continued to work in a collegial, non-partisan way, and I really do thank all of my fellow committee members for their dedication to the committee and to its work. I have mentioned, of course, the Deputy Chair, the member for Bruce. I also thank the member for Moncrieff, who was here in the chamber just earlier, the member for Boothby, Senator Kitching, Senator McLaughlin, Senator O'Sullivan, Senator Patrick, the member for Canberra, Senator Scarr, the member for Jagga, the member for Bonner, Senator Walsh, the member for Gellibrand and the member for O'Connor. The committee's inquiries and all of its activities over the 2020-21 financial year have really benefited from the contribution of all members, as actually has indeed the work of the committee over the entire term of this parliament. And in closing, can I also pay special tribute to the committee secretariat for their tireless work. It is a big committee. We often have several inquiries underway at once. The workload can be quite intense, and I do thank every single one of them for their contribution, for their professionalism, for their expert advice and their support to the committee. And can I particularly thank and express the committee's appreciation to Committee Secretary Joel Bateman, who has really served this committee in an exemplary manner, and we do thank him very much for all of his tireless efforts. And Deputy Speaker, I do commend this report to the House.
Thank the member. The member for Bruce seeks leave to make a statement on the report.
I do.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Look, I'll endorse all of the comments of the Chair. It is an important committee. I'll just make a few brief remarks to add, not largely repeat the comments which have been made by the Chair. It has been around for a very long time. I think the Audit Office was established in the very first year of the Parliament, and the Auditor-General works on behalf of the Parliament, scrutinising the Executive. A really important, somewhat archaic and at times arcane distinction, but the Auditor-General does work on behalf of the entire Parliament, scrutinising expenditure. It is a bit of a nerdy committee. It's a good one to go on if you actually want to have a magical mystery tour around government, because we have a statutory responsibility to consider every single audit report that the Auditor-General puts forward, which covers the whole span of government. It's not for everyone. The workload and some of the material can be dry, but I think the Chair's remarks are spot on about the bipartisan tradition of this committee. It does require a bit of compromise and negotiation, and that's no bad thing. I think the general public don't see the work that goes on in committees, and that overwhelmingly the work in committees, with a few notable exceptions at times, is conducted in a respectful, sensible way. and that most stuff is agreed on. I think as you, when you were not in the chair just a few moments ago, remarked as well, Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the chair for those very kind words? I must say I think that's terrible for our reputations. It's terrible. I think it's fair to say that the chair does like working with me far more in her capacity as chair of the committee than when she's sitting in that chair up there. But there you go. It is a relationship, though, built on trust as colleagues, and that trust has not been breached, and I think that is really important. It's an often less understood part of actually getting stuff done around here, that you do have to be able to shake someone's hand and have it mean something, old-fashioned for many. Can I also thank the Secretary? I made some remarks actually in last year's tabling statement for the committee that the committee was at that point seriously under-resourced, and I thank the Secretary for guiding us through that period, and thank the Assistant Clerk also for giving the Secretary those extra couple of positions and getting staff on board to deal with the workload. And also I want to thank the Audit Office and the Auditor-General who support the work of the committee. They're always available. We did have a record number of meetings this year, not always very long meetings, but 28 meetings. 28 is my favourite number, Deputy Speaker, so I was very happy to hear that in the report. That's lovely. But look, the Auditor-General is a source of counsel, advice, prudent insights, and I think does a terrific job on behalf of the Parliament. Frankly, I think it's a topic for another day, but I think the Parliament could actually make more of the Auditor-General, particularly through the estimates process, and some of the other committees I think could actually develop a habit of drawing on the expertise and the work done by the Audit Office. In other parliaments like the UK and elsewhere, they do actually draw on the Audit Office far more often and frequently in the course of their policy work and seek insights as part of inquiries. I think there's room to make better use of that investment there. Look, I just want to make a couple of remarks on output. I did say last year that the committee had done less work than any recent year, and there used to be a little tracking table in the annual report. You know, like most annual reports have a table where they have a few metrics and can look back over the previous years to see how you're going. That table disappeared last year. As I said, I think it would have been a bit embarrassing for the committee last year, and I called on the committee to pick up the pace. I think we've done that in some respects. I'm trying to think of a parliamentary way to say constipated. We should avoid scatological references wherever possible, Deputy Speaker. I'm sure you'd agree. So I think I'd say there's a lot of work gestating in the pipeline of the committee. But I do just briefly want to read into the Hansard what the table would have said over 6 financial years. I'll do this very efficiently because it's not, but I think it is important for the record to have this here. Over the last 6 financial years, 2018-19, 2019-20, 2021, and then before that, 15-16, 16-17, 17-18, 5 key metrics. The number of sitting weeks was 16, 17, 18, 19, 19, 14, sorry, I scrapped that. This is, I'm piecing 2 tables together, but I do want to get this in the Hansard. The total number of meetings held was 17, 19, 19, 19, 14, 28. The number of public hearings, an important metric, was 12, 8, 10, 18, 8, 9. So we kind of, you know, we could lift our game a little bit there. The number of reports tabled, this is a really important metric. You know, how much advice does the committee give to the Parliament at the end of the day? It was 10, 4, 9, 8, 2, 5. So we're still, if you look, last year it was 2 reports. This year it's 5. They're still amongst the lowest numbers in the last 6 years, but there's a lot in the pipeline. Auditor-General reports for selected for inquiry. Deputy Speaker, I mentioned that we have to consider every report the Auditor-General tables. Of those, it was 12, 18, 15, 2, 14, 13. So we're getting better at shoving work into the pipeline now. And recommendations made, 50 in 2015-16, 17 in 16-17, 57 in 17-18, 67, a bumper year in 2018-19, 12 last year and 23 this year. So there's a little bit of room for improvement there, but I can say with confidence now, as those stats on the report selected for inquiry showed, that there's a lot of work in the pipeline, and that this year I think we're going to be tabling a bit of stuff out of session to be safe. This year will be a bumper year, and importantly, the final thing I'd note is that the 10-year review of the Auditor-General's Act, which doesn't show up in those statistics, is nearing completion by the committee. That's been an enormous piece of work, actually, having a look at the entire architecture for the Audit Office. So again, I thank all the committee members, the chair, the secretary, the ANAO, and there'll be lots of great tabling statements if we do come back in February. You watch, Deputy Speaker. We'll rock this House with our tabling statements. Thank you very much.
The member for Robertson.
I ask leave of the House to present executive minutes on Report 484 of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit.
Is leave granted?
I present executive...
Sorry, you just need to wait to be called. Leave is granted. The member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present executive minutes on Report 484 of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit.
The member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I present the report of the Australian delegation to the 142nd Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly, held virtually from the 24th to the 28th of May 2021, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank the member. Leave is granted. The member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Inter-Parliamentary Union, or IPU, is an international organisation of parliaments dedicated to promoting peace through diplomacy and dialogue. Australia has a long-standing commitment to attend IPU assemblies and meetings, and our participation facilitates stronger bilateral and multilateral relationships with other nations and helps promote parliamentary democracy. The important work of the IPU has continued through the COVID-19 pandemic. The 142nd Assembly of the IPU was scheduled to take place in person during April 2020. However, of course, due to the global pandemic, the Assembly was postponed until May of this year and conducted in virtual format. I had the pleasure of leading the Australian delegation at the 142nd Assembly and participated alongside Senator Sarah Henderson, Senator Deborah O'Neill and the member for Bruce, Julian Hill. The theme of the Assembly was overcoming the pandemic today and building a better tomorrow, the role of parliaments. The Assembly was attended by over 1,000 delegates, including 755 parliamentarians from 133 member parliaments. Of these, almost 40% were women and a quarter were young MPs. In addition to contributing to the general debate at the Assembly, the Australian delegation actively participated in members of the Asia-Pacific Geopolitical Group and the 12+ Geopolitical Group before the Assembly. I'd very much like to thank my fellow delegation members for their continued commitment to Australia's engagement in the IPU, and I also congratulate Senator O'Neill on her appointment to the IPU Standing Committee to promote respect for international humanitarian law as a representative of the Asia-Pacific Group. On behalf of the delegation, I acknowledge the staff of the Parliamentary Library who provided briefing materials and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in Canberra who provided advice to the delegation. I also do particularly want to acknowledge the work of the delegation secretary, particularly Sophie Dunstan, who has been an incredibly invaluable source of advice and support, and I commend this report to the House.
I thank the member. No further members seeking statement on that report. We will move on. I have received messages from the Senate. 1. Returning the Defence Legislation Amendment Discipline Reform Bill 2021 without amendment. And 2. Informing the House that Senator Scarr has been discharged from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement Integrity and that Senator McLaughlin has been appointed as a member of the committee. Senators Dodson and Green have been discharged from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights and that Senators O'Neill and Pratt have been appointed members of the committee. And Senator Dean Smith has been discharged from the Joint Select Committee on Implementation of the National Redress Scheme and that Senator O'Sullivan has been appointed a member of the committee. The clerk. My apologies. My apologies. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections in respect of political campaigners and to provide for application of the amendments, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annex schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. The Minister?
I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
The question is that the amendments be considered immediately. Can I just clarify, the member for Melbourne seeking to speak to the amendments?
No, I'm seeking to speak to the motion that it be considered immediately.
Right. Okay, no problems. I'll give the call to member for Melbourne.
The House absolutely should not consider this dodgy deal immediately. This is a dirty deal that's bad for democracy, done on the last day of Parliament between Liberal and Labor, and it has been rushed through the Senate without even debate or an inquiry, and it has been brought here on the last day of Parliament, and we're urged to rush through a bill that will silence charities and string them up with red tape, and also potentially affect the outcome of the election because it will impinge on people's rights to campaign against the government during this forthcoming election campaign. And when you have a bill that impacts on so many people in society, from charities to non-government organisations to people who want to engage in democracy, at the very least, we should have a debate about it. And we should have a full inquiry in the Senate into the bill. And we should have a full debate in the Senate about the bill. That should be an uncontroversial proposition in this place. That when this government comes in with a bill that is aimed at silencing people that disagree with it, we should at least be able to inquire into it and have a debate. But no, you've always got to watch out on the last day of Parliament. You've always got to watch out, because that is the day that Labor and Liberal will do dirty deals to ram through legislation that is bad for democracy and bad for civil rights. And we are seeing it here with this bill. ACOS, the Human Rights Law Centre, Anglicare, 80 other charities wrote to the government urging them to drop this bill. And at the very least, demanding that there be a serious look at it to work out what it is going to mean for their operations before it is passed. The government ignored them, but we expect that from this government because we know that this government is in case of emergency break glass mode, where they fear that they're behind in the polls, and so they're trying to change the rules of the game to stop people from voting and to stop people from speaking out against them. We expect it from this government. But what we don't expect is that Labor will sign up to a dirty deal to ram through an anti-democratic piece of legislation on the last day of Parliament. We have got some of the biggest charities and non-government organisations and people who look after others who are doing it tough speaking up against this bill, saying, at the very least, can we please have a debate about it and have an inquiry into it before it is rushed through on what might be the last sitting day of Parliament before the election. But we've also got the government, in their own words, saying that it is clear that this is about targeting their political opponents that they perceive. The Climate 200 group, Open Australia Foundation, they vote for you. The government and government members have been explicit that this bill is about shutting up people who might want to campaign against them. So we should be doing all we can to preserve democracy in this country and to stop the government getting away with legislating to change the rules of the game because it doesn't like what people say. The so-called party of freedom of speech is now saying we want to tie up organisations in red tape and make it retrospective, and I'll come to how bad these amendments are when we get to debating the amendments themselves, if that's what happens, if we do in fact find that they're being voted on immediately. The government has been absolutely explicit that this is about trying to tilt the playing field in its favour by stopping people from speaking and putting them under obligations that might make them responsible for activities that happened before this bill even came into effect. It's potentially going to be retrospective for these organisations. We have known from the start in the Greens that it's bad law, which is why we've opposed it. But what we thought is that there would at least be a chance to debate it, to understand exactly what it's going to mean for civil society in Australia, and then potentially to go and change some people's minds. To say, hey, actually, having heard all of this, we should not be passing this bill. We are now being denied that opportunity because of the Labor Party. Because the Labor Party is saying, no, we want to ram it through today, on the last day of Parliament. They may well say, oh, but look, we had to do this because we're stopping another bill, another terrible bill of the government. But I just ask people to cast their minds back to yesterday. Just yesterday, the Parliament held the government to account and came together across party lines with everyone from the opposition to the Greens to the crossbenchers to force the government to back down on a cut that it wanted to introduce on Australia's screen sector. We held firm and we forced them into a back down. We have the potential of doing this again, especially with things at the moment being as fluid as they are in this Parliament. And we know that the wheels are starting to come off the government the closer it gets to an election and the more it realises it's behind in the polls. In that environment especially, we should be doing everything we can to apply maximum scrutiny to this bill. Absolutely. That should be a fundamental principle. But instead, Labor and Liberal on the last day of Parliament are getting together to rush through a bill to silence democracy. They couldn't even debate it in the Senate. They weren't even allowed to have a full debate on this bill in the Senate. This is a dark day for democracy. Not only because we here in this Parliament are being denied the opportunity to debate a very bad bill, but also because this bill will restrict people's right to campaign and say what they want to say during the course of the election campaign. This bill will restrict democracy. So the dirty deal that's been done and to pass a very bad bill is a bad day for democracy. The dirty deal that has been done to pass a terrible bill is a dark day for democracy. So I oppose this being dealt with immediately. If it is the case that Labor and Liberal want to force this through on the last day of Parliament, then I will seek to speak to Amendment number 1 to explain to the House why it is so terrible, in the hope that when people understand exactly what this amendment is going to do, that they then agree to oppose it.
The question currently before the Chair is that the amendments be considered immediately, and the member seeks to speak on that motion.
Yes.
I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is incredibly disappointing to actually have to stand up and take the point here in relation to the action of, obviously, the major parties who have done a deal clearly in the other place. They have bargained on one legislation for the sake of another. And I have a real issue with that just as a matter of principle, because you should be looking at the merits of each legislation on its own, what the impact of that legislation is. That is a commitment I have made to the people of Warringah. We are now in a situation where the government is seeking to push forward amendments to a very important legislation, because what this legislation does is it is trying to reach back 3 years ago to what non-for-profit companies, non-for-profit organisations, any campaign they may have run in the 2019 election to raise awareness to issues that were relevant to their stakeholders, relevant to communities. The government is seeking to reach back 3 years ago and change the rules, change their reporting obligations, and impose a whole lot of additional administrative burden. And that is not a good outcome. And before we get into the grandstanding or the misleading statements that come as to what happens, the member is not even talking about the same legislation. That's how clueless they can be at times. We're talking about organisations that will be impacted, such as Farmers for Climate Action, Australian Conservation Foundation, National Association for Visual Arts, Christian Schools Australia, Australia Youth Climate Coalition, Climate Action Network, Wilderness Society, Sunrise. I know those organisations were impacted by the original legislation, which was a change of classification from a 500,000 threshold to 100,000. Because of the rush in which this is being pushed through, we have no way of knowing what the deal that has been struck between the coalition and the opposition of moving that to 250. We simply have no way of knowing the impact, whether these how this will change for these organisations, who this is going to catch, what the retrospective aspect is going to be to so many organisations. So, for the merit of democracy, for the principle of good governance, this should not be rushed through today. There should have been a debate in the other place. This should be coming back to this House with full information from government and from the opposition of the reasons why this deal has been struck. Why is this in the best interest of the Australian public for this legislation with these amendments to go through? Because all I can see is this is the status quo binding together to try and preserve their hold on power. They are trying to keep out community groups, small organisations, from having a say, from raising awareness on issues, and that is undemocratic. So I support the motion to not proceed immediately with these amendments.
So I just clarify for the member for Warringah, the question is that the amendments be considered immediately, and you were speaking in opposition to that. The question, therefore, before the Chair is that the amendments be considered immediately. All those in agreement say aye. Aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. A division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the amendments be considered immediately. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Werriwa for the ayes and the honourable members for Melbourne and Indi for the noes. Order. The result of the divisions is ayes 54, noes 5. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that the Senate Amendment number 1 be agreed to.
Member for Melbourne has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. So I just want to thank the government for allowing these to be looked at separately. I just want to be clear that I'm going to speak about Amendment number 1 and explain to the House exactly what it does and why it appears to be good but in fact doesn't need to be there at all. At the moment, certain people are required to comply with the disclosure thresholds that are there at the moment. It's $500,000. If you spend that, spend a decent amount. the government wanted to reduce it to $100,000. What the government and Labor have agreed is that they want to cut it from $500,000 to $250,000. Now, what is this going to mean? This is going to mean that a whole new range of groups between the $250,000 and $500,000 mark, which encompasses many charities, organisations, campaigning groups, advocacy groups in this country, are going to be caught now by legislation that is retrospective in part, that ties them up in red tape during an election campaign. It's designed to silence. It's designed to silence during an election campaign. And I hear interjections coming from the government side about why this bill is necessary. If you really cared about integrity, then bring on a Federal Integrity Commission. Come on, where is it? Where's the Anti-Corruption Commission that requires government and MPs and politicians to act transparently? It's nowhere. It's nowhere because the government's goal is to hide and cover up. That's what it always does. But with this, the government and Labor, Liberal and Labor, are now about to make a whole lot of organisations in civil society bound by laws that are potentially retrospective that we don't even know the full impact of. Why? Why don't we know the full impact of what Amendment 1 will mean? Because Labor and Liberal wouldn't even allow a Senate inquiry into it, wouldn't even allow the Senate to debate it. It got rammed through the Senate without debate. So you've always got to be worried about what happens on the last day of Parliament, because that's when Liberal and Labor come together to push through bad bills that are bad for democracy, and this is one of those. So in the situation where, should it be between 100,000 or 250,000? Well, the answer actually is no, it should stay where it is. No one should be cutting it. We, the Greens, voted against this bill when it was put to the House. We voted against it in the Senate. We've made the point that we shouldn't be debating these amendments. And this cut from Labor and Liberal to bring a whole lot of new charities and organisations in at this election of all times, to give the Liberals a leg up by silencing dissent, this election, well, be it on your heads. Be it on your heads for silencing civil society and requiring them to retrospectively comply with laws that we haven't even had a chance to debate and haven't even had a chance to inquire into to understand what it's going to mean for democracy in our country. Shame on Liberal, shame on Labor, shame on this dirty deal that is a dark day for democracy.
The question before the Chair is that Senate Amendment number 1 be agreed to. Being no further speakers, I propose to put the motion. The motion is that Senate Amendment number 1 be agreed to. All those in agreement say aye. Aye. Those against no. The motion is carried. The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that Senate Amendments numbers 2 to 25 be agreed to.
So the motion now before the Chair is that Senate Amendments numbers 2 to 25 be agreed to. All those in agreement say aye. Aye. Those against no. Declare the motion carried. So the question now is I think that's it. Just let me check. The clerk. Here. I'll do another one of these. Okay, sorry. Yeah. My apologies, I didn't realise there was another one back from the Senate. So, the following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an Act to amend the Autonomous Sanctions Act 2011 and for related purposes, and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. The Clerk.
First reading, A bill for an act to amend the Autonomous Sanctions Act 2011 and for related purposes.
The Minister?
I
the Minister. I give the floor to the Minister.
Sorry. I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill and I move that this bill be now read a second time.
So the question before the Chair is that this bill be now read a second time. The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The government will reform Australia's 2011 autonomous sanctions framework through the Autonomous Sanctions Magnitsky Style and Other Thematic Sanctions Amendments Bill 2021 and the Autonomous Sanctions Magnitsky Style and Other Thematic Sanctions Amendment Regulations 2021. The reforms will ensure Australia can sanction individuals and entities responsible for or complicit in egregious conduct, including malicious cyber activity, serious human rights abuses and violations, and serious corruption. They will also ensure Australia can establish further thematic sanctions regulations in the future, including in relation to serious violations of international law. This reform responds to the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade's inquiry into the use of sanctions to target human rights abuses and violations that was tabled on the 7th of December 2020, to which the government responded on the 5th of August 2021. With this reform, Australia introduces Magnitsky-style sanctions as now recognised in the title of the bill. The Magnitsky movement was inspired by Sergei Magnitsky, a Russian lawyer who exposed fraud committed by Russian government officials, but was consequently arrested and imprisoned. He was subjected to degrading treatment and tortured, and he died in custody on the 16th of November 2009. Through the advocacy of Bill Browder, whose firm, Hermitage Capital Management, Mr Magnitsky was advising, the US Congress in 2012 passed the Magnitsky Act, banning travel and freezing assets of those Russian officials responsible. From 2016, countries including the United States, Canada, the EU and the United Kingdom began to create or update their respective sanctions frameworks to enable perpetrators of egregious conduct to be sanctioned in a more timely way, no matter where the conduct occurs. With this debate gathering momentum internationally, Foreign Minister Payne referred the matter for inquiry by the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade in 2019. Autonomous sanctions can be used as an important tool of statecraft to respond to the most egregious situations of international concern when it's in our national interest. They are highly targeted measures designed to influence, deter and impose costs on the perpetrators while minimising the impact on the general population. Autonomous sanctions are distinguished from sanctions imposed by the United Nations Security Council and implemented by United Nations member states pursuant to international obligations. Australia uses autonomous sanctions in egregious situations of international concern which are not covered by UN Security Council sanctions, or to supplement sanctions imposed by the United Nations Security Council. Australia has a proud history of promoting and protecting human rights globally, supporting the international rules-based order and acting for the peace and security of the international community. We have used our existing country-specific autonomous sanction regimes to those ends. These include human rights violations in Zimbabwe and Syria and Russian threats to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. The bill expands Australia's Autonomous Sanctions Act 2011 by creating a framework to establish new thematic sanctions regimes which will allow Australia to list perpetrators of the most egregious relevant conduct of international concern, wherever and whenever such conduct occurs. The government recognises the importance of denying the perpetrators and the beneficiaries of egregious acts from accessing our economy and benefiting from the freedoms our democracy allows. Positioning Australia to act more quickly to freeze the funds of perpetrators and beneficiaries and to prevent them from travelling here will ensure that we do not become an isolated, attractive safe haven for such people and entities and their ill-gotten gains. An increasing number of comparatively attractive economies have joined the Magnitsky movement, and this bill is timely for Australia. This will allow us to act more swiftly with key like-minded sanction partners, including the United States, the United Kingdom and Canada, where it is in the national interest. As sanctions are a foreign policy tool, it is both appropriate and in line with our existing autonomous sanctions framework that the power to impose, remove or vary thematic sanctions rests with the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Prior to making a thematic sanctions listing decision, the Minister for Foreign Affairs will be required to consult and obtain the agreement of the Attorney-General as first law officer of the Commonwealth. The Minister for Foreign Affairs must also consult with other relevant ministers. The decision-making process ensures that thematic sanctions listings decisions take account of all relevant foreign policy and other national interest considerations. These amendments set out the executive process by which the thematic sanctions decisions are made, not the material on which the Minister can rely. The bill sets out an illustrative list of themes for sanctions regimes. If the Parliament elects to pass the bill, the Government will amend the Autonomous Sanctions Regulations 2011 to establish three new thematic sanction regimes: serious violations or serious abuses of human rights, activities undermining good governance and the rule of law, including serious corruption, and malicious cyber activity. This was part of the government response to the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade issued on the 5th of August 2021. This will enable Australia to respond flexibly and swiftly in the national interest without the delay of creating a new country regime when a situation of international concern arises if the conduct constitutes serious human rights abuses and violations, serious corruption or malicious cyber activity. The government response included a commitment to introduce a new thematic cyber regime, in addition to the Magnitsky-style sanctions canvassed by the committee. This additional tool of statecraft will serve alongside other law enforcement and operational mechanisms to enhance Australia's response to instances of egregious malicious cyber activity that impact our interests. The regulations will provide the specific criteria under which a person or entity could be sanctioned under three of these new thematic regimes. Should the Minister for Foreign Affairs assess, after appropriate consultation, that it is in Australia's national interest to do so. Additional thematic sanctions regimes could be included in the regulations should the government consider they are necessary. Embedding the new thematic regimes in our existing autonomous sanctions framework means that established processes and safeguards will continue to apply rather than being duplicated across multiple sanctions acts and frameworks. This is important to provide certainty and continuity for all those who engage with our autonomous sanctions framework. Businesses and the community can maintain their existing compliance processes, while those involved in governance whether at the bureaucratic, political or legal level, will not be required to administer new provisions. This is similar to the approach taken by the UK, which does not have a standalone Act and has similar framework with regulations under an overarching Act. The changes we are making to the existing Act and regulations empower us to do all that a separate bill would do without creating multiple and complex laws, separate frameworks and imposing additional regulatory burdens on businesses and the community. To ensure Australia's framework remains fit for purpose, as soon as possible after 3 years of the operation of the bill coming into effect, the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade must commence a review of the operation of these amendments and prepare a written report of the review, which must be tabled in each House of Parliament. Consistent with current practice, the government encourages public engagement on these significant issues and looks forward to the future recommendations from Parliament and civil society on possible listings. In making a listing, the Minister can consider any relevant material that will assist her in being reasonably satisfied the criteria is met, including credible information obtained by non-governmental organisations. The government encourages public engagement on human rights and corruption issues, conducts regular consultation with civil society and will continue to receive suggestions for sanctions listing from a range of sources. The bill will support the ongoing role of sanctions as a primary tool of statecraft by which Australia can define, defend and demonstrate our foreign policy values globally and support a robust international rules-based order. I commend the bill to the House and in doing so would like to thank everyone who's advocated for and supported Magnitsky-style sanctions, in particular Foreign Minister Payne, the Chair of the Joint Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs and Defence and Trade, Senator David Fawcett, the Chair of the Joint Standing Committee Subcommittee, Kevin Andrews MP and his colleagues on the committee, and several others across all sides of politics, including Senator Penny Wong, Senator James Patterson, Senator Kimberley Kitching and Senator Janet Rice.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Is leave granted to continue the debate? The member for Gordon.
Leave's granted.
Leave is granted from both the member and the minister. Then I call the member for Gordon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the thematic sanctions bill. This bill seeks to amend the Autonomous Sanctions Act 2011, which was enacted by the previous Labor government, to enable the listing of individuals and entities responsible for or complicit in egregious conduct, including the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, threats to international peace and security, malicious cyber activity, serious violations or serious abuses of human rights, activities undermining good governance or the rule of law, including serious corruption. Deputy Speaker, this piece of legislation is an important addition to Australia's Autonomous Sanctions Act that, as I say, was introduced and passed by Labor in 2011. It significantly broadens the scope of activities to counter Australia's interests for which financial sanctions may be applied. For the past decade, Australia's ability to implement sanctions against individuals was more limited to those responsible for the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and threats to international peace and security, and to regimes that committed grave human rights abuses or acts of aggression. These sanctions enabled Australia to take seriously its international commitments to peace and security by further augmenting pressure on foreign regimes where UN Security Council sanctions had been adopted, such as those in Iran or North Korea, as well as Syria, Zimbabwe and Russia. But it has become increasingly apparent that an update and a broadening of the scope of activities to which sanctions may apply is necessary. Deputy Speaker, we are more than 70 years from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And as my colleague in the other place said, Senator Wong said, Eleanor Roosevelt described it the international Magna Carta for all mankind, with its foundations in the 4 freedoms proclaimed by her husband: freedom of speech, freedom to worship, freedom from want, freedom from fear, with its recognition that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and its implication that to be sincere it must encompass civil and socio-economic rights. It remains as profound as ever. Perhaps it remains as aspirational as ever. Now, while it's fair to say we've seen so many advances in human rights, we've also seen stagnation and deterioration. And while the global pandemic has fostered greater awareness and debate in some societies about the devastations of poverty and inequality, in other places political leaders have sought to manipulate the circumstances of the pandemic to further weaken human rights in their own countries. And unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, there's nothing new in that. Sergei Magnitsky was a Russian lawyer and tax auditor hired in 2007 to investigate corruption by Russian Interior Ministry officials, as the Minister had just mentioned. He was a lawyer, accountant and tax partner at Moscow law firm Firestone Duncan, and he was arrested in November 2008 after he helped Hermitage, once Russia's largest foreign portfolio investor, reveal the biggest alleged tax fraud in the country's history. Now, of course, it's well known that he died in prison awaiting trial. The government of the day, the Russian government, ordered the chief prosecutor and justice minister to launch an investigation. The $230 million crime allegedly involved senior police officers, judges, tax officials, bankers and the mafia. Hermitage Capital Management's CEO and founder is William Browder, an American financier who took British citizenship and is the grandson of the former leader of the American Communist Party, Bill Browder. The fund manager was alleged to have evaded taxes and was barred from the country in 2005, but its CEO denies these allegations. He urged all lawyers associated with the matter to leave Russia for their safety, but Magnitsky stayed. He was arrested and after he testified against a Russian Interior Ministry official involved in a tax raid on Hermitage offices and officials' involvement in the $230 million fraud. He was charged with participating in tax evasion and, as we know, he met an ill fate, and he is in a large way an inspiration for this initiative and indeed the proposed legislation before us. It's in his name that advocates around the world have sought to shed light on those individuals, governments and regimes that use their power to crush dissent and resist accountability, and those that commit gross human rights violations. In the absence of comprehensive and effective global accountability protocols that raise the cost of such behaviour, it relies upon nation-states to act independently. Australia targeted have, through the through the United Nations, ensured that we dealt with this matter. And it was certainly the government in 2011 that legislated the Autonomous Sanctions Act to enable sanctions that targeted countries and individuals independent of multilateral arrangements. These have proved an important tool of Australia's foreign policy. It meant that we were able to target those responsible for egregious behaviour while limiting the negative consequences on others by depriving access to capital, goods and services. But it is clear, Deputy Speaker, we need to go beyond what has been traditionally considered insofar as the realm of sanctions, threats to international peace, threats to security. We need to use sanctions to help support agreed international norms of human rights and be a force for positive change. And it's therefore important that we do everything we can to prevent the deprivation of human rights and in order to counter such action. These sanctions will ensure that those responsible can seek safe haven for themselves or for their assets in Australia. Now, I think it's fair to say that as a result of the efforts of Mr Magnitsky, we have seen enactments throughout various jurisdictions across the globe, including the United States, the European Union, Canada and the United Kingdom since 2012. Labor has been calling for Australia to join our friends and partners to introduce these sanctions for some time. And indeed, Senator Penny Wong and Labor colleagues, of course, have been raising these matters throughout recent years, as have, as I might add, members of the government. We've been certainly raising these matters with the Turnbull and Morrison governments, including with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. The prevailing view in the government was that such a regime may not be necessary, that the Autonomous Sanctions Act already allowed for the listing of individuals and entities complicit in human rights abuses abroad. Labor has taken the view that Australia, being part of the global Magnitsky movement, was in our national interests, because it is in our interest that we work to generate and preserve global public good. Shaping the world for the better, something all of us in public life should aspire to, includes promoting issues and principles which we believe are of common benefit to all of our nations and peoples. That is at the heart of Labor's foreign policy tradition. These sanctions and formalised engagement with NGOs to target those responsible for human rights abuses are contemporary expressions of that tradition. Enshrining in law those actions that are counter to our interests is a very important signal to the perpetrators and beneficiaries of egregious human rights abuses, as well as threats to international peace and security. And working with our like-minded partners would enable effective and timely targeting of individuals and entities responsible for such conduct, while also minimising the impact on populations. In December last year, as the Minister referred to, the Joint Standing Committee in Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade recommended the Australian Government, and I quote, enact standalone targeted sanction legislation to address human rights violations and corruption, or the Magnitsky Act that should be able to receive nominations from any source. Now, can I, on behalf of the opposition, acknowledge the work of this committee and its chair, Senator Fawcett, and Deputy Chair, Meryl Swanson, and members, Senators Ayres, Kitching, Patrick, Gorman, Chris Hayes, Julian Hill, Peter Khalil, Senators McCarthy, O'Neill and Sheldon and Maria Van Vakenyu for their leadership and work to bring this bill into existence. The Morrison government did not respond to the committee's recommendations until August this year, but we are thankful we are now debating the bill in the House before rising this year. I should also note, Deputy Speaker, that this matter has, as I say, been taken up by members on both sides of the aisle, but I'd also just acknowledge the fact that Senator Kimberley Kitching was awarded an acknowledgement for her efforts to bring this matter to the attention of the government and this place and the other place when she raised these issues, and indeed has been recognised by Boston Global Forum for her efforts, and that I think also should be noted given her commitments to this cause. So what we have seen, I think it's fair to say, Deputy Speaker, is efforts by advocates to do better, to amend the current Act, to broaden the capability to take on human rights abuses. Individual members of the opposition and indeed of the government, including yourself, Deputy Speaker, who have advocated for the need to do more. We've seen other countries, like-minded countries, already enact legislation consistent with this approach, and I think it's therefore timely that this matter is resolved and is dealt with before rising this year. As I say, the government didn't respond to the committee's recommendations until recently, August, and it has taken 3 months for this bill to be introduced. We believe that delays were regrettable. They sent a regrettable message, but as I say, we have finally arrived at where we should have arrived earlier. That Australia, it did appear, wasn't sufficiently committed, and that we did not take human rights abuse seriously was a charge that we were laying against the government. And I guess it's fair to say, through pressure by government and by the government members and by the opposition, I think we've seen this matter finally be before us. In the meantime, we have seen increasing and disturbing reports of human rights violations around the world, and in some places political leaders have sought to manipulate the circumstances of the pandemic to further weaken those human rights. As we speak today, Chinese citizen journalist Zhang Zhan is on a hunger strike and at risk of dying without the urgent medical requirements that she needs. Ms Zhang was sentenced to 4 years of prison in December December last year for social media posts critical of the handling of the early COVID-19 outbreak in Wuhan. The February 1st military coup in Myanmar was a direct attack on the country's ongoing democratic transition. The subsequent violent crackdown against those protesting the coup saw thousands of political prisoners detained and civilians killed by security forces. But 10 months has passed and Australia stands alone amongst the UK, the United States, Canada and the European Union in not applying additional targeted sanctions against those responsible for the violence. And now we have the reports that Australia's Future Fund, the Taxpayers Fund, have been investing in joint ventures which, of course, have in some ways assisted these human rights breaches. The government has written, the opposition, I should say, has written to the minister and expressed our concern about these reports. It's fair to say, and I'm sure every member of the House would agree, the Future Fund should not be investing in such matters. It should not be profiting from what's happened in Myanmar. Importantly, the regulations of this bill enable the listing of individuals or entities that engage in serious violations for persons' rights not to be held in slavery or to be required to perform forced labour. As we know, modern slavery, including forced labour and forced marriage, affects millions of people, including even in our region. In 2017, an estimated 40 million people around the world were living in conditions of modern slavery. Approximately 25 million of these people were in forced labour situations. Research by the Walk Free Foundation has found that 1 in every 130 women and girls around the world is living in modern slavery. When it comes to criticising these violations, Australia cannot bring moral credibility we need to table unless we strengthen our Modern Slavery Act. Labor continues to call upon the Morrison government to work with us on the crossbench to improve the Modern Slavery Act to introduce tougher penalties for non-compliance and strengthen mandatory reporting requirements on possible exposures to abuses. Deputy Speaker, Labor will do more than amend these laws. We will place ending modern slavery at the heart of our international human rights engagement. This includes sanctions against those directly profiting from forced labour and modern slavery. It is incumbent upon the Australian Government, we would contend, to prosecute our interests, including support for human rights and democratic freedoms. Decisions to implement sanctions against individuals and entities are and should remain executive decisions of government, taking into account all relevant factors, including foreign and strategic interests and implications for bilateral relations. But it would also be appropriate to consult more widely. The process leading up to this legislation, in our view, has laid bare how disinterested the current government is in serious engagement with human rights advocates and diaspora community groups. Too often, their insights, not to mention their real-time reporting on the ground knowledge, is ignored. Labor would seek to correct this. We also believe that the themes of the bill under which sanctions can be applied are not wide enough. It does not cover violations of the rules and norms of armed conflict. It does not cover the crime of genocide or other crimes against humanity. It doesn't cover instances where rape and sexual violence are used as weapons of war. It doesn't cover the targeting of civilians or the manipulation or blockage of humanitarian aid in conflict zones. This is why we will amend the bill to enshrine violations of international humanitarian law, the law of conflict, as an additional theme under which sanctions can be applied. Deputy Speaker, this is a view that has been clearly communicated by human rights non-government organisations, including Human Rights Watch Australia and Save the Children, and I thank them for their constructive engagement in providing feedback to the government's bill. Deputy Speaker, we support this bill. It is overdue. There's more to be done, but it is important that we see this bill passed today and proclaimed in law so we can do better to deal with serious human rights abuses and prevent the ability of individuals to exploit circumstances where we see time and time again fundamental human rights being affected adversely and broken. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And before beginning, I acknowledge your significant interest in the matter of this bill. This is an important bill, and it's been a long time in the making. The Autonomous Sanctions Amendment Thematic Sanctions Bill implements a Magnitsky-style sanctions regime in Australia, allowing for targeted sanctions against individuals who commit human rights violations and engage in corruption. And it also expands the reach of these sanctions to other themes, including, relevantly for my portfolio responsibilities in this place, those who engage in malicious cyber activities. I do want to say a few words today about both the Magnitsky Human Rights Campaign and the use of individualised sanctions as a tool of cyber diplomacy. Labor has been urging the government to introduce Magnitsky-style sanctions since June of 2020. But there have been a number of people in this House on both sides of the chamber who have been campaigning for these laws since well before that time. And I want to pay tribute in my remarks today to those people and to acknowledge a very significant impact that their advocacy will have here and around the world. Can I start with Senator Kitching in the other place, who, in addition to sitting on the subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee that recommended these acts, has long had a private senator's bill in her name to implement this. And I also would like to commend Senator Kitching on her recent Magnitsky Award for service to the global Magnitsky movement. I'd also like to thank my colleagues on the subcommittee for bringing this bill to fruition, particularly the chair, the member for Menzies, and the deputy chair, the member for Fowler. I thank the government for heeding the calls of international human rights experts and victims of human rights abuses and referring consideration of the Magnitsky scheme to this committee and ultimately acting on the recommendation, on their recommendation with this bill. But the person that I think this place owes a particular obligation to acknowledge in this debate is to the great Michael Danby, the former member for Melbourne Ports. He insisted unrelentingly to everyone in this place that we pay attention to the need for a Magnitsky regime and to the message that it sends to human rights abusers. He even introduced a private member's bill to do so in 2018 to implement a Magnitsky regime. And in his second reading speech on that private member's bill that I was proud to sit next to Michael Danby when he introduced, he rather colourfully, but no less accurately, summed up the urgency with which we should be proceeding on this issue. He said that, quote, I think democratic countries around the world need to be involved in more pushback against these authoritarian regimes. This is something that should attract the support of both sides of politics. The great Australian actor Peter Finch in the Film Network advised people to open their windows and to shout, "I'm as mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore," and that should be the attitude that informs democratic citizens right across the world. He was right then, and I'm glad that the chamber is heeding his call now. Such was the former member for Melbourne Port's commitment to this issue that in his valedictory speech in this chamber, he said that, quote, "I feel a longing for all the unfinished business I leave here. Although I moved a first reading of the Magnitsky Act, it is not enshrined in our law. The government has come to favour having a legislative device for pushing back against corruption and human rights abuse by authoritarian countries, and I say to this parliament that Magnitsky would allow us, like the US, Canada and the UK, to tell states like Russia that you can't kill 38 Australians and get away with it. But unfortunately, we seem to have run out of time. Well, I hope that Michael Danby has been watching the debates on the implementation of a Magnitsky regime in Australia this week as we pass this bill into law and we finally complete the work that he began in this place years ago. Of course, while we owe much in this place to those of us who have advocated for a Magnitsky Act, most of all we must acknowledge Bill Browder, who led the global push for these laws, and the late Sergei Magnitsky, whose name we honour in their title. The story of these two friends is well known, but it's the kind of story that can't be told enough. Sergei Magnitsky was a Russian tax lawyer employed by the British-American financier Bill Browder. Magnitsky was murdered at the age of 37 after uncovering and exposing a massive fraud committed by officials within the Russian government. When Magnitsky blew the whistle on this fraud, he was jailed by the Russian government without trial for 11 months. In jail, he was tortured to death. Left in squalid conditions, he developed severe medical conditions, including pancreatitis, and his prison doctors withheld treatment as a means of coercion. He died a harrowing death alone in a jail cell, complaining of worsening stomach pain for 5 days. By the end, he was vomiting every 3 hours, and with a swollen stomach was finally moved to a medical facility where he was given a painkiller and assessed psychiatrically. Half an hour later, he was dead. After tracking the ill-gotten gains of those Russian officials back to the US, Magnitsky's good friend, Bill Browder, successfully lobbied the United States government to place sanctions on those individuals, and in his name, the US Congress passed the Magnitsky Act, laws to say that when domestic governments won't hold people accountable within their own borders for outrageous human rights abuses, then other states will take the lead in doing what they can to hold those responsible accountable. Browder dedicated his life to lead a push for global Magnitsky laws to ensure that human rights abusers like those that murdered Sergei Magnitsky would not have a safe haven anywhere on this earth. And the point behind this bill is that this story is far from unique. There are countless Sergei Magnitskys around this world who deserve our attention and who deserve our action. As Bill Browder noted on the need for these laws globally, quote, "The global Magnitsky sanctions will issue a stark warning to human rights abusers and kleptocrats around the world that no longer will they be able to commit atrocities with complete impunity. Targeted sanctions against those involved in corruption and human rights abuse will provide an immediate, tangible consequence which directly affects an individual where it hurts the most, in their pocket, and leaders of corrupt regimes will know they are no longer able to protect their ill-gotten gains abroad or flee to their lavish properties in foreign countries. Totalitarian dictatorships ultimately fall, and when they do, the global Magnitsky Act will prevent those who have committed human rights abuses from claiming asylum almost anywhere in the world." And it's this campaign that is why Labor has moved amendments to recognise Sergei Magnitsky in the title of this bill. While Labor supports the bill finally before the House, it has taken a long time to get here since the committee recommended a Magnitsky regime be put in place. The committee released its report in December 2020, around this time last year, and recommended that the government enact a sanctions regime. But the government did not respond to the committee's full report until August of 2021. And I have to say that today's faffing about whether to list this bill for debate and to finally resolve this bill was pretty discouraging at the last moment. I thank the government for bringing it on and dealing with it today, but its absence on the Absence on the legislative calendar for today was a disappointing start to the morning. The Morrison government's delay in introducing Magnitsky-style sanctions has sent a regrettable message that this is not a priority for Australia. In an era where democratic values are under increasing pressure and authoritarianism gains pace around the world, both within and without countries, we need to be forthright in our defence of democratic values. In the 12 months that this government has delayed the implementation of the Magnitsky sanctions regime, we've seen increasing and disturbing human rights violations around the world, including the military coup in Myanmar this past February, the erosion of the democratic system and the one country, two systems arrangement in Hong Kong, and the reports of continuing mass detentions and other human rights violations against Uyghurs and other ethnic and religious minorities in Xinjiang and across China. In finally passing these laws, we are saying to human rights abusers that Australia will not be a bolt hole for you, that you are not welcome here. The bill also amends the Autonomous Sanctions Act 2011 to enable sanctions against individuals that perpetuate malicious cyber activity. This is a very good step in the fight against international cyber criminals who are menacing Australian businesses and our essential services, our critical infrastructure, particularly to international ransomware crews. Again, it's the same problem we were dealing with human rights abusers. Domestic governments refusing to hold individuals within their own borders accountable for acts that menace the international order. In Australia and around the world, these criminals have willfully targeted health and hospital networks, bringing them to their knees and putting lives at risk. We've seen no less than 8 attacks on health and hospital networks in this year. These cyber attacks are not just disruptive, they're not just costly, they are a threat to life. And indeed, we've tragically seen deaths from ransomware attacks on hospitals in Germany and the United States. Frankly, we've been lucky there haven't been more deaths, and particularly lucky there haven't been deaths in Australia. These modern-day privateers regularly undertake these attacks with impunity from their host countries. And sanctions regimes targeting individual hackers, like the expanded scope included in this bill, are a useful part of the cyber diplomacy toolkit for trying to put an end to this impunity. It's not easy. Attribution of cyber attacks is often not a trivial exercise from a technical perspective. It requires careful analysis, and it's not always possible to do at an individual level. But where it is, sanctions regimes are a useful tool for responding to and deterring malicious cyber activity. Autonomous sanctions regimes targeting cyber criminals have already been implemented by our allies, including the United States, the United Kingdom and the EU. And in the case of state-backed actors, they've been able to go further than Australia has. While Australia has joined international partners in attributing malicious cyber activity to hackers with links to the Chinese Ministry of State Security in the case of the Hafnium Microsoft Exchange campaign, and to Russia in the SolarWinds supply chain attack, we haven't been able to go so far as to impose targeted sanctions on individuals that engage in these kinds of activities when we identify them as responsible. The United States first began imposing sanctions on cyber criminals in 2012, when the Obama administration used terrorism-related powers to designate the Iranian Ministry of Intelligence for hacking activities that it had been undertaking with Hezbollah. In 2015, President Obama issued Executive Order 13694, which allowed individuals and entities to be designated for malicious cyber activities unconnected to terrorism offences. In 2016, the US expanded its cyber sanctions regime in response to, quote, in the view of the increasing use of such activities to undermine democratic processes and institutions, including harming or otherwise significantly compromising the provision of services. Now, the United States has imposed 311 cyber-related sanctions over the last decade. Our allies have already been able to use targeted sanctions against individual members of the Sodnikobik and Revel group. I never can get that one right. And the same Russian-based ransomware crew that was responsible for ransomware attacks on JBS Foods, our biggest meat supplier, and shutting down their operations. The US has also placed individual sanctions on associates of North Korea's Lazarus Group, an infamous hacking group, for their numerous cyber attacks, including the very dramatic attack on Sony Pictures in 2014 in response to a not particularly good Seth Rogen movie, and one of the biggest bank heists in world history on the Central Bank of Bangladesh. And most heinously of all, the WannaCry worm in the WannaCry 2.0 attack in 2017 that caused global damages, including to the NHS and hospital networks around the world in more than 150 countries, and caused damage estimated in the billions. The European Council too has stated that, quote, sanctions are one of the options available in the Union's framework for a joint diplomatic response to malicious cyber activities, the so-called cyber diplomacy toolbox, and are intended to prevent, discourage, deter and respond to continuing and increasing malicious behaviour in cyberspace. Those sanctions can be imposed for attacks that cause, quote, significant impact and constitute an external threat to the EU or its member states. In July 2020, the European Council placed sanctions against 6 individuals and 3 entities for various significant cyber attacks, including Operation Cloudhopper, WannaCry and NotPetya. This was followed up by sanctions on 2 individuals and 1 group for the cyber attack on the German Federal Parliament in October 2020. So we're some way behind our allies in the global effort to deter malicious cyber activity, but this bill is an important opportunity to catch up and pull our weight on this front. This bill adds a measure of action to our words internationally. They give weight to the words of Australian diplomatic representatives and the Australian government in international forums when they stand up for international norms of appropriate state behaviour in cyberspace and when they stand up for international law in this area. That's why Labor supports this bill. Doesn't solve every problem. There are no silver bullets in this space. It's a complex area of both international law and cyber diplomacy. But the measures in this bill advance the debate. You know, they get us in the conversation. Some of the individuals held accountable by these sanctions are interesting characters, Deputy Speaker. One, Maxim Yakubets, the leader of the Evil Corp ransomware group in Russia, has been sanctioned by the US government. He drives a fluoro camouflage Lamborghini with a licence plate thief. That kind of impunity needs to end.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the honourable member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The legislation, of course, comes from a landmark committee report tabled around 12 months ago in the Parliament, which called for an overhaul of Australia's sanctions regime. You're a member of that committee, active participant, the chair even, which has proven to be insufficient in countering serious human rights violations and widespread corruption. This thematic sanctions bill, which I believe should be entitled Magnitsky legislation in line with our recommendation, it'll provide real and tangible, though, targeted responses and bring us into line with other strong human rights protecting states. There will be additional mechanisms when this law is passed for the Australian government to target and sanction individuals, beneficiaries, who've committed serious human rights abuses or are guilty of serious corruption perpetrated in any country across the world. Now, the government has not accepted all of our recommendations. The scope of the autonomous sanctions that the government is putting forward in this bill includes the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, threats to international peace and security, malicious cyber activity, serious violations or serious abuses of human rights, activities undermining good governance or the rule of law, including serious corruption. They're worthy things and deserving of support. I believe, and Labor believes, though, that they don't go wide enough, that the themes of the bill under which sanctions can be applied should be wider. For example, the bill doesn't cover violations of the rules and norms of armed conflict. The government's chosen not to cover the crime of genocide or other crimes against humanity. Government's chosen not to cover instances where rape and sexual violence are used systemically as weapons of war. Government's chosen not to cover the targeting of civilians or the manipulation or the blockage of humanitarian aid in conflict zones. And the government's chosen not to take up our, I think, thoughtful and considered recommendations, a matter on which we had real debate and turned our mind in the committee, regarding media freedoms and protection for journalists. Special consideration was given, Deputy Speaker, as you would remember, through our inquiry to the need to protect journalists and human rights defenders. And I'll make these remarks. Media freedom is under threat across the world like never before. We've seen this kind of threat manifest in places like Turkey, China, the Russian Federation, Hong Kong, Egypt, Cambodia, just to name a few. And also, I made these similar remarks in my tabling speech in relation to the report. I'm sorry to say, in our key security partner and largest foreign investor, the United States, where shamefully our own citizen, Julian Assange, is being pursued by the United States, facing life imprisonment, an effective death sentence for publishing evidence of US war crimes. Now, we cannot underestimate this risk to liberal democracies. If journalists are unable to do their jobs, it'll affect all of us as a global community. They're matters which I think should concern everyone in the Parliament, Deputy Speaker. Journalists, as well as human rights, democracy, labour and environmental rights activists, remain at risk, great risk in places like Cambodia. I'll just make a few remarks on Cambodia, Deputy Speaker. You know from our work on the committee together that I've got a great interest in human rights in Cambodia, proud to represent a vibrant Australian Cambodian diaspora community. Cambodia gives us a great operational example of the potential application of the proposed Magnitsky legislation. In making these remarks, I do stress this legislation is not about targeting one country. This legislation would apply across the world and give the government that extra tool in the toolkit when needed. But for many years in Cambodia, under the gangster regime of Prime Minister Hun Sen, human rights have been under threat. The Cambodian CPP, the ruling elite, they stand accused of enormous and systemic corruption. Hun Sen and his family and his cronies line their own pockets at the expense of ordinary Cambodians. They take their land, they attack their labour rights, they suppress dissent. They've given up any pretence of being a democracy. The gangster Prime Minister there won 125 seats out of 125 seats. Now, I'd love to win more seats at the election, but I think it should be because that's what the people choose through counting their votes, not through systemic corruption. And unfortunately, as we've seen with many authoritarian and liberal regimes across the world, the situation's been getting worse in the last 18 months, using the cover of COVID-19 to advance authoritarian changes. Doesn't matter for governments like Cambodia that the United Nations human rights expert has issued concerns about mass trials of individuals on chargement of conspiracy theory and incitement to create social chaos, including, I might say, charging in absentia Australian citizens, a new tactic. Human rights organisations have been calling on the Cambodian government to stop their harassment of independent media outlets, intimidating journalists. In testimony to the inquiry from brave members of the Cambodian diaspora, they take a risk, these people. Many of them, for speaking out in support of democracy and human rights, will never be able to visit their home country, the country of their birth or their ancestors ever. But they spoke out and gave us testimony about threats, including against Australian citizens, and money laundering by Cambodian officials buying assets here in Australia, the kind of stuff that this legislation will give the government more targeted tools to actually address and deal with. I hope they do. I'd encourage the government, when this legislation passes, I hope unanimously, to have a look, an early look, at the Human Rights Watch Dirty Dozen in Cambodia. Magnitsky laws will give the government the tools to deter and shine light on the behaviour of the corrupt Cambodian elite and ensure Australia no longer provides any shelter to these gangsters. As my friend Victorian Labor MP Meng Heng Tak said in his testimony, I quote, "It's about time that Australia played a role in curbing this regime. Given our geographic location, if we don't have a Magnitsky Act or we don't have enough measures to curb this interference in Australia, Australia is a very good place for the ruling party, for the elite, to park their assets." And we know the evidence has been given to the Parliament for years that Australia is a haven, a safe haven, for the Cambodian corrupt ruling elite to buy assets, to educate their children, to seek residency. They come and go. This can be tackled. So I do commend this legislation to the House. They send, these laws, a strong message of support to the victims and survivors that states are joining together, that the global community increasingly is working together to take stronger action to combat these violations. I'll just read into the Hansard also a quote from Mr Hamara In, who lives in my electorate. He's a friend of mine, and he's one of those Cambodians still subject to criminal charges by the Cambodian justice system. He hasn't been there for years, but he's still subject to trumped-up criminal charges of incitement for daring to speak out while here in Australia in support of human rights and democracy, daring to speak out in support of our values. It's a new tactic, because if convicted in Cambodia by the criminal courts, then he'll have a criminal record, and that will stymie his ability, make it dangerous for him to travel through large parts of the world if there's any chance of extradition to Cambodia. This is a tactic. I've said before, and I'll keep saying it. Shamefully, the Foreign Minister said nothing on this almost 12 months later about this tactic. It's a tactic that we cannot stand by and meekly accept as a country. We need to work with our friends and allies and push back. But he said that if Australia were to adopt a Magnitsky-style targeted sanction regime, it would, I quote, send hope to ordinary people that the international community understands their plight and is willing to stand by them and to help them. It is a message of hope. By enacting these laws today, Deputy Speaker, we as a country can add our voice to that growing global message of hope. Magnitsky laws at their core are about lighting a candle to shed light on the darkness and protect the most vulnerable in our community, our global community. I'll just make some remarks about why now. Why is it so significant at this time that Australia finally, after I think delays of too long, as other speakers have said, actually passed these laws? It's because, Deputy Speaker, there's a global movement underway and Australia must be part of it. We should not underestimate the value of Australia bringing ourselves into line finally with other world-leading states in enacting Magnitsky-style legislation. Because these laws will ensure that human rights are not merely ideals that we talk about, things that we might have posters on our wall, noble words said in committees, but things that we actually follow through as a parliament, as a government, as a country, with real action. And that's the key here. These laws can represent, if they're used properly and wisely by the government, tangible and effective deterrence, because global experience is that deterrence is a powerful force in preventing human rights and corruption. Now, of course, these laws are not going to stop all bad behaviour. Of course not. But they can, if used well, deter and moderate abuses if perpetrators know that they will risk exclusion from the global financial system, the loss of assets, and that their beneficiaries and family members may also be affected, or that they're prevented increasingly from entering developed, reputable countries across the world. And so, Deputy Speaker, I say that it is important that we do this today. It was incredibly disappointing for us who fought so hard for this. It was Labor, Labor's Foreign Minister, Senator Penny Wong, who'd spoken to the Turnbull government and the Morrison government, who's been calling for a long time now that we enact these laws. It was Labor in government in 2011 who enacted the autonomous sanctions regime. So this gives the third limb, if you like. We've got the United Nations sanctions, we've got the autonomous sanctions regime introduced by a Labor government, and now, initially through pressure from Labor, and I credit many backbench members of the government for joining with us through the committee process, now finally, today, we'll have the Magnitsky-style autonomous targeted sanctions. But it is important we do this today. It was really disappointing, given all the work that's been done. This came through the Senate today, that the government hadn't listed this for debate. I mean, it's not as if the government has any real legislative agenda, is it? The sitting calendar makes that clear. The Senate's going to sit for 5 days from tonight to the 7th of August. 10 days for the House of Reps. The Prime Minister's so terrified of getting his own party room together. It's not as if they've got any real legislative agenda, Deputy Speaker, so I'm questioning why.
Straying away from the bill before the House.
Well, it's a little bit of context about the scheduling. It's important stuff, Deputy Speaker.
He'll come back to the bill.
I'm making the point that I welcome the government's belated decision to introduce this legislation and bring it forward for debate today. It should have been listed. It should have been a priority, given the government, as I said, has no agenda, but I do welcome the fact we're now debating that today. But targeted sanctions are important. They mean visa bans, travel restrictions, limiting access to assets and restricting access to Australia's financial system for people who have perpetrated serious human rights violation, serious corruption. They'll complement our existing sanctions, as I said. They're important because in the absence of sufficient global accountability mechanisms that raise the costs of behaviour outside global norms, deterrence, if you like, then it falls to nation-states to act independently. Now, through our United Nations commitment, that first level of sanctions, if you like, Australia's targeted whole regimes for unacceptable, nefarious behaviour, grave abuses and serious threats to international peace and security. In 2011, as I said, it was a Labor government that then built on that regime, implementing the Autonomous Sanctions Act to enable these sanctions to apply to targeted countries and individuals, completely independent of our multilateral arrangements. Of course, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade didn't want these sanctions. They said that, well, you could use the existing Act. The committee, to its credit, didn't accept that advice. And look, I do note, I don't mean to be mean to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. They actually were very helpful witnesses. They cooperated with the inquiry. They put their view, which was obviously the government's view. The government didn't want this legislation, but to their credit, some of the government backbenchers obviously fought that fight internally, and here we have this legislation. But the autonomous sanctions have proved an important tool of Australian foreign policy, and these sanctions will complement them. Now, I believe, and they're controversial, there's some countries that don't support sanctions at all, but I believe we need to use sanctions to help support agreed international norms of human rights and be a force for positive change. The Magnitsky movement has shown, we received this evidence through the inquiry, including internationally, that where you deprive human rights abusers of their wealth and their ability to travel, it hits them where it hurts. It's not going to deter, as I said, every example of egregious behaviour, but it can make the world a better place. So in closing, Deputy Speaker, I hope this legislation passes the House today. I do commend the government for finally deciding, belatedly, better late than never on this one, to bring this matter forward for debate. And so, on the likelihood that this is the last sitting day of this parliament with this rotten, tired, corrupt government over there, I can certainly understand why the Prime Minister won't want to bring his party room back together in February. On that possibility, or indeed likelihood, then at least this parliament will, on its last day of sitting, if that turns out to be the case, have done something decent, something supported by all members of parliament, to shine light and deter the most egregious of human rights abuses. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I first heard the name Sergei Magnitsky many years ago when talking to my predecessor, who was a person who very much would have liked to have been here today, and I'm sure had the borders been open, my predecessor Michael Danby would have been in the chamber today to shepherd this bill through and to continue on and to see the continuation of his work and the work of many others to see the Magnitsky Act legislated and go through as law in this country. It was a cause that Michael believed in deeply, and it was a cause that guided him throughout his political career, one where he often took issues and took a stance on issues before they became mainstream, let me say, and before many others did so. And I think that is a great credit to him, that Michael spent many days in this place not just looking for the latest political trend, but rather what was the principle that he needed to stand for, and on behalf of those who needed a voice in this great chamber of democracy. And so Michael very much wanted to see a Magnitsky Act legislated. He retired just before it was so, and he did pass the mantle on to his good friend in the other place, Senator Kitching, who has also carried on the Danby mantle of Magnitsky and shepherding it through. And I want to pay tribute to Senator Kitching, who was recently awarded the Sergei Magnitsky Human Rights Award of 2021 and is a very much a deserved recipient of that award, someone who has worked tirelessly to see that Australia joins the many other countries, including the UK, including the United States, including the European Union, to have a framework on sanctions on individuals and on for against human rights. Senator Kitching organised a group of us on both sides of the parliament to hear from directly and to listen to the great Bill Browder, the person who started this global movement in honour of his friend and his assistant Sergei Magnitsky, or his lawyer, who died in a prison camp in Russia. And Bill, hearing him speak, even though it was on Zoom because of the pandemic, it was infectious. And he, in his passion and his sincerity, you can see why this has become a global movement and why democratic nations around the world have introduced similar bills to this. And it is, make no mistake, due to Bill Browder and his tireless commitment to stand up for what is right, not what is easy. This bill before the parliament today is a big step forward in our sanctions regime. It is a big step forward in a sanctions regime. Is it exactly as the Labor Party would have legislated and drafted? No. But it is a bill that we will support, obviously. It is a good step in the right direction, and it does improve our sanctions capability. Because it is important that Australia has strong sanctions capabilities. It is important that in instances like what happened in Myanmar, where there was a coup, and where Australia is now standing alone in other similar countries, to not have issued sanctions, it is important that we have legislation such as this in order to take action and send a strong signal to those who ran the coup in that country. The other person I want to mention in this speech, and I'll keep my remarks relatively brief, is Kylie Moore-Gilbert, Dr Kylie Moore-Gilbert, someone who I, along with the member for Wentworth, worked with the Foreign Minister, and I want to pay credit also to the Prime Minister, who was deeply involved in the activity to have her released from an Iranian prison for 800 days. And the astounding thing about Kylie Moore-Gilbert is that despite her unbelievable ordeal that she had to go through, Kylie Moore-Gilbert has come out of that with grace, with strength, with intelligence and conviction, and a commitment to stand up for others that were in her spot and others who face similar situations. She has been a champion for this legislation as well, and I pay tribute to her. So this is a culmination of many years of work. This is a culmination of many years of dedication. This is a good piece of legislation. It is important that Australia increases our sanctions capability, and I'm proud to support the Magnitsky Act in honour of Sergei Magnitsky and Bill Browder, and for all of their tireless efforts.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Before calling the Minister, can I just add, as Chairman of the Human Rights Committee that tabled a unanimous report after an inquiry into Magnitsky legislation, that I commend the government for bringing forward this legislation and for the House for expediting the debate today. I call the Minister.
I seek leave to move.
I think you
put
need
the
to
question.
sum up. Do you wish to sum up the debate?
Yeah. Sorry.
The Minister.
Thank you. The Autonomous Sanctions Amendment, Magnitsky Style and Other Thematic Sanctions Bill 2021 is a really important bill that is long overdue. People across both sides of the chamber, in this place and in the other, have said many things. There is capability in this to add other themes and additions, but the important thing is that we acknowledge not only people like Michael Danby, but people around the country who have been calling for this sort of legislation. So I'd like to thank all contributors to the debate. I've just given an extensive second reading speech which outlines all the important things. So I commend this bill to the House and move that the motion be put. Done. It'll just be put.
So, is leave granted for the third reading? No. Done.
The question is that the bill be read a second time.
Oh, yeah. Okay. The question is that the bill be read a second time. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Autonomous Sanctions Act 2011 and for related purposes.
And is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Autonomous Sanctions Act 2011 and for related purposes.
Cool. I've received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip nominating members to be members of certain committees. I call the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
I move that Mr Georgianis be discharged from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights and that in his place Mr Burns be appointed a member of the committee and Ms Clayton, Mr Watts and Mr C Kelly be appointed members of the Select Committee on Social Media and Online Safety.
The question is that motion be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Religious Discrimination Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand it's the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Religious Discrimination Consequential Amendments Bill 2021 and the Human Rights Legislation Amendment Bill 2021. There is no objection. There being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the Opposition Minister, Shadow Minister for Shadow Attorney General. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The idea that it should be unlawful to discriminate against someone in employment, the provision of services or in other areas of public life on the basis of a person's religious belief or activity is not, or at least should not be, controversial. Indeed, it is already unlawful under the anti-discrimination laws in most states and territories for individuals to be discriminated against on the basis of their religious beliefs or practices. Freedom of thought, conscience and religion or belief is a fundamental human right, and Labor supports the extension of the federal anti-discrimination framework to ensure that Australians are not discriminated against because of their religious beliefs or activities, just as Commonwealth law currently prohibits discrimination on the basis of age, disability, race, sex, gender identity, sex characteristics and sexual orientation. The provisions of these bills are complex, particularly when it comes to their interaction with other anti-discrimination laws, including state anti-discrimination laws. Many of the bill's opponents have already raised concerns about the kind of comments these bills could allow people to say or do, and many of the supporters of these bills have been just as quick to refute many of those arguments. Even the Prime Minister and the Assistant Attorney General cannot agree on how the Religious Discrimination Bill would work in practice, with each offering different and contradictory views about the way in which particular provisions would operate. If the Prime Minister cannot even agree with his own ministers about the effective aspects of these bills, it is clearly inappropriate for the Prime Minister to bring these bills on for a vote in the House today, a few days after he introduced them and before a parliamentary committee has had an opportunity to even commence its public consultations on them. This is a complex area of law, and Labor will not adopt a final position until a parliamentary committee has looked at these bills and we have consulted widely with the Australian community, because we want to get this right. We want a respectful debate, and we want that debate informed by what we in this parliament hear from our communities, what we hear from the communities that we represent. We've shown this week in the debate about Mave's Law, the bill dealing with mitochondrial donation and the ethical issues that that raises, that we can debate and respect each other's views. It was very much Parliament at its best, and I know that many on the other side of the chamber hold the view that I've just expressed about both the capacity of this parliament to have a respectful debate and the need for a respectful debate on these bills. It has been disappointing to hear the Attorney-General characterise that sensible, responsible position of waiting for a parliamentary inquiry to report, which is of course consistent with the usual practice in relation to the vast majority of complex bills introduced to this parliament, as some kind of delaying tactic. This is the same Attorney-General who has also flagged publicly that she and the government are open to making amendments to these bills if the parliamentary committee recommends that course. Let's be quite clear about the history of the bills that are now before the parliament. In December 2018, 3 years ago, the Prime Minister committed to introducing a religious discrimination bill in early 2019 in order that it could be passed before the 2019 election. He didn't. And he didn't even introduce it in early 2020 or even in early 2021. In December 2018, some 3 years ago, the Prime Minister committed to working with Labor and the crossbench in, and I quote, the spirit of bipartisanship, end quote. The Prime Minister said that his government, and again I quote, will endeavour to introduce legislation into the Parliament that enjoys broad cross-party support, end quote. In the intervening 3 years, regrettably, the Prime Minister did not honour this commitment. He and his government have not worked with Labor on this legislation. In June of this year, I wrote directly to Senator Cash as the new Attorney-General to ask her to work with Labor on these bills. She has not. So for the government to introduce these complex bills in the second last sitting week of the year, almost 3 years after the Prime Minister promised to do it, and then to accuse Labor of delay because we expect the bill to go through the usual process of parliamentary scrutiny is simply wrong. The debate in this parliament on the issues of religious freedom and non-discrimination needs to be an occasion for bringing people together. As I've already made clear, Labor's approach to these bills will be guided by a number of simple but fundamental principles, including the following. First, as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights makes clear, religious organisations and people of faith have the right to act in accordance with the doctrines, beliefs or teachings of their traditions and faith. Second, Labor supports the extension of the federal anti-discrimination framework to ensure that Australians are not discriminated against because of their religious beliefs or activities. And third, consistent with the International Covenant, any extension of the federal anti-discrimination framework should not remove protections that already exist in the law to protect Australians from other forms of discrimination. I could add that we also need to ensure the provisions of the bill work as intended, and I expect the Parliamentary Committee looking at these bills will pay careful regard to any unintended consequences over the course of the important inquiry that it is about to undertake. If I could offer from a personal perspective that every member of this House has a responsibility to ensure that the laws we pass here work for the benefit of the communities we represent and for the wider benefit of the nation. I was elected to this parliament in 2007, and in my first speech I spoke about how honoured I was to be representing the people of the diverse electorate of Isaacs that I'm very proud to represent to this day in south-east Melbourne. My electorate, taking in the suburbs of Dandenong South, Mentone, Mordialloc, South Keysborough and a dozen or so others, just by way of example, provides a vivid example of our success as a multicultural society. These places have absorbed immigrants from around the world and are now a vibrant home to people from 182 countries, including representatives from just about every religion in the world. That religious diversity of the Isaacs community includes the Sikh temple in Perry Road, the Dharmasarana temple, which is managed by the Buddhist Sri Lankan Association of Victoria, and which has developed relationships with other Buddhist temples in Melbourne, including those of the Cambodian, Laotian, Burmese and Thai communities, the Turkish Islamic and Cultural Centre in Keysborough, Christian churches representing communities from across that faith, including Catholic, Anglican, Uniting, Baptist churches and the Assemblies of God, and the Melbourne Hebrew congregation, the Moorabbin Hebrew congregation, who are busy with their Hanukkah celebrations this festival week. The religious diversity I see in my own community of Isaacs is of course to be found in electorates across our nation, and that religious diversity is intrinsic to our successful multiculturalism and our success as a nation. Because for many Australians, religion forms a central part, if not the core part, of their personal identity and value system, and it helps guide how they want to raise their families. For me personally, the values of Judaism are very important. In particular, the central themes of law and justice in both Jewish religious and secular traditions have great meaning for me. It was Moses who charged the Jewish people with the command, "Justice, justice, you shall pursue," from Deuteronomy. And the pursuit of justice has been an ongoing challenge and a call to action for me in my previous career and in my work in this place. Judaism is also an inseparable part of my family history. My father and his parents were forced to flee from Nazi Germany for the simple reason that they were Jews. My father managed to escape Nazi Germany before World War II erupted, arriving in Australia with his brother in July 1939. My father's parents, my grandparents, arrived later, some 3 months after the war started, in a somewhat miraculous escape from Germany. My great-grandparents did not escape. They perished in the Holocaust. That family history, as well as the much broader historical tapestry of the Jewish people who've lived for some 2,000 years as the guests of other nations, has helped to shape my worldview, and it continues to inform my work as a member of this parliament. It is a history, personal and cultural, that ensures that I have undying gratitude to this nation and to its generous people for taking in my father, his brother and my grandparents in their time of desperate need. And it is a history that makes me appreciative of the wonderful diversity of this nation and the need to continually protect that diversity, and of the need to uphold and, where possible, to strengthen the fundamental human rights in which that diversity flourishes. In my first speech I said, and I quote, "Tolerance lies at the heart of our Australian multiculturalism. It is a vital democratic value. Tolerance of others, tolerance of different cultural and religious values, and tolerance of different political positions produces inclusiveness and not division. It enables harmonious communities and peaceful political debate. By and large, migrants to our country leave behind them old hatreds and prejudices. When they arrive, they acquire Australia's understated style of tolerance of difference." The idea of tolerance is undoubtedly important, but as I've said before, I think we can often do better than merely tolerating our differences. I think we can learn to embrace the fact of those differences as a wonderful boon to be appreciated for all that it offers us, rather than seeing difference merely as a burden that must be tolerated. I feel that it is in the open-hearted acceptance and genuine appreciation of difference, rather than the mere tolerance of it, that the foundations of a truly multicultural and diverse society must rest. Because from this position we will not just tolerate those from other cultures and religions, but we will actively welcome and appreciate them. It is because of the need to foster acceptance and appreciation that I've always championed the importance of our nation's anti-discrimination framework, and it is why I've always worked to find the right balance between ensuring rights are protected while at the same time ensuring that those rights do not lead to discrimination. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, to which Australia has been a party for 2 generations now, makes the importance of this difficult balance clear. Article 18.1 of the ICCPR states, and I quote, "Everyone shall have the right to freedom of thought, conscience and religion. This right shall include freedom to have or to adopt a religion or belief of his choice, and freedom, either individually or in community with others and in public or private, to manifest his religion or belief in worship, observance, practice and teaching." And Article 18.3 of the Covenant states, and again I quote, "Freedom to manifest one's religion or beliefs may be subject only to such limitations as are prescribed by law and are necessary to protect public safety, order, health or morals, or the fundamental rights and freedoms of others." It is on that last point, the need to ensure that freedoms do not compromise the fundamental rights and freedoms of others, that so much turns. Acknowledging the complexity of getting the balance right is not a delaying tactic. It is a statement of the obvious. As the expert panel led by Philip Ruddock recognised, designing legal rules to protect freedom of thought, conscience and religion without unjustifiably burdening other rights is an immensely difficult and delicate task. The expert panel aptly described it as, and I quote, "a many-sided discussion." Some contributions to this many-sided discussion have already referred to matters that are not addressed in these bills directly. For example, as everyone in this place knows, almost 3 years ago, the Prime Minister, in fact a little over 3 years ago, the Prime Minister promised that he would update the laws to protect LGBT students as soon as possible. Those were the Prime Minister's words, as soon as possible. He hasn't done that as part of this package of bills, and just a few days ago the Prime Minister said that he would not do anything on this issue for at least another year. He said he needed to hear from the Australian Law Reform Commission before taking any action. But now, according to reports this morning, the Prime Minister has changed his mind and has now agreed to move an amendment to these bills to ensure that students cannot be discriminated against on the basis of their sexuality or gender identity. We will wait to see what, if anything, the Prime Minister is proposing to do on that front. And on that issue, as with these bills, we stand ready to work across the Parliament. As I've said to Senator Cash, Labor has been seeking to encourage a bipartisan approach to all of these issues so that, to the extent possible, we have a discussion that is respectful, constructive, accepting and unifying, and which recognises the wealth and value of Australia's diversity. That does not mean that everyone will agree on the outcome, but such an approach should mean that everyone's view is respected and listened to. I await the report of the parliamentary inquiry, as I'm sure do all of my colleagues in this parliament. I await the report of the parliamentary inquiry into these bills.
I thank the Shadow Attorney-General. I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, the circumstances of our democracy and the liberties that we enjoy in our form of government are underpinned by the ethos that surrounds faith. For me, my Christian faith, the egalitarian treatise that one should love one's neighbour as oneself, not better, not worse, but as you would expect to be treated yourself. This took the place of the historical hierarchical structure that was the lived human condition since we left the cave. I am the king, you are the peasant, you are the slave, you are merely sport and have no value, you are dispensable. That has been the way of the world till very recent times, till faith succeeded in saying, no, this is not how you treat your fellow person. Sadly now, democracy is in the decline across the globe. As democracy is in the decline, then the principle of equality is replaced by another person or a group's unquestioned tenure of power, becoming the lived experience of others, that their rights are greater and your role is subservient. Democracy is underpinned by the convention that you and I are equivalent in our rights. Ancient Greece did not invent democracy, not like we experience it today. It is a very, very, very distant and quite different ancestor. What we can take from the ancient Athenian seed, though, however, is how long it took to grow to the actual rights we enjoy in this chamber. I say the fertiliser, the nutrients that allowed that growth, and to be frank, in its most abundant forms in very recent times, was the ethos of faith. In my instance, the Christian faith in other people's other faiths. Paradoxically and somewhat obnoxiously, now many want to pull out the roots of the tree which we shelter under. In Australia, we acknowledge that people should not be discriminated against by reason of their gender. We acknowledge that people should not be discriminated because of their sexuality. We acknowledge that people should not be discriminated against because of the colour of their skin. We acknowledge that people should not be discriminated against by reason of physical appearance. But in our nation, we missed a fundamental element of what a person is. For many, what is more important than their physical appearance, their gender, their sexuality or the colour of their skin is their faith. It is for many what differentiates them from the animals. We're endowed with a belief structure that transcends to the supernatural, the deity, a god. It is a unique thing about the human condition. People's belief structures is a unique thing that cultures that have been separated by seas and thousands of miles and millenniums of times nonetheless had faiths. I believe there is a spiritual and an eternal aspect to our terminal human condition. The emblems of these varying faiths were in the centres of the villages in Papua New Guinea, in jungles in Central America, in the deserts of the Middle East, the cities of Europe, or in the psyche of the person as they walked across their land. Without faith, so many people are left without reason, devoid of purpose. They are alone on a planet crowded with people. Faith comes with caveats. You can't use faith for the destruction of another person in any of their forms for your own reasons outside the law, or in the impoverishment of others who do not share your belief. Faith must come with a caveat. You must respect the rights of people who hold who hold completely different beliefs, or who hold none at all. This bill is a major step, in fact a belated step, to make sure this nation allows faith to remain unshackled by the state, and by so doing preserves the fuller expression and enjoyment of the freedom that is the birthright of this democratic nation. Part of our democratic inheritance is the freedom of people to express their views and contribute to the public debate. Rod Chiswell, the Anglican Bishop of Armidale, has said, considering the federal discrimination laws already in place dealing with sex, race, age, disability, it is only right that religious belief be among those protections. And I think most Australians would agree with that. Faith, the refuge of the adherent and the source of a code which has given us the foundation of so many of the rights and freedoms that we mistakenly believe today grew organically. The implausible inspiration from a void. This right to a faith must be protected. This right to a faith must be protected to protect democracy itself. The great threat to faith is when it's usurped by the excessive powers of the state, when the state annuls or corrals the spirit. The paramount state enviably sees faith as their biggest threat, and so brutally abolishes it or corrupts it and uses it, replacing it with their alternate belief structure. Importantly, the Australian Christian Lobby notes that this bill directly addresses the Porteous matter by delivering an override for Section 17 of the Tasmanian Anti-Discrimination Act, which provides that a person can bring an action if they are offended by statements pertaining to a protected attribute. The fact that a Catholic prelate was going to face legal sanction by a simple profession of faith in a document is evident of the state brutally corralling and neutering to usurp the role of faith in the public square. In New England, the introduction of this bill has been welcomed by local faith-based schools. One school principal in Tamworth says, "I believe that those using the excuse that these laws will promote the sacking of staff are missing the point, as the very purpose of Christian schools is to hold a worldview that is Christian. We don't seek to discriminate, but to adhere to the bias by which the school was formed." I believe that it is creating a straw man that there will be some sort of purge on good teachers doing a perfectly reasonable job, and the parents must be allowed to send their children to a school that adheres to their faith. To elucidate the argument, there would be a proper outcry if a teacher at a non-denominational secular school brought into a mathematics class teachings, tenets and exams on Bible studies. Catholic schools in my area are conscious of the need to have the freedom to employ staff who are supportive of their mission. In welcoming this bill, they say, and I quote, "The proposed legislation simply enables Catholic schools to preference the employment and enrolment of people of the Catholic faith and those willing to support the ethos and values of the school. This is reasonable and in a fair and free pluralist society." Many of my constituents feel strongly about this too. As one wrote to me recently, "The Church of God is called to a higher standard than the citizens of Australia. It should be allowed to expect their members, and especially their leaders, to follow the teachings of the Bible." The vast majority of Australians believe in respecting the inherent dignity of the individual. In this regard, it means letting them live the life they wish and raise the families according to their values. It is important to note that this is a belief that stems from Christian teaching and to a varying degree has shaped the various iterations of this bill. This was a promise taken to the last election by the Coalition, and it is essential that we keep faith with those who voted for us on this issue in 2019. This is something the Nationals believe in deeply. It also underpins our commitment to ensuring parents have a choice in how they educate their kids. While some will say the legislation does not go far enough, others says it has gone too far. That is part of our democratic inheritance. It also suggests that the bill has to be taken into account the breadth of views held by the community, and that it is worthy of bipartisan support. It finally provides Australians with protections against religious discrimination at a federal level that are long overdue, and I'm pleased to support this bill. Mr Speaker, I hope that in going through the amendments we make sure that we adhere to the tenets of what this bill of what we provided at the election, that we support it, that it is an addition to the rights that we currently enjoy, and of course to do so it must go beyond what is currently the status quo.
It being almost 1:30, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. The member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate resumes. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Newcastle.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, every day more and more Novocastrians are being left behind by this Morrison Liberal government. Whether it's childcare, petrol prices or increased out-of-pocket health costs, it's getting harder and harder for local families to get ahead. Right now, we're facing a national housing crisis with Novocastrians waiting between 5 to 10 years on social housing wait lists. Last week, I was contacted by Emily from Stockton, who's a single parent with 3 kids. Her family's facing eviction because her rent is increasing by $175 a week. She's worried she's going to have to sleep in the car. And this government's got no plans to help Emily or thousands of others just like her. Likewise, this government's shocking neglect of the NDIS is having a real impact on the lives of vulnerable people in my community. In the last month alone, I've had 10 constituents from my electorate contact me about their NDIS plans being cut, their basic requests being denied or simply being ignored altogether, like the double amputee from my electorate who was denied a request for 2 new prosthetic limbs. Every day he waited at home, isolated from his community, living in extreme pain because his prosthetic legs were no longer fitted him until I intervened. This Prime Minister likes to pretend that there's nothing to see here, but tell that to the 460,000 Australians with significant or permanent disability who are being left behind by this government. This is a government with no plans for now, no plans for the future. They don't deserve another turn of government.
I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's always a good time to celebrate our teachers, but as we near the end of the school year in Tasmania, it's especially fitting to say thank you to the teachers and education staff across all of our schools. I'm sure any parent who has undertaken the task of home learning at any stage recently has a newfound appreciation for what's really required when educating young minds. In Tasmania this week, educational professionals were recognised at the 25-year State Service Awards, including Karen Kerrison, Jill Fish, Colleen Elliott, Natasha Gibbons, Anthony Leonard, Bronwyn Morgan, Jennifer Radford, Karen Watson, Marie Stannis, Tony Brasendale, Diane Landstall, Marcella Glashen and Susan Cute. I'm fortunate enough to know a few of the recipients, including Jill Fish, who has, I think, taught all of the Archer children over many years in Georgetown, and also the wonderful principal of Invermay Primary School, Tony Brasendale. Tony first began his career as a PE teacher in 1996, before working his way up to principal of the Invermay Primary School, and says that his passion for education remains. I turn up every day, love what I do, and so here I am, he said. Riverside Primary School teacher Jennifer Radford always knew she wanted to be a teacher and has spent her career teaching kindergarten through to Year 2. Ms Radford sums it up perfectly when she says what we do isn't about literacy and numeracy, but rather the relationship we build with the child so that they can become the best person they can be.
I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, 2021 has been a massive year, Deputy Speaker, the second year of this pandemic, and I want to put a big shout-out to all the Territorians out there who have been doing an awesome job fighting COVID and keeping their families and our whole community safe. We had a couple of short lockdowns, we had a lockout, but they were just short ones. Everyone did the righty, and thank you everyone for doing that. It's why we're still one of the safest places in Australia, so thank you. I want to thank my family in particular. It's been a long year with some big absences when I got stuck down here in a lockout or lockdown, and then 2 weeks at Howard Springs quarantine facility on the way home. And I want to thank my staff as well for putting up with me. But it's a great facility, Howard Springs, but I'm looking forward to just 7 days this time quarantining at home when I get back to Darwin. I want to thank the member for Lingiari, my friend and colleague, for his 30 years of service to the Territory and to this parliament, and also my other Labor colleague, Malandiri McCarthy, for her sterling work fighting for Territorians in this place, because that's what we're here to do, and listening to valedictory speeches is a good reminder of that. I'll keep fighting for the North, for Darwin and Palmerston and the Territory every minute that I'm here. Can't wait to get home, and I want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas.
I call the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, today marks the release of the 2021 Reimagine Gold Coast Insights Report, the second publication since the pandemic hit. As Chair of the City Heart Task Force, I convened Reimagine 2.0 in September this year to bring together industry leaders to plan for the year ahead and beyond for jobs, skills and industry on the Gold Coast. I thank the City Heart Task Force executive members and their industry leaders for the work and dedication and contributions made to the forum and to this report that focuses on the future jobs economy as applied to the three key areas of opportunity, innovation and talent. It highlights emerging economic sectors on the Gold Coast, such as medtech, Industry 4.0, advanced manufacturing and space, Deputy Speaker. I thank RDA Gold Coast, Urbis, the Gold Coast Bulletin, Austereo Network, the Island and Surfers Paradise and Dreamweavers for their support of the event. I also thank Karen Phillips for her great efforts on the event and the subsequent report. I thank the Prime Minister and my local Gold Coast colleagues, the member for McPherson, Karen Andrews and the member for Fadden, Stuart Robert, for their support and their contributions. The report is featured in the Gold Coast Bulletin today and it's available from our website online, so anybody that wants to read further into the report, please go to that website and have a look. To Gold Coast industry, I say thank you. It's imperative that we continue to draw on our entrepreneurialism, our resilience and collaborative spirit. These strengths are the foundation upon which we build our recovery to the new economy.
I call the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise today on the last day of sitting for the year, and I reckon I'm not the only one who could use a reboot. The last 2 years have been pretty tough, with the fires and the pandemic, with multiple lockdowns and border closures, and more recently floods. I think I can confidently say that a reboot is in order for us all, which is why I'm excited to see the annual reboot in Bermagui finally taking place this weekend. It was cancelled last year, and then in October this year it was postponed, so it's been a long and uncertain journey for the organisers to get to this point, but I'm glad that they persevered. Reboot in Bermagui is one of those fantastic local events that bring community and tourists together to enjoy a weekend outdoors. It's a weekend to run, relax, refresh and renew in the beautiful coastal town of Bermagui. It features fun runs, bike rides, ocean swims, yoga, tai chi and Pilates, as well as stand-up paddleboarding, surf lessons and barefoot bowls. The skate, scoot and BMX competition is another highlight where kids and adults can show off their skills at the skate park. Reboot in Bermagui is exactly what our communities need right now. We need to put this year behind us, and what better way to go out and about in this sunshine, kick off the summer with a laugh and a smile. Thank you to the organisers for all of your efforts to get this off the ground and to create such a positive experience for our community. It's not too late to register for the events. Head to the website Reboot in Bermagui and get down and support these guys.
I call the member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to return this book, American Colossus, Big Bill Tilden and the Creation of Modern Tennis, to the member for Bennelong who lent me the book, and I now return it to him. The member for Bennelong has given me great gifts, not just the reading of the book, but he gave me Indian Summer by the Gatlin Brothers with Roy Orbison, taking it home. He's told me about songs, about places, he's told me stories. But his great contribution for me has been that he's, as an international person, to a degree he's been above this parliament. His thoughts have been higher than our thoughts. His work on committees and the uplift and inquiry into infrastructure, I believe he's a prophet and a seer, and one day, John, one day, member for Bennelong, the things that you put in those reports and those infrastructure and the way we do it will come to pass in this country, and you'll be lauded as somebody who was way ahead of his time. As an international tennis player and coming into this place as you did, you had a different view of the world. You may not have been like other politicians here because you were different. You wanted to see a national cooperation for the betterment and the greater benefit of the Australian people. That was your goal, that was your focus, it always has been. To me, it's a great regret that you are leaving this parliament. You know I encourage you to stay on, probably once a week. But your time has come. I wish you the very best, but I give you this song, Gentle on My Mind, John. You'll be gentle on my mind forever.
I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you. I present to the House the 12 Scandals of Christmas 2021 edition. On the first day of Christmas, the PM backed his mates, only picking fights with premiers of Labor states. On the second day of Christmas, the PM copped some flack. He said we're at the front of the queue, but we were really at the back. On the third day of Christmas, the PM left us cross. He said it wasn't a race, but it was, and we badly lost. On the fourth day of Christmas, the PM tipped the scales. Victoria would have to wait for vaccines. He sent ours to New South Wales. On the fifth day of Christmas, the world was left perplexed when he picked a fight with the French and leaked their private texts. On the sixth day of Christmas, the PM rocked the boat with a Trump-style attempt to suppress the number of votes. On the seventh day of Christmas, he said showing ID is a must, unless it's a donation to a minister's blind trust. On the eighth day of Christmas, the PM searched for backers by giving his sympathy to violent anti-vaxxers. On the ninth day of Christmas, he played some more repeats, wasting millions on car park rorts that were only for marginal seats. On the 10th day of Christmas, he threw up a distraction, a shiny new pamphlet to cover up 8 years of climate inaction. On the 11th day of Christmas, he really wasn't shy. He told us on the radio he'd never told a lie. On the 12th day of Christmas, there can be no more doubt. It's time to throw this rotten, tired Morrison government out. Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Ho, 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 and I call the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I note from the outset your long-standing interest in all things road safety. And I had the opportunity, Deputy Speaker, this week to meet with Michelle McLaughlin, and she told me a tragic but inspirational story. 7 years ago, she lost her 4-year-old son Tom in a tragic road accident. He was struck by a car while the family was on holidays. You know, Deputy Speaker, 430 children have died since then in road crashes. Michelle has found strength to turn this tragedy into something positive in Tom's memory. She formed the Little Blue Dinosaur Foundation. Her mission is to help educate and protect child pedestrians from dangers on our roads. Since 2014, 63 councils in 4 states have actually engaged with the Little Blue Dinosaur Foundation. They've done things like installing high-profile and colourful signs which recognise the peak holiday times, a lot more activity around our communities in these beachside areas, and also the importance of holding a child's hand at all times near a road. These messages, these signs are installed by local governments near beaches, key playgrounds, in car parks. And it's a prevention strategy that I believe, Deputy Speaker, needs a national rollout. I've written to the Minister for Transport in this regard and suggested to him, and I note the Assistant Minister at the table as well, suggested to the Minister that we add a statement of expectations to the Roads to Recovery program to encourage local government to roll out on a national level the Little Blue Dinosaur Foundation signage. Finally, can I encourage everyone listening today, please slow down, please pay attention and stay safe on our roads this Christmas.
I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This week, Hills Radio signed off as a community radio broadcaster after 7 years of service to the Adelaide Hills. Their closure on November 30 was a day of great sadness to the 70 volunteers who produce over 47 programs each week and to all of us who listen. And I'd like to say thank you to the volunteers. I know you left no stone unturned to secure a second licence for the region. And I know this because I've been advocating on behalf of Hills Radio since I was first elected and they had a temporary licence. And I've supported their bid for a second licence when ACMA allocated the community broadcasting licence to Lofty Radio in September 2020. Lofty Radio is a wonderful community broadcaster too, and I also go on their station, but we can have 2 in our region, and you only have to look at Victor Harbour to see an example of 2 community broadcasters, Happy FM and Fleura FM, who operate successfully in the same location. These are arguments I raised with the Minister on many occasions and with ACMA in meetings and in letters. ACMA have been definitive in their refusing Hills Radio's request. Looking forward, it's my hope that the talent at Hills Radio is not wasted and those volunteers can find a new outlet in community broadcasting in our community. It really is a great, great shame and loss. Thank you.
I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Summer has started in South Australia and that means that it's beach time in Boothby. Staying safe at the beach this summer is so important and our surf lifesaving volunteers do so much to ensure that we can all enjoy the beautiful beaches in Boothby both safely and responsibly. I urge all beachgoers to follow the advice of our trained lifeguards and to swim between the flags at all times. We can also visit beachsafe.org.au, that's beachsafe.org.au for more tips about beach safety. I would like to highlight the tremendous work of our local surf lifesaving clubs in Boothby and thank President John Svetko and the Brighton Surf Lifesaving Club volunteers, President Michael Mick Billing and the Glenelg Surf Lifesaving Club volunteers, President Jacinta Day and the Seacliff Surf Lifesaving Club volunteers, and President Warwick Holland and the Somerton Surf Lifesaving Club volunteers. These clubs and amazing volunteers do so much to keep us all safe each and every summer. They also support the development of skills, fitness, volunteering and foster lifelong friendships, especially amongst their young members. There are so many ways to support these amazing and fantastic clubs, so please get in touch with your local club in Boothby to find out how you can get more involved and support our wonderful volunteers who keep us all safe at the beach each summer. Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of all South Australians, I thank all of our surf lifesaving clubs in Boothby for their tremendous work each and every summer.
I call the member for Boothby. Sorry, for Dobell.
Deputy Speaker, it's been more than 2 years since this government promised to build a headspace at Wyong in my community on the central coast of New South Wales. They made this promise on the eve of the 2019 election, saying they'd put $1.5 million towards the project. They said it would be up and running by 2021. In fact, in Senate estimates on the 27th of October, we were told that Headspace Wyong would be officially open in December 2021. Well, it's now December, and this government still hasn't delivered. My community on the Central Coast desperately needs access to more mental health support, especially for young people, and especially after the year they've had. Our community spent months in lockdown because of the government's failures in hotel quarantine and their failure to stop another COVID-19 outbreak. During this time, demand for mental health support surged to its highest levels. Lifeline experienced its busiest day on record in August, with over 3,500 calls made in just one day. Young coasties are crying out for help as they struggled with changes at home learning ahead of the HSC. A service like Headspace Wyong could have helped them. It could have made it easier on them. But instead, this government has sat on its hands when it comes to mental health support for my community. They make empty promises without following through. People in my community on the Central Coast deserve better. They deserve a Headspace at Wyong. It's well past time for the government to follow through on this commitment.
I call the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Everyone knows that volunteers are the glue that hold communities together. And as we speak, right at this moment, the finals of the New South Wales Volunteer of the Year Awards have been held. And I've got some great finalists that are contesting that today. The Adult Volunteer of the Year from the Orana region, Bruce McDermott, who's a justice advocate. Senior Volunteer of the Year for the Orana region is Janice Stanford, who's a great long-serving member of the CWA. Volunteer Team of the Year for the Orana region is the Rotary Club of Narromine. Out in the far west, the Young Volunteer of the Year, Abby Kelly from Broken Hill, is an environmentalist, lobbyist, fundraiser, performer and volunteer, and she's only 12 years of age. St John's Ambulance and SES volunteers are joint finalists, Shane Webb and Trevor Murphy from Broken Hill. They do a great job looking after the community through their work with the SES and St John's Ambulance. The Senior Volunteer of the Year is Meals on Wheels volunteer Faye Rolton from Broken Hill. And Faye has been a long-time volunteer delivering meals to more of the older and vulnerable people in Broken Hill. And the Volunteer Team of the Year is the 61 volunteers who run the kiosk at the Broken Hill Hospital. And over the years they've raised $1.7 million towards funding the Broken Hill Hospital. Mr Deputy Speaker, volunteers are so important in communities, and I'm pleased that these fine people have been recognised today.
I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to express my deep dismay that it's the end of the year and the Joint Standing Committee on NBN has failed to table its report, which was due months ago. The committee chair, the member for Barker, has been asked repeatedly by me as deputy chair about scheduling a meeting by email, text and in person, but has let this final fortnight go without a meeting. In fact, the last meeting of the full committee was on the 17th of March. This inquiry into the business case for the NBN and the experiences of small businesses began in October 2019. I take full responsibility for being unable to attend meetings in March this year to finalise the report, which was scheduled for a time when my community was underwater with serious floods. So the committee published a progress report on the 31st of March and was due to issue a report by the 30th of June. For 8 months now, I have worked collaboratively, or so I thought, with the chair and with independent committee members to try and get this report finalised. It's clear the chair does not want a report tabled and is using every delaying tactic in the book to stop it. I can only see this as a deliberate strategy by the chair to avoid releasing findings that the government may not like about the quality of NBN coverage, executive bonuses and the challenges small businesses face, all of which we took public evidence on as part of the committee hearings. We take committee work seriously, and out of respect for witnesses who appeared, this report needs to be made public.
I call the member for Nichols.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. Ahead of International Volunteer Day this Sunday, I'd like to pay tribute to the almost 9 million volunteers across Australia who give their time for their communities. And in particular, I'd like to thank the volunteers in my electorate of Nichols for their tireless work that they do. and as such it gives me great pleasure that 42 volunteer organisations in Nichols will share $120,000 of funding as part of the Liberal National Government 2021 Volunteer Grants Round. And among the groups to receive funding are the Echuca Moama Search and Rescue Squad, with Lynn Chaplin and James Mackenzie-Ross, who are going to use their money for an infrared camera. Cobram Barooga RSL, Sue Nicholson and Edelweiss Cortez, Glenda Mann and John Hanlon are going to use their money for a computer for their volunteers. Broadford Scouting Group, Tanya Mulwald and David Dixon are going to purchase some camping equipment. Murchison CFA, John Crowley and Tino Catania are going to undertake a kitchen upgrade for their facilities. And in Riding for the Disabled in Echuca, Andrea Lucas, Edwina Bo Stratford are going to subsidise the cost of their camps. The Lions Club of Tatura with Malcolm Campbell and Glenda McLeod are going to create a website to attract more members and more volunteers. And Shepherd and Food Share with Grace Grieve and Kate Smith are going to purchase a pallet scale. Deputy Speaker, I can see firsthand the impacts that volunteering has in the Goulburn Valley, how hard these local volunteers work to strengthen our communities, and I want to thank each and every one of them for the work that they do.
I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today, on the last day of Parliament for the year, I want to thank my community for everything you've done to get us through 2021, another tough year in so many different ways. To our early childhood educators, our teachers and support staff, our nurses, our doctors, our social workers and counsellors, to our cleaners, our carers, disability, aged and family, our retail and hospital workers, police, AMBOs, fireys, the manufacturing and construction businesses and workers and the small businesses who had to pivot online, who kept our economy going. To the sporting clubs and associations, some who didn't get to play many matches, it has to be said, but who stepped up and beyond to provide support and care to your players, coaches and members. To parents, grandparents, students navigating home learning for so much of the year. To our volunteers at food banks, at support services, to our charities, to neighbours who cared for each other and families who cared for people who are on their own. You have all shown why we are stronger together. You have all shown why our community is so magnificent. I am indescribably proud to have represented all of you for the last 2.5 years, and I hope to do so for many years to come. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and I look forward to seeing you out on the wonderful Frankston Beach and in our parks as we enjoy a summer coming out of a year that was so hard, but we did it. Congratulations.
I call the member for Leichhardt.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I have a serious problem. There is something in my water in my electorate office, and I need to report it. I've recently, 2 more of my electorate staff officers announced that they're expecting little ones in 2022. This comes on the back of my office manager, Rosie Corman, who recently gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Raya Sav de Rose. Now, they first announced to me that they're expecting in the new year, and it was my the first one to announce was my amazing electorate officer, Megan Kerry. Now, they are number 7 and number 8. 2 of them actually that have had actually become pregnant through my water supply in my office. Now, Megan and her partner, McLean, fantastic young couple, and I have no doubt that they'll make amazing parents, and their bundle of joy arrives sometime in April 2022. They've decided not to find out the sex of their baby until the day, which is a rarity these days. However, shortly following on from that Megan's announcement, my part-time electorate officer, Katie Johnson, revealed she too was expecting in the new year. This will be Katie and her partner's Tom's second child, and I'm reliably told a little sister for their daughter, Darlin. Mr Deputy Speaker, I can honestly say I'm extremely proud of Megan and Katie when they told me about their bundles of joy arriving in the new year, and I want to take the opportunity, if I could, to wish both Megan and Katie the very best.
The time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Whitlam.
Well, you can't stand on a platform of courage if you don't have any, and you can't stand on a platform of morality if you don't show any. This is the story of the Morrison government, week after week after week. The sleaze and corruption, another story, week after week after week, and every day a feeble attempt to cover it up and create a distraction. This week we could have had a federal anti-corruption commission. There are 2 bills drafted. The member for Indi's got one, the Prime Minister's got one as well. But instead of introducing it, he waved it around yesterday like some sideshow huckster. The Prime Minister, who tells us that he is the only one who's tough enough to stand up to China, didn't have the courage to come in here and debate his own bill. And the Leader of the House, who tells us that he is the only one who's tough enough to stand up to bikies, wouldn't let us debate any bill. The bloke who loses his water every time somebody says nasty about things about him on Twitter. This is the same guy who wanted to get rid of 18C. Of course, we know the real reason that this weak Prime Minister doesn't want an anti-corruption commission, because in the witness box you've got to tell the truth. There's something very, very sinister about this Prime Minister.
I'm just going to ask the member for Whitlam to remain at the dispatch box and withdraw that comment about corruption. I'm going to ask the member for Whitlam to withdraw that comment about corruption.
I withdraw.
The member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today I want to commend to the House the work of an inspiring school principal in my electorate, Louise Green, who is leaving Artarmon Public School at the end of this year. Louise has been the much-admired principal at Artarmon Public School for 15 years. Throughout her 42 years with the Department of Education, she has selflessly dedicated her working life to providing high-quality and professional learning to the next generation of Australians. Among her many achievements, she has led Artarmon Public School through a major capital works program. Never an entirely enjoyable experience, but something that has set up the school for success well into the future. Over those 15 years, the school population has almost doubled from 630 kids when she started to 1,276 today. And every one of those students has benefited from her driving ethos of what is best for the kids. In so many ways, in so many of those students, there is now a little bit of Louise Green, and the inquisitive minds, care and compassion and talent are all her most important legacies. Louise is deeply respected by her colleagues, who describe her as a fantastic mentor. I know she also enjoys the respect and affection of parents. As the son of a primary school principal, I know that's not always an easy task. To Louise, I say thank you and congratulations on a stellar career. It has been a pleasure to work with you during my time as a Member of Parliament, and you have my very best wishes for all that comes next.
The member for Chifley has the
Thanks,
call.
Deputy Speaker. Well, it's the last day of Parliament for a last-gasp government. A tired government, a lazy government, a deceitful government. We have never seen a bunch of people work so hard to get power and then do nothing with it. It is a government by Roomba. It just operates automatically. Stuff just happens without them having to lift a finger or do a single thing. But people deserve better. They deserve better than a government that only ever acts in its own interest at the last minute. No action in tackling corruption. They will rush in laws to save themselves. They sent the ADF into our communities but refused to send in vaccines. They refused to use the ADF to set up and run vaccine hubs in our areas. Lazy, lifeless, clueless. Look at how many days Parliament is sitting. This is more of a slouch than a sitting pattern. They have no ability, no idea, no laws, no sense of what they can do for the country. We deserve a government that fights for the health of the nation, fights for a healthy economy, fights for a healthy people, and fights for healthy government that acts with integrity and the interest of the nation. We deserve better than this.
The member for Cowper has the call.
Mr Speaker, and as we charge towards the end of the year and the busy school holiday period, I'd like to reflect on what my electorate of Cowper has achieved over the past 12 months and what we're about to achieve. Deputy Speaker, or Mr Speaker should I say, the Mid-North Coast has rallied together and supported one another through some of the region's most difficult times. Like everyone else, we had to deal with COVID-19 and the repetition of lockdowns, but we also had to battle devastating floods in March, which many are still recovering from, and the usual sense of solidarity and community-minded spirit has persevered throughout. Mr Speaker, we rolled up our sleeves and lent a hand for the clean-up after our natural disasters. Then we rolled up our sleeves to get the jab, with the Mid-North Coast population achieving 95% fully vaccinated, well ahead of the state average, to keep our friends and family safe and keep our businesses open. Now it's time, once again, to prioritise and support our own. So I urge everyone to buy local and shop local, go to our local cafes, go to our local restaurants. Our world-class and homegrown businesses are ready and waiting for the season's influx like no other. It's up to us to ensure that they finish on a high at the end of this year. I wish everyone a safe and happy Christmas, and I look forward to seeing the best region in Australia turning it on for their tourists.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. The Prime Minister on indulgence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise on indulgence to refer to the statement made earlier today by Ms Miller and the allegations regarding her relationship with Minister Tudge. Mr Speaker, these issues are obviously deeply concerning and I know deeply distressing, both to Ms Miller, for Mr Tudge, Mr Speaker, and to the families who were affected by these events. I have discussed Ms Miller's statement with Minister Tudge, who has refuted the claims that have been made, Mr Speaker. But given the seriousness of these claims that have been made by Ms Miller, it is important that these matters be resolved fairly and expeditiously. To this end, the Minister has agreed to my request to stand aside while these issues are addressed by my department through an independent and fair process to ensure that the matters that have been raised can be properly assessed and the views put by the respective parties in relation to these issues. I'm advised by the department that they will be seeking to do this through Ms Vivian Tom. Mr Speaker, this will enable then my department to provide me with any further advice regarding any implications for the ministerial standard. But I wish to stress that this action in no way seeks to draw a conclusion on these matters, Mr Speaker, but this is the appropriate action for me to take under the ministerial standards. I note that Minister Tudge has welcomed this process, Mr Speaker, and he looks forward to participating in this process. I have also asked, as is occurring now, Mr Speaker, at the same time, for this advice to be provided directly to Ms Miller by my Chief of Staff. In the interim, Minister Robert will act as Minister for Education and Youth. I also note, Mr Speaker, that today the Minister for Employment, Workforce Skills and Small Business and Family Business will answer questions in relation to those portfolios.
I thank the Prime Minister. The member for Gorton has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, Sky News reported two of the Prime Minister's best mates received $80,000 of taxpayer money without a tender to set up their own private sector quarantine business known as Quarantine Services Australia. Sky News also reported that Home Affairs Secretary Mike Pizzullo told business leaders this was a really important project for the Prime Minister. Is Mr Pizzullo right?
The Leader of the House on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, on the question that's been asked, there is an imputation in the question that's implied quite clearly in the question, and that is against the standing orders. That's the first point, Mr Speaker, and if there are allegations to make, then those allegations should be put in another forum, not here in this House.
I never know what you think.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker.
Quarantine Services Australia.
The question, ministers are expected to be across media reports. The question, and that's in practice, the question specifically goes to a media report and describes the source. It then refers to that particular payment being a priority for the Prime Minister as being attributed to the Secretary of a department, and simply asks whether that is accurate. It goes no further than asking whether it was a really important project for the Prime Minister. And so the extra layers that the Leader of the House is referring to are not in the question that was just asked.
Standing Order 100D(3) and 4 refers to inferences and imputations. It's certainly sailing close to the wind. The question, I'll allow the Prime Minister to answer the question. I mean, the Prime Minister has the call.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, and on the standing orders matters, I mean that's a matter for the Speaker, and I haven't seen this report, Mr. Speaker, that they refer to. What I can say is that at all times, I and my ministers rightly declare any possible interest that may relate to matters that are being considered in the Cabinet as the standing first item on every single agenda of every Cabinet meeting, exactly right. And I call for that at every single meeting, as Cabinet ministers will understand. I can't speak to comments made by others that I have no knowledge of whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. All I know that I have always fully disclosed any interests where they are relevant to any matter that I may be considering, and the suggestion otherwise is a disgraceful slur by a grubby opposition.
The member for Lindsay has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Australians, like those in my Western Sydney community of Lindsay, have rolled up their sleeves to help make our nation one of the most highly vaccinated countries in the world against COVID-19. Will the Prime Minister outline how this tremendous effort means we can safely live with the virus and look ahead to 2022 with confidence for a stronger future under the Morrison government's strong management?
The Prime Minister has.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we come towards the end of this parliamentary year and towards the end of 2021, Mr. Speaker, we are moving forward into 2022, looking firmly out through the front windscreen, Mr. Speaker, as Australians are as they look forward to this Christmas and summer period, Mr. Speaker. The lockdowns and difficult times of the last 18 months, Mr. Speaker, are in the rear vision mirror because we're moving into 2022, Mr. Speaker, with a stronger economy emerging, with Australians getting back into jobs. And today, Mr. Speaker, over 20 million Australians have now had their first vaccination, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank all those Australians, Mr. Speaker, for the amazing job they have done, and in particular the member for Lindsay will know just how many sacrifices and the work done by people in her community and by members all across this place. And I want to sincerely thank Australians, Mr. Speaker, for the amazing job that they have done over these past difficult 18 months to 2 years. We thank Australians for rolling up their sleeves to get this jab, because under the national plan that means we can open safely and we can remain safely open as we go into 2022 and those jobs come back, the businesses come back, the livelihoods come back, Mr. Speaker, and Australians can plan for their future with confidence under the strong economic management of our government looking forward. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank those Australians for doing their bit and playing their part, but especially our health workers, our nurses, our doctors, our pharmacists who have been out there every single day, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank our Indigenous communities and our Indigenous leaders, Mr. Speaker, for the way that they have worked hard to keep their communities safe and work so closely with governments around the country. I want to thank those mental health support workers, Mr. Speaker, who have been on the end of phones and have been reaching out to Australians, have been doing it tough, and particularly whether they be young people especially, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank particular Headspace and the work done by Lifeline and Kids Helpline and Beyond Blue, Mr. Speaker. They have been true heroes of this pandemic. I want to thank the transport workers who've kept our country moving. I want to thank the Royal Flying Doctor Service, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the cleaners who have carried an extra responsibility. I don't know why they're interjecting, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why they've got a problem with me thanking cleaners for doing this work that we need
them to do.
Member for Whitlam.
Mr Speaker, I want to thank the students and the teachers for their forbearance. I want to thank all of those. The businesses have kept their businesses going and keeping their employees in jobs. I want to thank all those at Qantas and Virgin and Rex and others who kept planes flying. I want to thank the Australian Defence Force and the Australian Border Force, Mr Speaker, for the great work they've done. And I want to thank the great people of our public service, the Chief Medical Officer, the secretaries of our departments and all of those, Everett Services Australia in particular, who have provided that support. Thank you, Australia.
The Prime Minister's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm his government has awarded $80,000 to set up and run private luxury resort-style quarantine facilities? Can the Prime Minister confirm this quarantine business is being run out of his best mate's lobbying firm based at the Hotel Realm in Canberra?
The Minister for Home Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. And can I start by saying that the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs has been questioned about this particular issue twice at Senate estimates, once in October and the second time just a week ago. So there have been a range of questions that have put to the Secretary. The Secretary said that he was very clear. And what the Secretary said is, and I will actually quote from what Secretary Pizzullo said at Senate estimates. He said, quote, "It had nothing to do with ministers, their staff or ministerial officers." So he was very clear, and there is significantly more. And I would invite those people that have questions in relation to this matter to look at the Senate estimates transcript, because it makes it abundantly clear that any such contract was entered into directly by the Department of Home Affairs. It was done without my knowledge. The first I became aware of it was following the contract having been finalised. Now, we make no apology for the fact that we have looked at what
members
the best...
on my left. Members on my left. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We make no apologies as a government that we did all that we possibly could to make sure that Australians were as protected as they possibly could be during this pandemic.
Member for
Mr
Ballarat.
Speaker, the transcripts from Senate estimates clearly sets out what the arrangements were in relation to this contract. Thank you.
The member for Nichols has the call.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Will the Deputy Prime Minister please outline to the House how regional Australians have helped to drive the nation's recovery from the pandemic?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I was wanting to thank more people, but the Prime Minister hasn't really left me more people to thank. But Mr Speaker, obviously the member for Nichols is very aware of the work that is done, especially in the horticultural industry. We also know how important Shepparton is into the processing of so many of the foods that we eat. It's an incredibly important thing that the Australian people, through the time of the pandemic, which we hope that we are getting to, we are learning how to live with the virus, and that's the way the world's going to go. We have to move on. We have to get people back their rights, their liberties, their freedoms. We have to make sure that people live in the Australia they were born in. But one of the greatest freedoms they can have is the capacity to eat. The capacity to eat. And as people in regional Australia, farmers in regional Australia, especially in the seat of Nichols or in other seats, seat of the Riverina, seat of Parks, seat of Mallee, these are all incredibly important, that these people provide the most basic element of our liberties and our freedoms in Australia, and that is that we can feed ourselves. And not only do we feed ourselves, Mr Speaker, but we feed millions of others people around the world. And that is something truly to be thankful of. Likewise, the miners of so many parts of our nation, whether it's the iron ore miners, the coal miners, gas, gold, bauxite, copper, these are the ones who underpin our terms of trade and the value of our dollar that gives us the standard of living that we enjoy. In fact, we take as a birthright. These are the people putting product on the boat. And if people didn't put product on the boat, then all the imported accoutrements of our lives, from our phone to our fuel to our car to our clothes, we would not be getting them off the boat because there would be no value in our currency. So every day we note that these people, some who are derided, we thank them because they are the people that underpin the essence of wealth of our nation. Of our 10 biggest exports, one is from the service sector, all the others are mining or agriculture. We have to also note that this nation would not exist without the capacity of the thousands of miles and the kilometres, thousands of miles, kilometres, I suppose, that are travelled. We need the transport workers who do it, and the transport workers are a vital part of that. And I note the member for Wright, who's been hard at work, and I thank the member for Wright for all the work he's done. And it'd be good, and I'll thank myself to be a long way from the member of Wright when I can get home. But this has been a tough year. Finally, I think an incredibly important thing is we thank the families that have had to tolerate the issues pertinent to the pandemic, and also, and most importantly, those who've dealt with those who are the most vulnerable, the aged care sector, in regional areas. And Mr. Speaker, you're the only one left, so thank you.
Minister's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The government is supporting the setting up of a private luxury resort-style quarantine, but has failed to establish a single purpose-built quarantine facility almost 2 years into the pandemic. Why?
The Minister for Health. The Minister for Health has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to directly address—
The Minister for Health will just wait one moment. The member for Wills is warned. The minister is entitled to give his— The member for Health is entitled to give his response. Members might want to check Standing Order 65B. The Minister for Health has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to directly address the question in relation to quarantine facilities. Firstly, 471,000 Australians have come back on red zone flights. That 471,000 puts into perspective the task that the nation has had in order to keep people safe. In so doing, a series of elements were set up. Firstly, the hotel quarantine was established, and what that has led to is one of the 4 rings of containment to protect Australia in terms of borders, testing, tracing and distancing. That in turn has led to one of the lowest rates of COVID and one of the lowest rates of loss of life in the world. That is the first line of protection. The second thing is we did set up a National Resilience Centre, specifically focused and run by the Commonwealth at Howard Springs. And I will read the advice that I've received, and which reflects that which has been put forward, as I understand it, through Jane Holden, the former Secretary of Finance and of Health. Howard Springs maintains the highest standards of infection prevention control practices, and to date there have been no reported instances of transmission between cohorts of international arrivals in quarantine at the centre, and no instance of transmission into the Australian community. The third element that has been set up is the establishment of purpose-built, as opposed to Howard Springs, which already existed and which was adapted and used in a way which has not seen a single case transmitted between cohorts or a single case escape. It is a functioning, highly effective system which has now been taken over by the Northern Territory at their request, as they saw it as their responsibility. In addition to that, though, there is now obviously the facility being developed in Melbourne, as well as facilities in Brisbane and in Perth, which are at different stages of advancement. And so those 3 layers have been established, and that is why, perhaps above all the other elements that we have taken, amongst those rings of containment, that we have had one of the lowest rates of loss of life in the world, one of the 3 lowest rates amongst the 38 OECD countries. That means that we have saved over 30,000 lives by comparison with the OECD average. We've saved over 45,000 lives by comparison with the rates in the United Kingdom and in the United States. So these actions, these 3 steps, quarantine within hotels, the dedicated Howard Springs National Resilience Facility and the establishment of new dedicated facilities are the things which have helped keep Australians safe and will keep us safe going forwards.
The member for Mayo has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture. South Australian fruit and vegetables, including cherries, berries and apples from my electorate that are destined for export markets, need to be heat-treated interstate before export. This is costly and creates time delays. I've long advocated for the need for an endpoint treatment facility in South Australia to reduce the economic impact of fruit fly and spoilage. Will the Minister please advise when the government will provide support for this much-needed facility in South Australia?
The Minister for Agriculture has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Mayo for her question and her passionate advocacy on this matter for some time. And the member is correct and quite right in trying to make sure that we address this issue. It is threatening and it potentially does have the potential to threaten much of our exports from South Australia and Australia. So the government is in the final determinations of the appropriateness of a facility to make sure that it fits in within our export protocols with our export partners, making sure that we understand that also we consult widely with industry and also the South Australian government, who have been very passionate as well about advocacy for such a facility, considering the geographical constraints of South Australian producers from the nearest facility. So we are in that final determination, making sure that any investment that we partner with either the South Australian government or industry itself makes sense and meets those protocols and ensures that we protect the industries in South Australia, and it also complements our national fruit fly program, a $16.9 million program, in fact, where we released sterile fruit fly within the electorate of Mayo to try and breed out fruit fly. So we're working consistently with states, and I can assure the member that it will be very soon that those final determinations will be made around that facility.
The member for Boothby has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer please explain to the House how the Morrison government's decisive economic leadership over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic will assist in a strong economic rebound and a brighter future for Australian families and businesses around the country?
The Treasurer.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Boothby for her question and acknowledge her experience as a journalist and being the first female representative for Boothby since 1903, Mr Speaker. And she has been a strong advocate for lower taxes, and more than 5,000 businesses across her electorate are able to access the expanded instant asset write-off, like Paul Guesty, a local constituent whose business, Guesty Brothers, is a plumbing business that bought a new Bobcat with that expanded instant asset write-off. Now, Mr Speaker, as we approach Christmas, it's only appropriately that we reflect on how far the country has come since March of last year, when business and consumer confidence had their biggest falls on record and Treasury feared that unemployment could reach as high as 15%. And we introduced programs like JobKeeper, which the Reserve Bank Governor said was a remarkable program that supported some 700,000 jobs. And I acknowledge the member for Fenner's comments, who said without JobKeeper we would have been looking at unemployment rates at Great Depression levels. Thankfully, JobKeeper made a real difference, Mr Speaker, and now Australia's economic recovery is stronger than all but 2 major advanced economies, stronger than Germany, stronger than Italy, stronger than Canada, stronger than the United Kingdom, stronger than Japan. And the unemployment rate today is lower than when we came to government. And since September, we've seen 350,000 jobs come back, and job ads are now 30% higher than going into the pandemic. And we've seen a boost in retail consumption, more than $5 billion, according to the retailers, having been spent in the Black Friday sales. And we saw business investment up by more than 9% through the year. and we've been able to retain our AAA credit rating from the 3 leading credit rating agencies, one of only 9 countries in the world to do so. And overnight, the OECD upgraded their economic growth forecast for Australia from 3.3 to 4.1%, higher than the OECD average, saying that the Australian economy was recovering rapidly. Mr Speaker, that's the strength of the Australian economy. And today is an opportunity to thank all Australians for the sacrifices and the efforts they have made to see this strong rebound in our economy. With one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, one of the lowest mortality rates in the world, and now one of the strongest economic recoveries in the world, we say thank you to all Australians.
The member for Ballarat has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm his model of an anti-corruption commission cannot ever hold public hearings for politicians, will only undertake investigations the government wants, and won't even be able to make findings of corruption?
The Minister representing the Attorney-General.
Well, I do thank the Shadow Minister for her question and the opportunity passed to me by the Prime Minister to respond to it. I would note, of course, that the exposure draft has been in the public domain for many, many months. Many, many months. And we've always been ready to engage with the opposition
Members on my left.
On the details and to answer these kinds of questions. There's 349 pages of legislation. Mr Speaker, 349 pages of legislation because our Commonwealth Integrity Commission model is
Order.
for a
The
serious—
Minister will just resume his seat for one moment. The interjections on my left are far too high. I will start ejecting members if they continue to loudly interject. Yes, the Manager of Opposition Business.
Just might be easier to do it
order.
straight away. Point of order on direct relevance. The question asks about 3 specific aspects of the model that the government's put forward. I respect that what's happened so far has been a preamble about the model generally, but the question only goes to those 3 aspects and asks whether or not that can be confirmed.
The Minister will return to the dispatch box. The question does ask has 3 subsets within it. They are fairly broad, but I will invite the Minister to return to the question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As we've consistently explained, the government's model for the Commonwealth Integrity Commission will have the same powers as a Royal Commission to investigate criminal corruption in the public sector, but what we've also sought to do is make sure that it appropriately provides procedural fairness to individuals who are under investigation for corrupt conduct, and that there are appropriate safeguards against vexatious, baseless, politically motivated and time-wasting referrals, such as the 9 failed referrals to the Australian Federal Police by the Shadow Attorney-General. The fact is that the Labor Party and the Shadow Attorney-General have form in this area, Mr Speaker, and using these matters for entirely political purposes. We are serious about combating corruption.
The Manager of Opposition on a point of order.
Yeah, understanding Order 91 on your previous ruling where you referred to the fact that there were in fact those 3 areas, the Minister is now referring to none of them.
The Manager of Opposition Business has already used the point of order of relevance once. I know that you are referring to 91, but in my view, you are effectively trying to relitigate relevance twice. Now, I'm happy to hear from you again. I've been listening very carefully to the Minister, and I'm not going to give credence to the second argument about relevance, because the Minister has been talking about the ability to deal with corruption, which was one of the three, about procedural fairness, which certainly would go to the second part of the question. So I'm just not going to give the Manager for Opposition Business an opportunity to relitigate the relevance issue. I'm happy to hear from you on another point.
I'm not seeking to relitigate it. The understanding Order 91, I can't object to how you previously ruled on the issue of relevance, but I can go exactly with what you said could only be referred to, and point out that he's now departing from that ruling, which is what he is. The list you just went through made no mention of the Labor Party, and what he's talking about now is the Labor Party. That's what he's talking about.
But then that comes back to relevance, doesn't it? The Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. The Minister has the call.
Well, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. Members on my left. Members on my left, please.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm talking about is the serious policy considerations which have informed our detailed and well-developed model. We want to engage in this matter seriously, but I think there are good grounds for suspicion that those on the other side are motivated by political considerations. This is, after all, the party of Eddie O'B, Joe Tripodi, Ian McDonald, Craig Thompson, Adam Somyurek and Sam Dastyari, and they're pontificating about virtue in public office. The Australian people know what you're up to.
The Minister will resume his seat. The Minister has completed his answer. The Manager of Members on my right. Members on my right. Members on my left. I get it's the last day. I understand it's the last day. Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister was deliberately defying your ruling. As you called into order, he just kept going. Now, I appreciate that you want the interjections on this side to stop, but if a minister is going to behave in that way, the disorder follows.
The Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. The member for Chisholm has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the best Minister for Health and Aged Care. Will the Minister please outline to the House how our healthcare heroes have worked tirelessly to protect Australians throughout the COVID-19 pandemic?
The Minister for Health has the call.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the best member for Chisholm. And let me say this. She has supported the pharmacists, the GPs, the healthcare heroes that have assisted Australia through this vaccination program, general practices such as Sia Medical Centre in Burwood and Box Hill in her electorate that have helped achieve a 39.4 million number of vaccinations in Australia. And those vaccinations have given Australia one of the highest rate of vaccinations in the world, and they've given us one of the lowest rates of loss of life in the world, and one of the strongest economic recoveries in the world. And we owe that to our healthcare heroes, to our doctors and our nurses, our pharmacists who've given over 2.3 million vaccinations. We also owe an enormous debt of gratitude to our pathologists and our pathology collectors. They have delivered over 48 million COVID tests. And so the structures we put in place of borders, testing, tracing, distancing and vaccination have protected Australians. What we see is a nation, when you look at the rest of the world, which has saved 30,000 lives by comparison with the OECD, 45,000 lives by comparison with the agonies suffered in our great friends, the United States and the United Kingdom. And as a result of that, Australians have been safer. Australians have been protected. And there's always more work to do. But it's our healthcare heroes who have been on the front line. Just overnight, there were another 700,000 cases of COVID-19 worldwide. There were over 7,800 lives lost worldwide. These global figures put into comparison that although we have had great challenges in this nation and there has been loss and suffering, and we must acknowledge that, what we have experienced as a nation is vastly different to almost anything else experienced by most of the rest of the world. It is a situation which, had we contemplated it 18 months ago, we would say that we have been blessed by comparison with what the rest of the world has faced. And the people whom I most want to thank and acknowledge
Member for Chifley is warned.
Our doctors and our nurses, our pathologists, our pharmacists, our healthcare assistants, our aged care workers, our aged care nurses, all of our healthcare workers. They've kept Australians safe. We owe them our thanks and we honour them.
The Leader of the Opposition.
I join with the Health Minister in honouring those health workers who've kept us safe, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Prime Minister. Can he confirm that this fortnight government members and senators have crossed the floor on multiple issues? The chair of the Privileges Committee resigned over a report on the member for Pearce, who also resigned, and the Prime Minister was forced to abandon his voter suppression bill. Hasn't the Morrison-Joyce government lost the ability to govern?
The Prime Minister has a call.
No, Mr Speaker. No is the short answer to that question, Mr Speaker. The coalition government continues to focus on the issues that the Australian people have foremost in the front of their mind, Mr
Member
Speaker.
for Isaacs.
Last Sunday, before we came back into this parliament this week, Mr Speaker, we raised one of the most important issues that Australian families have than at any other time, and that is the terrible impact that social media is having on the mental health of their families. I hear the interjection "what," Mr Speaker, from those overseas. Over on the other side of the chamber, Mr Speaker. Now, they may not be aware of the severity of this issue, Mr Speaker. That might not be what they are concerned about, but I can assure you the members, Mr Speaker, on the government benches in the coalition government are terribly concerned about this. And while the Labor Party want to focus on the parliamentary games of Canberra and what goes on in the bubble of this place, Mr Speaker, my government, our government, will focus very firmly on what is happening in the homes and the communities all around this country, where they are concerned about their health and their well-being as we come through one of the largest and most significant pandemics in 100 years, Mr Speaker. And over the course of this year, and even just this week, as we reach 20 million Australians having had their first vaccination, one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, one of the strongest economies coming through the pandemic, 350,000 people coming back into jobs, Mr Speaker, one of the lowest fatality rates from COVID in the world, having saved 30,000 lives, 217,000 apprentices in trade training, Mr Speaker, 1 million Australians working in manufacturing, Mr Speaker, schools getting back and open again, Australia opening safely so it can remain safely open. These are the issues. These are the issues our government is focused on. The defence of our nation, Mr Speaker, the signing up to the AUKUS agreement and, Mr Speaker, working with our allies and partners to create a free and open Indo-Pacific with the uncertainty that our world faces, particularly in our own region. And even now, Mr Speaker, we hear from the OECD that they've upgraded the economic forecast for Australia as we go into next year, Mr Speaker. People getting a job, people buying a home, 320,000 Australians getting into home ownership as a result of the policies of our government. Mr Speaker, the Leader of the Labor Party spends a lot of his time focusing on this place. He should focus on what's happening out there in the Australian community.
The member for Sydney. Member for Sydney. Member for Ford has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Will the Minister please update the House on how the management of Australia's international border has been crucial to our successful outcomes in relation to the pandemic, and further detail how the important work being done every day of Australian Border Force?
The Minister for Home Affairs has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. There is absolutely no doubt that the very strong and decisive action that this government took in March of last year to successfully manage our borders has certainly saved lives and has contributed to the health outcomes that we have now that, quite frankly, are the envy of the world. But it has been a challenge to close our borders and still ensure that we received the critical goods that Australia and Australia needs. Now, that includes critical supplies of vaccines and personal protective equipment. It includes products that businesses rely on every single day. And, of course, it includes international mail. It's been an absolute challenge to close our borders but still facilitate travel for those who absolutely had to do so for compassionate reasons or for very important work purposes. And it's been a challenge to put in place the new systems that we have so that we can safely reopen our border for vaccinated Australians, as we did last month. But at every step, the men and women of the Australian Border Force have proved that they are more than capable of meeting the challenges that the pandemic has presented to them. It's certainly been tough, and as a government we're very mindful of the impact that changes to our border settings have had on individuals, on families and, of course, on our businesses. And our Australian Border Force officials have been on the front line of this particular issue and dealing with people who are often in very distressing situations. Now, they've certainly helped grieving people through our airports and our quarantine systems. They've worked with businesses to secure vital supply chains through our ports. They've made record seizures of illicit drugs to help keep our communities safe. And all that time, they've patrolled our oceans to make sure that our borders are secure and to keep our people smugglers out and to make sure that they cannot ply their evil trade during the pandemic and beyond. So, on behalf of the Government of Australia, I'm very proud to thank the men and women of the Australian Border Force for the tremendous work that they have done, particularly through this year. So to Commissioner Outram and his team of over 5,000 officers and staff who work every single day to keep Australians safe and to secure our interests, a sincere thank you to you. Our nation is made much stronger by the critical work that you do for us, often in very difficult circumstances. So a very Merry Christmas and a safe Christmas to everyone.
The Deputy Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can he confirm that this fortnight the Prime Minister has denied saying electric vehicles would end the weekend, denied paying parents to vaccinate their children, wrongly claimed he texted he was going on holiday to Hawaii, and blamed Labor for his failure to introduce an anti-corruption bill? Why does the Prime Minister have such difficulty with the truth?
Complete imputation.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, it was a barely credible question all the way through, and then at the end he flicked a switch to vaudeville. And, Mr Speaker, it is completely — the last part of that question is completely out of order because it contains a slur. It's only said for the TV cameras, and the Australian public should see through it.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. The question deals with a series of issues that have been the subject of question time over the last fortnight. The final part of the question that the Leader of the House just referred to, there are specific rules as to how honesty can be tested in this place and words that are not allowed to be used, and the wording of this question is consistent with the precedents that have previously been allowed.
If the Manager of Opposition Business would like to take me to practice for some precedents on those, I'm not minded to allow the last part of the question. I'm going to allow the Prime Minister to answer the question, but the last part is out of order. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What I can confirm is, frankly, the Labor Party is so focused on the trivialities of politics, Mr Speaker, and cheap gotcha, Mr Speaker.
Order.
This is the great accusation that the Labor Party makes against me as Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister
Mr.
will
Speaker.
withdraw. The Prime Minister will resume his seat. I'm going to invite the member on my left that yelled out an unparliamentary remark to withdraw it. I didn't see who it was, but I'm going to... The member for Whitlam seeking the call.
I said the word corruption and I withdraw.
The member for Whitlam... The member for Whitlam... The Prime Minister has the call. No? The Leader of the House.
Again, the withdrawal needs to be unconditional. And, Mr Speaker, I mean, this member is a habitual offender, as we know, but he should withdraw unconditionally, or frankly, he should leave the chamber.
The Leader of the House. The member for Whitlam. I interpreted his withdrawal to be without reservation. And his further comment was made out of order, I might add, but to something else, to someone, a remark to someone else's comment. So it wasn't an equivocal withdrawal, at least from what I could hear anyway. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, the opposition, the Labor Party, Mr Speaker, prove day in and day out that they're more interested in the slurs and sledges and trivialities of politics, Mr Speaker, coming in here, Mr Speaker, showboating around, rather than focusing, Mr Speaker, on the issues that are really demanding the attention of the Australian people that our government is focused on. Getting them into jobs,
Treasurer.
Keeping them safe, Mr Speaker, driving our manufacturing industries forward, getting electricity prices down, Mr Speaker, standing up to those who would seek to coerce Australia and threaten the interests of Australians, Mr Speaker. These are the strong things that our government has done, Mr Speaker. These are just the strong focus that we have as a government, Speaker. The weakness of the ALP, Mr Speaker, the weakness of the Labor Party and the weakness of their leadership brings them back into the trivialities. Their big problem with me as Prime Minister, Mr Speaker, is apparently I go home for Father's Day, I have a holiday with my family, Mr Speaker, and I go to church on a Sunday. Get over it. A lot of Australians do.
Order. 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 Minister for Health. Leader of the Opposition. The member for Menzies has the call.
Mr Speaker, I ask the Minister for Defence if he would inform the House.
Deputy Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. Deputy Prime Minister. Deputy Prime Minister. The member for Menzies can restart his question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I ask the Minister for Defence if he would inform the House of the appreciation and gratitude of the Australian people for the service of the men and women of the Australian Defence Force in keeping this country safe.
The Minister for Defence has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, first I acknowledge the service of the member for Menzies, one of the most honourable people in this House, and he's served as the Defence Minister and as a Minister for a long time in government, and recognise that. Mr Speaker, I'm sure I speak for everybody in this House, and I'm certain all Australians that at Christmas time it's a time to reflect on what has been a very difficult year for many Australians, both at home and abroad, and that of course includes members of the Australian Defence Force, our agencies and those that perform work in our country's name who will never be known to the Australian public, those that wear uniform and those that don't, who are involved in intelligence collection, they're involved in operations overseas to protect our interests. And in many cases, these are the men and women who have been responsible for stopping terrorist attacks, for keeping us safe, and we do pay them a huge honour, Mr Speaker, as a country, by stopping and saying thank you to them for their service and saying thank you for the sacrifice that they will make again this Christmas. Many of them will be deployed overseas or on Operation COVID Assist or elsewhere in our country's name, and we should rightly be incredibly proud of the work that they do, Mr Speaker. As we know, over the last 12 months, they've not just been involved, or over this year, not just been involved in the pandemic, but also 250 ADF personnel risked their lives in the Kabul evacuation, bringing 4,100 people, predominantly women and children, to safety. And that was a remarkable effort. The Prime Minister and I, other members of the National Security Committee, had the briefings right through that period from the CDF and others, and it was a precarious position. As we know, American soldiers lost their lives in that theatre, and ours were able to be brought home safely, and they brought people in such significant number is a great credit to their professionalism. But it doesn't stop there, Mr Speaker. We know that there have been 522 personnel who have been deployed on classified operations abroad. 24,000 troops and 440 Defence Department staff have helped underpin the government's pandemic response through Operation COVID Assist, and all of those who have supported the personnel I've just spoken about, the spouses, the friends, the mates, the children who have gone without contact over an extended period of time with their mum or dad as they've served in these different roles, need to be acknowledged in this place, Mr Speaker, as we approach Christmas. So on behalf of a very grateful nation, a very grateful government, we say thank you to all of those men and women of the Australian Defence Force in the department and those who have provided support in keeping our country safe. May we always provide support, the requisite support to them to keep them safe in the work that they do to keep us safe.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I join with the Minister in that very warm tribute to the men and women of the Australian Defence Force. At this time, at Christmas, particularly, the sacrifice will be felt. Those serving us overseas with their families, the long absences, they do us proud, and we hope that each and every one of them stay safe over Christmas, and we express our gratefulness on behalf of the Labor Party. We join with the government.
The member for Corangamite has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said he would deliver higher real wages, but petrol prices have gone up as much as $900 in a year, while real wages have fallen by $700. Will the Prime Minister finally acknowledge how hard it is for working families to make ends meet under his decade-old government?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And the member raises questions around the cost of living. Mr Speaker, in the 3 years since I was elected Prime Minister, Mr Speaker, inflation has grown by 1.8%. That compares in the last 3 years of the Labor government of 2.5%. Mr Speaker, electricity prices have fallen on average each year by 3.2%, and under Labor in their last 3 years they increased each year by 12.2%, and over the course of their government electricity prices doubled, Mr Speaker, because of their mismanagement. Mr Speaker, clothing and footwear costs over the course of the last 3 years have fallen by 1% on average each year, and that increased to compared to a 0.4% increase, Mr Speaker, under the Labor Party in their last 3 years. Fuel prices, Mr Speaker, over the last 3 years have increast by 1.2% a year over the last 3 years, and under the Labor Party in their last 3 years they increased by 7.2%. Mr Speaker, each and every year of those last 3 years. On communications costs, Mr Speaker, under our government since I was elected 3 years ago, Mr Speaker, they have fallen 2.8% each and every year on average, and under the Labor Party they went up by 1.2% over their last 3 years. Mr Speaker, housing costs As we know, 320,000 Australians helped into home ownership because of the policies of our government. But not only that, housing costs over the last 3 years since I was elected, Mr Speaker, Prime Minister, up 0.6% on average each year. Under the Labor Party, in their last 3 years, they went up by 4.3% each and every year, Mr Speaker.
For Kingsford Smith will leave under 94A.
Some 7 times higher than what has occurred under our government. And health costs, Mr Speaker, they've gone up 3% per year each year on average over the last 3 years. Under the Labor Party, they went up, Mr Speaker, 5% each year and every year. What the Australian people know, Mr Speaker, that regardless of the challenges that we face as a country for our economy and what it means for cost of living and what it means what they can earn, they can know 2 things. One, our strong economic management will always ensure, Mr Speaker, that Australians will be better off than they would under the Labor Party, Mr Speaker, and they'll be able to keep more of what they earn because we believe that Australians and Australian business owners should keep more of what they earn because, Mr Speaker, if they give it to the Labor Party, they know they'll only waste it.
The member for Parkes has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture and Northern Australia. Will the minister update the House on the support made available by the Morrison-Joyce government to assist Australians affected by natural disasters throughout the year?
The Minister for Agriculture and Northern Australia has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Parkes for his question. And he knows full well, particularly over the last couple of weeks, his electorate of Parkes and also the electorate of Riverina have faced up to a flooding event. And in fact, that's extended even into my own electorate, where we've had the evacuation of Inglewood and Yallarbin. And I thank the local government for the key role that they played, not just in this flooding event, but through all the natural disasters that we faced up to over the last 12 months, whether it be flood, whether it be fire, the drought, or even cyclones. And it is that coordinated approach that we work with state and local governments to ensure that our response is immediate, timely and effective. And they are long-lasting and long-standing arrangements that we continue to enhance at every chance. And at first chance, it is about that immediacy of support, taking away that financial burden. And we partner with the states in making sure we give those people some dignity and respect through our disaster recovery allowance. We 50-50 pay for that, around making sure that in some states it's $900 and some is over $1,600 and in others it's the full reimbursement of out-of-pocket costs. And the federal government complements and supplements that with our disaster recovery payment, $1,000 per adult, $400 per child. And that makes a real difference at taking away that burden, that mental strain of the immediacy, of the urgency of what they have faced up to. But then we work with the states further, making sure that we share the burden in rebuilding the public infrastructure, making sure that we also use this thing called common sense, and where we can, we not just rebuild it to the standard, but where we can, we build it to a higher standard to make it more resilient for future disasters in the future. That's what we should continue to strive to, and I thank the states for working collaboratively with us on that. We also make sure that we are tailoring our response with states in the immediacy, not just in short-term but long-term support. And that's also through, whether it be through drought, through regional investment corporation loans, interest-free, repayment-free, whether that be through restocking, replanting grants, or whether it be through small business grants or small business loans, making sure it's tailored to the local community. It's a local solution, not a Canberra solution. And it's important that we understand that the Australian taxpayer has made a significant investment, with $11 billion towards drought, over $2 billion to the Black Summer event and $3 billion to the floods in north-west Queensland alone, and that continues, and that has bipartisan support in making sure we help Australians in their hour of need. But one of the most significant investments out of all those programs that we make is in our people, in those people, nearly $130 million in mental health support, in helping the healing of those that have faced up to the tragedy of loss in some cases. But above all, the last line of defence are those emergency service personnel. And sadly, we have seen some that have made the ultimate sacrifice for their country and their community. So to all those emergency service personnel that do their bit for their country and community, at this end of the year, we say thank you.
The member for Maribyrnong has the call.
My question is to the Prime Minister. This is Nick from Mackay.
Order.
He was born with multiple
Order.
complex disabilities
The member for
requiring
Maribyrnong will just
24...
put the prop down. Member for Maribyrnong has the call.
Thank you.
No, put the prop down. No,
I beg your pardon?
The member for Maribyrnong will not use any props. Put it down.
Nick is not a
member
prop.
For
He's the face of the cuts of the Morrison government. Nick from
the member for Maribyrnong is warned.
Nick from Mackay was born with multiple complex disabilities requiring 24/7 high-level support for all areas of his daily life. When the Morrison government cut Nick's plan by $300,000, Nick's family, Tammy and Rob, described the NDIS behaviour as emotionally exhausting, horrendous and has left Nick unsafe. How many individual NDIS participants have had their funding cut in the past year?
The Prime Minister has a call.
Speaker, the member who asked the question would know of my deep interest and concern in those Australians who suffer from multiple sclerosis. You'll be aware that my brother-in-law has suffered with that condition for many years. And Mr Speaker, I will look forward to receiving the details of what the member has raised in relation to his question today. But, Mr Speaker, as the member will know, when he raised similar matters regarding other cases yesterday, that I, Mr Speaker, and the minister responsible have gone back to him on each of those cases. And as it turns out, Mr Speaker, the matters that were raised by the member yesterday, when we were able to go back to him in the case of Harper's case, Mr Speaker, we were advised that Harper's current plan was in place for 6 months and includes a higher rate of funding than his previous 12-month plan, Mr Speaker. Now, I wrote, Mr Speaker, to the member advising of this, so I look forward to...
The member for Maribyrnong on a point of order. The member for
Point of order. The Prime Minister is misleading the House. I've spoken
order.
to Harper's mother since the Prime Minister wrote to me, and she doesn't agree with him.
Will resume his seat. The Leader of the House.
Well, Mr Speaker, there is no point of order. It's a complete grandstand.
The Leader of the House. That was not a point of order that was in order. The member for Maribyrnong. The Prime Minister will return to the
question. Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I wrote promptly back to the member to follow up the very issue he raised in this place yesterday, Mr Speaker, I can tell I'm advised that the National Disability Insurance Agency is in frequent contact with Harper's parents, and it is incorrect to say Harper's current NDIS funding has been reduced, including overnight supports. I'm advised that Harper's current plan is in place for 6 months and includes a higher rate of funding than his previous 12-month plan. Mr Speaker, it is important to consider comparable annualised plans, values and durations. NDIS plans are frequently implemented for a shorter period, such as 6 months, for participants with complex needs like Harper's. It is also important to recognise that the NDIS works with mainstream service systems, including the health system, to support families with additional support needs for health conditions. Mr Speaker, I would have thought that the member for Maribyrnong may be interested in the very important issue that was raised in relation to Harper's needs, Mr Speaker. But if he's going to use people, Mr Speaker, to make political points, that's a separate issue, and I'll let others make the judgment. We took his complaint seriously. We followed it up, Mr Speaker. We got back to him, Mr Speaker, and I've concluded my answer.
If a member asks a question, I would have thought that the member would be wanting to hear what the answer is. The member for Barara has the call.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Employment, Workforce, Skills, Small and Family Business, representing the Minister for the NDIS and Minister for Government Services. Will the Minister update the House on the Morrison government's rollout of the NDIS and its growing workforce? Why is it so important we recognise our disability sector workers and the incredible work they do, particularly throughout the COVID-19 pandemic?
The Minister for Employment, Workforce, Skills, Small and Family Business.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Barara for his question
acknowledge his enormous interest in this area and his advocacy for those with disability, especially with mental disability and challenges, and his lifelong work in this area that we can all be so very proud of. Likewise, Mr Speaker, the entire House can be proud of what we're all trying to do with the NDIS. It is a world-leading endeavour. It started above politics, and I know we're all committed to keeping it above that. And it's been a great privilege for many of us in this House to work on its rollout. Today, the NDIS supports more than 480,000 extraordinary Australians who are seeking to achieve their goals, their dreams and their aspirations. In 2013, we put the first participant into the scheme, and today, 8 years later, we are approaching the milestone of 500,000 Australians. Prior to the NDIS, of course, support for those Australians with disability was fragmented across the Commonwealth, states and territories. Around $7 billion was spent if you roll it all up annually. Yet today, in the July to September period this year alone, only 3 months, just 3 months in duration, the NDIS made payments of $6.4 billion to participants. That's a 350% increase in just 8 years, which goes to the extraordinary commitment of governments towards the scheme. In June 2014, just 1 year into the NDIS, there were 1,350 providers. Today, there's over 17,800. We should be proud of what we're achieving. Now, tomorrow, as we all know, is the International Day of People with Disability. The House won't be sitting, so it's incumbent that we use this day in this House to recognise Australians with disability and seek collectively to celebrate what they've achieved. And I think it's important we take the opportunity to highlight the incredible work that the providers, carers and family members and those working in the disability sector do. They make a world of difference in the lives of extraordinary Australians. So can I simply say thank you to all those working in the area, because it's the work that those beautiful Australians do to care for Australians with disability that allows those Australians to reach for the sky. A great example, a member for Lindsay's electorate, is the blind chef of Penrith. Craig's an incredible man, beating childhood cancer. He went on to pursue a skilled career, becoming a fully qualified chef and, of course, working in some of Sydney's great establishments. Supported by the NDIS, he pursued his dream of opening his own joint, the Blind Chef Cafe and Dessert Bar in Penrith's High Street. He employs Australians of all ability in his cafe, and the cafe is designed for accessibility for all Australians. It's because of great workers of the NDIS that the blind chef can continue to work today, and thank you to all of them.
The Minister's time has expired. The member for Maribyrnong has the call. Member for Maribyrnong.
My question's to the Prime Minister. Liam McGarrigle is an autistic young man. He and his family won a landmark case in 2017 over NDIS transport funding that had implications for thousands of other people who rely upon the NDIS for support. But in November, the Morrison government cut Liam's plan by $38,000, including his transport funding, bringing the family to tears. Prime Minister, how many individual participants like Liam have had their NDIS funding cut in the last 12 months?
The Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Maribyrnong for his question? The Minister is well aware of the concerns raised by Mrs McGarrigle in relation to the transport funding for her son Liam. The Minister also received direct communication from Mrs McGarrigle a number of weekends ago and will be responding to the concerns that have been raised. On receipt of the concerns raised, the agency made contact with the family. I understand they have acknowledged the error that has been made in relation to the transport funding. The NDIA has apologised for that error, and the issue is being resolved through that process.
The member for Maribyrnong on a point of order. You're finished. The Minister has completed his answer. The member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for the Environment, representing the Minister for Women. Will the Minister update the House on the strength and resilience of Australians during a very challenging 2 years, particularly Australian women and their incredible contribution.
The Minister for the Environment, representing the Minister for Women, has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Robertson for her question and commend her on the important role that she will play chairing a committee that examines how we can best protect women often, but all Australians from anonymous online abuse. For so many women, this has been the most difficult of years. For women in this workplace, it has been a year like no other. In this building, where we should aim to demonstrate global leadership in parliamentary workplaces, Kate Jenkins' sobering report told us that we must do better. I want to thank the 1,700 women and men who came forward to tell their stories. Hurtful and distressing though that was, I want to say that I feel that the culture of change is coming, and we can look forward with more confidence, where a young person who comes to work in this building feels inspired and valued, like so many do, Mr Speaker. But all over Australia, whether it be getting through the bushfires and drought, storms that damaged the crop that was finally going to balance the farm books, navigating lockdowns and the pandemic, the economic challenges that we've faced, the one constant has been the courage and resilience shown by women across the country. With policies reflecting our principles, respect, dignity, choice, equality of opportunity and justice, the Morrison government has handed down a dedicated, record-spending women's budget to improve women's safety, economic security, health and well-being. From listing life-saving women's medicines on the PBS, because we know that you can't place a value on time with your family, to funding early education and care, to superannuation that allows greater savings for retirement. The Morrison government will continue to support women at every age and stage of their life. For the women who run rural businesses and households, who fill our high streets with activity and shop fronts, who volunteer their time for local sporting teams and on school committees, who juggle, as so many women do, work, home and the family's happiness. Thank you for everything you do to create strong communities. And I want to particularly thank every frontline worker doing the heartbreaking and life-saving work, keeping women and children housed, supporting their path to justice and financial freedom. We cannot keep women, children and their families safe without you. And I know I'm joined by every member of this place in saying thank you for your skill, your pride and your warmth. To the women of this country who are leading the way, you deserve our respect. We thank you for your contributions to every facet of our culture and communities. So often we see you've been hit hard by life circumstances, you draw on inner resilience, you get back up, you dust yourself off and you face that uncertain future with confidence. The Parliament is with you.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to give a personal explanation.
Does the Leader of the Opposition claim to be misrepresented?
I do, Mr Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
By the member for Latrobe, the Assistant Minister for Customs, Safety and Multicultural Affairs, in social media posts on the 29th of November and the 30th of November. And it concerns Barbecue Gate, Mr Speaker. The member for Latrobe has joined the conspiracy theorists that a barbecue cooked for me by the Premier of Victoria on Saturday was a fake. I can confirm, Mr Speaker, just like the moon landing, it was real. The steaks were cooked perfectly medium rare. The steaks were cooked, but not as cooked as the member for Latrobe.
The member for Maribyrnong seeking the call. The member for Maribyrnong has the call.
Yes. I seek leave to clarify misrepresentation by the Prime Minister in question time.
Well,
he's misrepresented my position.
I'm sorry. Is the member for Maribyrnong wishing to make a personal explanation?
Yeah, I'm seeking to make a personal explanation.
Does the member for Maribyrnong claim to be misrepresented?
By the Prime Minister in question time.
The member for Maribyrnong has the call.
The Prime Minister today answered a question which I raised yesterday about Harper Murnane. And the Prime Minister said that he had written to me just before question time, which he had, and he said that the person we asked about yesterday's plan hadn't been cut compared to the previous year. Upon receipt of the letter from the Prime Minister before question time, I reached out to the mother. Surely the mother of the person counts here. And she says, the Prime Minister said that we were using this person for political purposes.
We'll just pause for one moment. You're claiming to be misrepresented. How is this a personal—
The Prime Minister said that we were seeking to use the story of Harper's Cuts for political purposes, and that is not the case. The mother—
Members on my right.
Just hear us. A couple of sentences won't kill you. The mother has written to me at 2 o'clock. This is about the mother of the person you claim to care about.
Member for Maribyrnong.
The mother has written to me, and to clarify because I sent her the Prime Minister's letter, and the mother has said that in the time that the cuts occurred to her son, he's now legally blind, he's lost his ability to talk.
The Leader of the House on a point of order.
A point of order, Mr Speaker. This is a very sensitive—
Leader of the House would just wait one moment. I can't hear the Leader of the House when I'm getting all of this interjection on my left. The Leader of the House has the call.
Mr Speaker, we're all in agreement that this is a very difficult circumstance, and if there are details that the honourable member wishes to bring to the attention of the minister, then the minister has, I'm sure, every capability and every desire to resolve the issue, and that's where it should be undertaken, Mr Speaker. This is not a— in terms of the words that have just been used, that is not a representation in relation to being misrepresented in this place. It was adding somehow to a question that was put earlier, and, Mr Speaker, I don't think it's in order.
The Leader of the House can resume his seat. I'll uphold the point of order, and we will now go to papers. Order. The Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I move that leave of absence be given to every member of the House of Representatives from the determination of this sitting of the House to the date of the next sitting.
The Minister for—
that is to be put.
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Minister.
Thank you very much.
Well, just one moment, please.
One more.
You'll get there. You'll get there. Yeah. For the information of honourable members, I present a schedule of the status of government responses to committee reports as at 1 December 2021. The schedule will be incorporated in Hansard. I also present the Commonwealth Ombudsman's quarterly report under the section 712 capital F 6 subsection 6 of the Fair Work Act 2009 for the period 1 April to 30 June 2021. The Minister for Health has the call.
On indulgence, Mr Speaker, and I hope not to detain the House for too long. Well, Mr Speaker, it's been a slightly busy term, and when I think back to the fear and the concern of this House and this country in February and March of last year, and I look at that which has occurred around the world and the lives that have been saved here by comparison, I'm so proud of this government, of this parliament and this nation and all the things that have been done to save lives and protect lives. And I'm confident that the systems that are in place of the Chief Medical Officer and the Department of Health, the National Security Committee, the National Incident Centre and the National Cabinet, and then the leadership of the Prime Minister and the Treasurer to provide the guiding way, that the country is well prepared for the future. And there will be challenges, but we are well prepared for that future, and to have in some small way stood beside them at the time that they have made the biggest of decisions and to have hopefully helped has been an immense privilege. But for all the time that we've spent together, and as fond as I am of the Prime Minister and the Treasurer, my heart is ultimately elsewhere. Sorry, Josh. It's my family and my amazing wife, Paula, who is in the gallery today. Nurse, carer, counsellor, confidant, but perhaps above all else, she's raised 2 beautiful children largely as a single mother. And I am so immensely proud of Poppy, who is going into Year 11, and James, who is about to go into senior school. They're both getting awards this week, and again, I'm not there. But they said to me on Sunday, they looked at me and said, "Dad, this is your last chance to be a proper dad. And it's time to come home, Dad." And so, Mr. Speaker, earlier today, I spoke with the Prime Minister and my electorate chairman, and I informed them that I would not be contesting the next election. This may come as a surprise to some of you. For the reason that the very ideas and structures that brought me into this place are still the things which I love and believe in. The great Liberal Party, from Menzies' Forgotten People to Howard's Battlers to Scott Morrison's Quiet Australians, the golden thread which has run through the life of this party has been the simple belief that it's our task to try to give every Australian the best chance at the life of their choice. And I would never be here but for the gift of the party. And I want to thank my electorate chair, Peter Rawlings, the extraordinary Peter Rawlings, and his predecessor, Julie Heron, and all of our party members, Charles and Marshall, who've been in the same roles for 20 years. But I'm very confident in the future of our local party. I think it is time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, subject to the will of the local branch members, for a strong, brilliant woman to be the Liberal candidate for Flinders. And I'm very confident about the future of this great party in this coalition. I look at the incredible talent on the backbench, the middle bench and the front bench, and I know that in the leadership of the Prime Minister we see someone that the bigger the issue, the clearer he knows the way. That's it. And I think that's because he understands Australians and he trusts Australians. As much as I love the Liberal Party, I love this place more. My father said of the Parliament, honour the Parliament, be a parliamentarian before a politician. And this week I have seen this Parliament at its absolute highest with the passage of May's Law, government and opposition and crossbench working together for both the yes and the no case, and then the yes and the no case working together for the dignity of the Parliament. And that reminds me of a second rule which I've learnt along the way, and that is always turn your back from the cameras when you're putting your mask on. My staff taught me that. A little late, but none of us would be anything without our staff. And I want to thank the incredible staff, from all of us to all of us, but particularly from me to my staff. They have kept Australia safe and they have worked throughout night and day during the course of this pandemic and throughout the last 20 years. And I can't name all of them, but I do want to note that there are 6 who have served for a decade. Lynn Strawn and Sarah Meredith, Tina McGuffey and Denise Garnock, Lisa Burgess and the incredible Wendy Black, who's been Chief of Staff for a decade. But there's a 7th, and I want to acknowledge Joanne Tester as well, who, along with Wendy, has been the unrelenting and extraordinary Joint Chief of Staff during the course of this term. You get double points for a pandemic, Joe. But then there's one more thing. The highest of all honours is the simplest. We are all representatives, and I have been graced and favoured by the people of Flinders to represent the area in which I grew up, and the Mornington Peninsula and Western Port. And our strongest role is when we are partners with our community. Gunnamatta Beach, Point Nepean, the Somerville Secondary College, Balcombe Grammar, the Mornington Cancer Centre and the Abacus Autism Centre in Hastings. All of these things are meaningful and real. But my most cherished possession, Mr Speaker, is a simple letter. I received a letter some years ago from Olivia. Olivia is the mum of Bella, who at the time was 5. And they are a family from a dairy and potato farm at Coralyn, just outside of Cooey Rup. And Olivia said to me that Bella had an ultra-rare genetic enzyme condition which led to liver fibrosis, and that it was a terminal condition without treatment. It's so rare there may at any one time be one child in Australia. There was no medicine in Australia, and there was never going to be one that was listed. But at her request, we asked the company to provide compassionate access from overseas, and thankfully they gave us the grace and did that. And it's the letter on her 6th birthday, which I keep behind my desk, which I wish to read briefly. Isabella celebrated her 6th birthday at the start of August, and I thought this was a great opportunity to thank you and update you on her progress. We are overwhelmed with her response to the Cananuma infusion she started 2 months ago. She's a changed little girl. Most notable for us is that she is no longer in constant pain. She started to build muscle. She has bounds of new energy, spends most of her free time playing on the gym rings outside. We hope to enrol her in gymnastics class soon. Well, she's just turned 9. They did enrol her in gymnastics, and in soccer, and in cross-country. And if there'd been nothing else in these last 20 years, that alone would have been enough. But now, Mr Speaker, it's time to turn to focus on another family. Paula, Poppy, James, Elsa and Charlie the Cavoodle. And there's a lot more to do over the next 6 months. To paraphrase my favourite film, The Princess Bride. We've all got our secrets. There's a country to protect, medicines to list, a budget to prepare, and an election to win. But when all of that is done, it will be time to come home. I honour the House.
The Prime Minister on indulgence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We all answer to higher authorities in this place, and Paula, Poppy and James are the higher authority to whom the Minister for Health answers. Mr Speaker, I could not be more grateful to the Minister for Health, but more significantly to Paula, Poppy and James for allowing Greg to be here and serve in this place and serve as part of our team here, particularly over these last 3 years. I seek the indulgence of the House to refer to the member by his first name. When Greg spoke to Josh and I before the last election and expressed to us his desire to go and be with his family, we called upon him one last time, not knowing in full what those 3 years might bring. And over the course of these, particularly last 2 years, I have relied on no one more than Greg and Josh as we have sought, together with the Deputy Prime Minister and his predecessor, to navigate our way through this very difficult time. I could have thought to have no more brilliant mind, no greater friend, no person of greater integrity, but most importantly, someone with a massive heart. I remember when, after the 2016 election, and there was discussion about who would be the next health minister, and when I was asked about this, I said there is only one choice, and that is Greg Hunt, because it is one of the hardest, and those who have been health ministers, there's a few in this chamber, it is one of the hardest portfolios to deal with. There are many stakeholders, all with the most worthy of cases and the most urgent of needs, and it is so difficult to prioritise those. And it is always the biggest of asks at the Expenditure Review Committee, and it is always the most difficult of moral challenges to seek to weigh those up. And so you want a health minister who has a big brain and a big heart. And I have had the great fortune to have a person who is excelled in those attributes more than most, if not any, I've known in this place. His achievements we'll speak of at other times, and I know he doesn't want me to go on too much today. But he'll today. He'll expect them to be listed, I'm sure, at great length. But, Mr Speaker, that won't be a difficult task, because they are many. Whether Greg and I, over a long time, shared offices next to each other in opposition, he's helped me as a dear friend deal with some of the most difficult of challenges and issues, and he's encouraged me. And one of the nicest things he'd often say after a very long conversation, on whatever the topic might be on a weekend or whenever it was, he said, "Now, Mark, just go and be a dad for the rest of the day." And I would always seek to take that advice. And so, as we come to this point, I'm obviously very sad to lose an incredibly great member of my team, but I'm sure I join with the Treasurer in saying we're both going to miss a very, very good mate, and his constant encouragement to us both at a personal level as well as a professional level. Your father, mate, he would be so proud. He would be so proud. As Paula, I'm sure, is bursting with pride in you, and our loss is their great gain, and I know how much you're looking forward to that. How much you're looking forward to that. I pray it will be a great time of blessing on you and your family, and I look forward to our friendship in the many, many years to come outside of this place. And on behalf of the government, on behalf of the party I have the great privilege to lead, thank you for honouring this place. Thank you for honouring our party. Thank you for honouring your family. And thank you for honouring yourself in the way you've conducted yourself. Thank you, mate.
The Leader of the Opposition on Indulgence.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Australian Labor Party, we wish Greg Hunt well in his personal life, and we wish Paula and thank Paula and Poppy and James, conscripts, as our families all are, to service. 2 decades in parliamentary life is a significant achievement, and being a senior minister in a range of portfolios is something that you can be very proud of indeed. In particular, though, being health minister during a global pandemic would have brought enormous challenges, not the least of which would have been the time you spent away from your family. I know being locked out of Sydney for 3 months was difficult. You were locked out for a lot longer than that and had to keep on top of the details. Can I say that in terms of any time that I've requested information from you, it has been forthcoming, and you have been very professional, and I thank you for that. You get to spend time now in your beautiful electorate. I actually went down there and campaigned in that first election that you ran on, and it is a beautiful part of Victoria and a beautiful part of Australia. You can be proud of your efforts. You've been loyal to the Liberal Party. I'm used to saying the other. You've been a very loyal Liberal Party member, and that's an honourable thing, to stand by your beliefs. and it is indeed something that you can be proud of. You're a worthy opponent as someone who has different values, but understands as well that from your perspective you have stayed true to them, and I congratulate you on that. I think that I'm sure you will have a future contribution to make in your working life, but of course it's your personal life that will be much improved by moving on. So all the best, Greg. On behalf of everyone on my team, on behalf of the Australian Labor Party, I note that you have given yourself, it's a class act I reckon, standing up in the Parliament, giving respect to this place, which is what you've done as someone who is a parliamentarian. And I thank you for that, and I thank you on behalf of all who've benefited from your service for your 20 years in public life.
I don't intend to detain the House for too much longer, but I do want to make just a quick remark, and that is, as someone who has walked this walk for some time, I want to thank the Minister for Health, because you have saved lives in Australia, particularly in relation to those suffering from mental health, and in particular those suffering from eating disorders. There are tens of thousands of Australians out there whose lives have been changed because of your actions, and I'm sure they will always think very, very fondly of you. Thank you. The Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. It is that time of the year where we, as we close the parliamentary proceedings for this year and before returning next year, that it is customary for us to express our thanks to all of those who have supported us in our work over the course of this year. It has been an extraordinary year. I hope we never see another one like it, Mr Speaker. It has been an extraordinary year, but when Australians are challenged in great ways, Australians always rise to the challenge. And we said at the start of this pandemic that we've always considered ourselves to be a strong people, and we're about to find out how strong we were, and indeed Australians have been proven incredibly strong and resilient and caring and compassionate as they've sought to navigate their own way through, with great support from government, to ensure that they can be where we are today, in a situation where all around the world Australia's record of coming through this pandemic has been incredibly strong. There is no country anywhere in the world that can claim a perfect record in dealing with a 1 in 100-year pandemic, Mr Speaker. But when it comes to Australia's performance, and more significantly the performance of Australians, it has been extraordinary. One of the lowest fatality rates in the world. There are 30,000 more Australians here in this country at the moment who wouldn't have otherwise been here were it not for the fact that our response has ensured that more Australians have been able to survive this terrible pandemic, which in so many other countries that has not been the case, and that our economy, and as we move into next year, we're in a position where the economy is strengthening once again. As the lockdowns are in the rear vision mirror and the economic impacts of those are in the rear vision mirror, and we look through that front windscreen together as a country, and we move into 2022 with confidence, Mr Speaker. We're a confident people. We're an optimistic people. We always look to see the opportunity, and we always back ourselves in as a confident nation, confident in our abilities and each other to achieve what we know we can achieve. It has been a year not only tested by the pandemic, but it has been a year where the situation globally, Mr Speaker, has been extraordinarily challenging and will continue to do so. It is a time, as I've reflected, as have other ministers, in particular the Minister for Defence, in highlighting that we have not seen such a time in the Indo-Pacific since the 1930s, Mr Speaker, and that has required significant responses from the government. And I want to thank the allies and partners with whom we work with in the Indo-Pacific, our great comprehensive strategic partners in ASEAN. They are our great friends, our neighbours with whom we share this region. And it was an honour this year that Australia was able to achieve the first ever comprehensive strategic partnership with ASEAN, Mr Speaker. It speaks to Australia's place in the Indo-Pacific region as a trusted partner, as a trusted neighbour. And even now throughout the Pacific, Mr Speaker, and we think of our Pacific family, and we think of all those in the Solomon Islands especially, and we think of those AFP and ADF officers and DFAT officers who are up there right now seeking to secure the peace and stability and calm of one of our Pacific family of nations, as our responsibility is to them in our own region. I want to thank all of those and their families who are on service right now in the Solomon Islands for what they're doing for our Pacific family, and indeed expressing the values of our nation and our care and concern for our Pacific family. The conclusion of AUKUS, Mr Speaker, has been a milestone event in Australia's national security. We enjoy an extraordinary relationship with the United States. We enjoy an extraordinary relationship, Mr Speaker, with the United Kingdom. And we continue to work together with them and all of our like-minded partners, because we cannot assume in this world that an international order that favours freedom, Mr Speaker, will always endure. And that is why we together, here in Australia, Australians all, Mr Speaker, one and free, standing up for the important issues of liberal democracy in our part of the world. Because, Mr Speaker, if we don't, who will? If we don't, who will? And we have, and we will continue to do that. I speak of our partners and allies in the United States and in the United Kingdom, and of course we work so closely with them, as the Minister for Defence mentioned, in what was the largest single air evacuation by Australia in Afghanistan, with 4,100 people lifted out of that awful, awful situation, Mr Speaker. And they are now, so many of them, who have not gone to other countries, Mr Speaker, they're here in Australia and becoming Australians. And in those days of extreme pressure, Mr Speaker, I'm truly grateful to the extraordinary work and support that was done in the Department of Home Affairs, in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, in the Australian Defence Force. And I was so privileged to be able to, when I went through AMAB on the way back from overseas just a few months ago, Mr Speaker, to go there and to say thank you to all of those who were serving during that time, and to see the pictures that were drawn by the young children who had been evacuated to freedom, Mr Speaker. It was truly moving. They were indeed truly grateful to Australia. And now those children are here in Australia, going to Australian schools and growing up Australian, Mr Speaker. And that says a lot about us. After 20 years in Afghanistan, after 20 years, there are disappointments. But at the same time, what our forces did in Afghanistan, and the 41 Australians in particular who are lost there, Mr Speaker, we think of them at this time and their families and the service that they put in place and all of those who went with them. And this year they won't be there, but for many, the memories of their time in Afghanistan will stay with them forever. And for many it will haunt them, Mr Speaker, the veterans. And for all those veterans who are thinking of that time, and indeed those who continue to serve, it is our duty in this place to reach out to them and to continue to support them in every which way we possibly can, and thanking them, Mr Speaker, for their service. Mr Speaker, it's been a year where we have dealt with many other challenges. The challenges of how we address the future energy economy, how we deal with the online world and how we make that safer for Australians, strengthening the opportunities in regional Australia, and I think it has been a strong year for regional Australia. I'm sure the Deputy Prime Minister would agree, Mr Speaker, but it's a constant reminder that where once drought and bushfires have impacted regional Australia, even as we stand here today, floods and the ruination of crops, which were the next payment for those coming out of those earlier challenges, Mr Speaker, and then hope disappointed once again. But regional Australians are a resilient people. Rural Australians are a resilient people. They are the heart of Australia, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank all of them for their endurance and their resilience and their care and compassion for one another. The disaster resilience, response and recovery capabilities have been enhanced. The response to the Aged Care Royal Commission and addressing the very serious needs there, continuing on the record financial support for those in this country who, through no fault of their own, have grown up with disabilities that in decades past have meant that they could not even hope to have the same opportunities of other Australians, and the National Disability Insurance Scheme, Mr Speaker, seeks to put that right and to give them as much opportunity as we possibly can, to enable them. Supporting the mental health of Australians, again I thank the Minister for Health, but I also thank Pat McGorry, who has been a constant source of advice and counsel to me and the Minister for Health and many here. I want to thank my colleagues for their same encouragement and support on those issues. Addressing the safety of women here in this building has been an important issue, and I want to thank all the staff, all of our staff, Mr Speaker, who work here with us, and it is our commitment to ensure we will work together to secure a safer workplace for them. I look to the Minister for Indigenous Australians and I am reminded of the great true heart of this country, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank again those Indigenous leaders and elders and Indigenous Australians around the country who keep their culture alive, the oldest living culture in the world, Mr Speaker. It is something this country can be truly, truly proud of and truly grateful for. May we continue to seek to understand their insights, Mr Speaker, as we seek to take this country forward. Mr Speaker, they are extraordinary times. They are not times for confusion. They are a time for clarity, which we are seeking to provide. Mr Speaker, decent, hard-working Australians, generous and fair, they love their country, they wish to simply move forward, and we want to move forward with them into 2022. I'm very proud, Mr Speaker, of the members of this House, particularly in the most recent debate the Minister for Health has spoken of on Mave's Law. It is always, as I'm sure the Leader of the Opposition agrees, when we come together on matters like this, the Parliament at its best, and I appreciate the work that is being done to bring that to a conclusion. A sense of gratitude should pervade this place at this time of year. I want to thank the Premiers and Chief Ministers with whom I've worked over the course of this pandemic in this year, and we will meet again at the end of next week, and then continue the important work of the National Federation Reform Council. I want to thank, Mr Speaker, again all the members of our Defence Force, not just serving in the Solomons, but elsewhere around the world, and those otherwise who are in those places. Mr Speaker, I want to thank all of those members who are retiring from this place at the next election and who have indicated that to this House, and we've just heard from the Minister for Health, but there are many others, and they will have their opportunities if some had, and I'd extend also personally my best wishes to the member for Fowler, Mr Speaker, with whom we've shared a good friendship over many, many years. But there are many others. I won't list them all, Mr Speaker. We know who they are, and we thank them for the great service to this House. Mr Speaker, I want to thank the Chief Government Whip, the member for Ford, who does a terrific job, and at a time as we were reflecting in our party room very recently. And for those members who have joined the House in 2019, this has not been a usual term. This has been an extraordinary term in terms of what members have had to endure, long separations from family, long times in isolation because of the various rules that have been put in place. The same opportunities to have that camaraderie and that direct support, one for each other, which is very customary in this House. And for those of us who have entered this House in earlier times have benefited from that. I do feel for the class of 2019 on all sides of the House, Mr Speaker, who have had to seek to navigate their service in this place in a way different to those who came before them. And that has been very difficult for them. And I think they have felt at times quite vulnerable. And I want to thank the whips, certainly our whips, Mr Speaker, with Nick and Rowan as well, and the opposition whips, Mr Speaker, for the pastoral care and support that you have provided to the members here in this place. The job of the whip is just not to get us all in here to vote, Mr Speaker. The job of the whips are also to provide that care, counsel and pastoral support to members, and they do a terrific job, and I can think of none better than the member for Ford, who has one of the kindest hearts, Mr Speaker, in this place. Mr Speaker, can I also thank the clerks of the House. Clarissa, thank you very much, and the responsibilities that you've taken on, and to the Deputy Clerk and to the assistants. Mr Speaker, to the Sergeant-at-Arms, thank you for your work over the course of this year. It has been an interesting year for the parliament, and all of those who serve our parliament here, the attendants and so many others. Mr Speaker, thank you for the way you have worked, both with you as new Speaker and, of course, the former Speaker, the member for Casey, and the role that they have played. To the PM&C legislative team, to the House parliamentary liaison officers, Mr Speaker, my thanks to them, also in the Senate, the First Parliamentary Council, all of those staff who are, of course, retiring this year. The Deputy Clerk, Catherine Cornish, retiring this year after 27 years of service. The Department of Parliamentary Services staff, David Watt, retired after 8 years at the Parliamentary Library. Carla Turcic, retired after 25 years at Parliamentary Broadcasting. Michael Schild, retired after 26 years also at Parliamentary Broadcasting. They'll both be leaving quite a vacant space there to be filled by newcomers, Mr Speaker. And there are other retirees, Philip McCapian, Eric Horwood in Visitor Services, and Barry Smith, 14 years at the Hansard. He'd have quite a book, Mr Speaker, if he chose to write one. To the opposition and their staff, can I extend to the Leader of the Opposition and his family, the Manager of Opposition Business and all the opposition members and their staff, all the very best for the Christmas and holiday season. I hope they have a very safe and refreshing season, Mr Speaker. It will be a very busy year next year, as we all know. Of course, to my team, Mr Speaker, to the Deputy Prime Minister and his predecessor, can I say thank you very much for your friendship and your support and the great strength of the coalition of the Liberals and the Nationals. That's a coalition we want, Mr Speaker. The other coalitions that could occur on that side, not such a great coalition, Mr Speaker, the Labor and the Greens. But the coalition here, Mr Speaker, is a great coalition and has been in place for many, many years, Mr Speaker. I thought that'd get a reaction. But I'll return to the true tone of this, Mr Speaker. So thank you to the Deputy Prime Minister, to the Treasurer, Mr Speaker. I want to say thank you very much. A dear friend. We shared a house for a few weeks here, Mr Speaker, I didn't see a tape measure going anywhere near the curtains during that time, Mr Speaker, at the Lodge. Not once. Not that I saw. That's true, the member for Ballarat. But, Mr Speaker, I want to thank the Treasurer. He's a dear friend, as are my colleagues who I serve with. But you rely heavily on your Deputy Leader of your party, and this Deputy Leader has been such a great and loyal Deputy Leader, and I know he has worked closely with all of the colleagues in our Liberal Parliamentary Party and sought to support them and ensure that their interests and their issues have been raised and are well understood within our leadership. But a dear friend, and I wish him Happy Hanukkah, and I know he celebrates Christmas as well. So, Mr Speaker, he gets the best of both worlds there, at least the kids do anyway. So I wish you all the best. Mr Speaker, to the Deputy Leader of the National Party and to the Leader of the House as well, two great Queenslanders. I wish them well over the break and thank them for stepping up into the roles, particularly the Leader of the House and the service that he is providing us here. And I also thank him for the outstanding work that he's done since he's become Minister for Defence. He is a very long-serving Minister for Home Affairs and Immigration and Border Protection, and that is a series of lessons that we share. But as Minister for Defence, he has been a tower of strength. To the Leader of the Government in the Senate, Senator Birmingham, and the Deputy Leader, Senator Cash, Mr Speaker, thank you for their support in the other place. Can I also add a very personal thanks to the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Minister for Women, the co-chair of the Cabinet Task Force on Women, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for Women and my dear friend Maurice Payne, Mr Speaker, for the tremendous work and support that he's provided to me, and also Jenny, Mr Speaker, as a close friend. Thank you very much. Mr Speaker, to all the coalition members and their staff, rest up, because next year we go forward together, as always, Mr Speaker, and making that boat goes faster, as we've always said. Mr Speaker, I wish them well and their families, and thank their families for all their many sacrifices over the course of this year. And those sacrifices, Mr Speaker, we will show next year together as a team how we come together to ensure that Australia continue to have the strong government and the good government that Australians deserve and need. Mr Speaker, I want to thank my Chief of Staff, Dr John Kunkel, and all of those who work in my great team there for their hard work and effort, and I know they're looking forward to a break. And particularly back there in the Shire, to Julie and all the team in my electorate office, thank you. Mr Speaker, there are many thank yous: the attendants, the federal police who look after us, particularly my own detail, and those who provide that support to, sadly, too many of the members of this place. We saw in the United Kingdom this year, Mr Speaker, the death, the murder of a member of parliament, and I know that reminded us all that in our service of our nation there are some risks that we perhaps underestimate. But, Mr Speaker, in that case we were reminded of those who keep us safe as members of parliament in this building and when we're out and about doing our duty. To the catering teams, the library, the Hansard and the support staff, of course the cleaners, particularly Anna Maria, Mr Speaker, her sisters, and Lizia, thank you very much. They've been there a very long time. I'll continue to seek to be as tidy as I can. Mr Speaker, this has been a challenging and difficult year for our country, and to you, Mr Speaker, I wish you all the best, and all the Speaker's panel for the work they have done here in this place. To the crossbenchers and to their families, I similarly extend my best wishes. The House is rising, but elsewhere in our country, Australians are facing down those floods, and our gratitude continues to be with them who are serving them. We might have been separated by borders for these last few years, but those borders are certainly lifting as our vaccination rates are at world high levels, Mr Speaker. We look forward to those being lifting, and we look forward to Australia continuing to open safely, so we remain safely open. Our hope and our prayer is for a quiet summer where there are neither fires nor floods. But if there are, Australians know that those who work across our government will be there to support them in their time of need. May it be a time of great peace, of renewal and refreshment, and may 2022 be a better year than that preceded it. 2021 is in the rear vision mirror. 2022 is the way forward, Mr Speaker. God bless and Merry Christmas to all.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Well, it's been a bit of a tradition to stand up and observe that it's been a tough year for Australians, and unfortunately that tradition continues because it has been a tough year. We've gone from drought to bushfire to pandemic and lockdown and now to flood. Australians are still living in caravans after losing their homes in the fires and now having to deal with the rains of La Nina. Farmers who got through the drought, and then we had the mouse plague. They saw things coming good, and now their bumper crops are getting smashed by rain. They're doing it tough. The thing that we've seen, though, during the pandemic in particular, is the resilience of Australians and their preparedness to make sacrifices for each other, for their families, for their neighbours. And I particularly want to thank those essential workers who've kept the country going during such a difficult time. We should value not just our nurses and our doctors and our police, but also I hope we never ever take our cleaners and the people who do so much work to keep the whole economy and to keep the whole society running. I hope that we don't take them for granted. I want to thank the community organisations like Addie Road in my electorate, Reverend Bill Cruz, other charities have really done it particularly tough and have helped so many people. I look forward to spending Christmas Day once again with Bill Cruz and 2,000 of our closest friends. It is indeed a wonderful occasion whereby people who are afflicted with homelessness, with addiction, with tragedy, and in some cases just lonely, have somewhere to go on Christmas Day. It is the true Christian spirit that Bill Cruz and Exodus represent, and this year they celebrate 50 years of providing service for some of the most vulnerable people in the inner west of Sydney, but wherever they come from, no one's ever turned away from Exodus there at Ashfield. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his words, and I wish him and his family and all the families of the members and senators all the very best for Christmas. To you, Mr Speaker, it's a bit of a tough job, isn't it, from time to time? Our job isn't necessarily to make it easier for you, but it is a tough job, and I wish you well. Thank you. And I reiterate my thanks for the former Speaker who did such an extraordinary job. To everyone else on the Speaker's panel, to our whip team led by the member for Fowler, we said good things about him before. That's enough, Chris. That's enough, mate. And Anna and Deb in the whip's office, and of course the members for Lawler and Werra who assist in that job. To my mate, the Deputy Leader, one can't have hoped for a more loyal Deputy Leader, good friend, someone who I've developed a very close relationship with, and someone who I think will make an outstanding Deputy Prime Minister at some time next year. To the Manager of Opposition Business, who I've known for a lot longer, the member for Watson, the longest-serving ever member for Manager of Opposition Business. He is a good person. He will make an outstanding Leader of the House. He does understand the standing orders, and I will forego my customary sledging of his band and his musical capacity on the basis of the Christmas spirit. To his deputy, the member for Hindmarsh, to my economic team led by Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher, who've done such outstanding work. In the Senate, we've got these three amazing women: Penny Wong, Christina Keneally and Katie Gallagher. They are just quite extraordinary, the work that they do. And my shadow minister assisting me in the Senate, Don Farrell, who I've come to rely upon very much for advice and wise counsel always. To all of our team, it's been a tough period to be in opposition. We had to come into the parliament and we supported every single piece of legislation that was put up during the pandemic, even though we regard some of it as being flawed. We said we wouldn't allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good because the national interest required that, and we did it. And we did it. Without exception, we did it, something that those opposite don't always acknowledge, but they are the facts of what happened. The fact is, though, that I think that our responsibility means we're competitive at the next election. We're competitive. Nothing more than that. But it's a tough time to be Leader of the Opposition, to be in opposition during a pandemic. Most oppositions around the country, I note Western Australia as an example, have not been competitive at all in the lead-up to an election. But we're in a position whereby we will continue to hold the government to account and will put forward our constructive alternative offer to the people of Australia at some time next year, be it in March or in May. To all of the parliamentary staff, the clerks, the Hansard staff, the Parliamentary Library, the Department of House of Representatives, the attendants, the hard-working folks at Aussies and the staff cafeteria, everyone working at the coffee carts who really keep us going, to the cleaners who do such an amazing job. To everyone here, particularly want to thank Joy, a cleaner who keeps my office presentable. Thank you very much. To the Comcar drivers and staff, especially my Sydney drivers Greg and Suzanne, who look after me so well. To all the Parliament House security and the AFP, we appreciate all that you do. And to our ADF personnel serving overseas, as we noted during question time, it is a particularly important time for us to thank them. To the press gallery, now we don't always agree, but it is an important role that you play in a democracy, and I certainly acknowledge that. To the state premiers and chief ministers for their leadership during the pandemic, I've made it a principle not to criticise any of the state premiers. I think they've had a really tough job, along with the chief ministers. To all the parents who've had a tough job too, dealing with remote work and remote schooling, often at the same table. I do want to thank my personal staff, led by Tim Gartrell, my Chief of Staff. Tim Gartrell was the campaign director in 2007. There's an omen there. And I think that he brings that experience, his experience as the campaign director for the marriage equality postal vote that was held as well. He's a class act. He's a good friend. He was my first campaign director way back in 1996 for Grainler. We go back a very long way, and when I became leader of the Labor Party, I approached him and cheekily said it was a condition of my continuing with that pursuit that he had to come, because that was the deal that we had come to some time ago before, when he talked me into running once before. Sandra Crowe, my EA, I thank you for making me go to the right place at the right time. We really rely upon our personal staff, but all of my team, Liz, who leads the media team, and Jeff, who plays such a key role in policy development. To all of them, I thank them very much. I thank my electorate, who without them I wouldn't be here. Simple as that. I love my electorate, the Inner West. It's diverse, it's multicultural, it's a fascinating electorate, it's a difficult electorate, it's a very political electorate, and I'm very proud to have lived there my whole life. To my son Nathan, he turns 21 next week, and I've been in politics his entire life. And when I talked to Greg Hunt about his family, we discussed it. It is difficult. But I look forward to being home. I thank whoever did the parliamentary schedule for the fact that December 8 isn't a sitting day, and I look forward to that. I look forward to December 11, which is the party, and I hope that it goes well for him, and I'm very pleased that he's able to have one as well. I am very proud every single day of the young man that he has become. He's quite outstanding, and he's had a difficult time as well. He, of course, he's studying business at university. He hasn't been on a campus since 2019. And like a lot of young people, the period of their lives in which they should have been having the most fun of their lives simply hasn't happened for them. And it's been a difficult period. To Jodie Hayden, my partner, we've spent considerable time apart this year, but I thank you for your friendship and your support. I do want to wish everyone a wonderful Christmas. May it be a time of reunions, of love, of happiness, of relaxation, and may 2022 bring us whatever we want in life. I guess people know what my wish is for.
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to endorse the comments and thank all the people that the Leader of the Opposition thanked and the Prime Minister thanked, which leaves me with basically the cat and the dog and the rat and the roof to thank, because everyone else seems to be thanked. But starting off on a more serious note, I'd like to thank my family, obviously Vicky, who has been a great support to me, and Sebastian and Thomas, who have made this their home, so much so that at one stage Tom, after having a shower in the Deputy Speaker's office, decided we were standing there and we heard the door shut, and Luch managed to stop him just before he ran naked into this chamber, which would have been a remarkable addition to the Parliament that day. To obviously my colleagues, I'd like to thank the leadership team of DLP, Bridget, to Drummy and Perrin for their hard work through the process, obviously to the Deputy Leader in the Senate, Matt, to Sam and Susan over there, to all our team here, to Michael, who I know it's been a tough year. I really thank you for the professional and diligent and decent way that you have acted, to Mark, to Pat, to Ken, to George, to mention Lou again, to Dr Dave, to Andrew, to Keith, Hogues and Michelle. It's been a great year to prepare for the next year, which will be an incredible year, and we are going to make sure that we give the best representation of ourselves, and hopefully we will all stay there, but that is the will of the people, and maybe bring a few others down here to Canberra with us. To the staff, the ever-patient staff, you've been such a professional team down here and in Tamworth, an incredibly professional team, and you carry me so well and you make me look vastly better than I actually am, and I thank you for that. I won't go through all their names because, as they know, I'm notorious at remembering them. To the support structure in this parliament, to all the people you don't think about, imagine all the calls the ladies down on the switch get, the phones, the absolute crazy people ringing them up, angry people ringing them up and trying to deal with it. If ever you get a chance, you should go down and just say good day to them. Obviously, to the people of New England and to the great part of New England that wanted to be its own state, and should have. There's still hope. They should have. You've been so patient, allowing me to go away and do other jobs. But I love the people of New England. I love the people of the state of Queensland who gave me an initial job. But to come home to New England and the support I get on the street and in every corner of it, as we try to do our very best job for them, I really appreciate that. And I can't wait to get back after this and go back and do as best service I can in the spare time we have. And I've already mentioned the staff there. I won't go through all the opposition, but I will acknowledge the member for Fowler, Chris Hayes, who actually has been a good mate over a long period of time. And I wasn't there for you. I had another job to do. I was watching you on the screen. But he's the one person that you can have absolute confidence in him. And you can go to him, say what you need, and it goes no further than Chris. So I thank you, Chris, and especially in tougher times that I've had in the past, you were a mate. To the media, I just have to mention here, you can make of it what you like. Thank you so much for your representation of our nation. The Fourth Estate is a vital part of our democracy, and if we don't have that, we don't have a democracy, and that's why I'm so fervent about trying to chip Facebook and the others to try and get some of the advertising revenue back in your direction, because you are the people who actually do the job. There is a certain group, there are a lot of people over Christmas who don't get time off. They work. They're the doctors and they work. They're the nurses and they work. They're the ambulance drivers and the policemen and they work. They don't get time off for Christmas, but they love their families just as much as ours, but they are dedicated to the task at hand. So I thank you for that and for the sacrifice that you're about to make. I also ask that Christmas is such a great time for so many, but the worst time for a few. For a few, it's the loneliest time of the year. It's a time where they realise that they are divorced, they realise they are widowed, they realise they are homeless, they realise they are away from anybody, and if you get any opportunity to reach out to those people, and I worked for a long time for Sir Vincent de Paul, then you will get more out of that than you would know. You will get more out of that small act of compassion than you would know. So I thank all those people who assist in that. Finally, the Australian people. You have to think of some group that involves everybody else. So I won't thank the people of the world, but I'll thank the Australian people for their tolerance of us. We are servants of them. This is their house. We merely work here. And so, to the Australian people who are about to go into the process of dealing with an election, we hope that we in this adversarial chamber, which it is supposed to be. I thank them for the role that they play, all of them, in making our nation a better place. And I conclude with we have been welcome to country in our area. It goes through, starts with Yama, but I always remember the end, and it's Yarrambi Barai, which means walk with God. Walk with God. So I say in conclusion in Kamiroy, Yarrambi Barai.
Well said.
I was going to make a speech on behalf of all those in Parliament, but if you work in the building, thank you very much for your service to the Commonwealth and also to the members of Parliament and senators. Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas. I have received advice from the Honourable the Prime Minister nominating a member to be a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. The Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a member to serve on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Intelligence Services Act 2001, Mr KJ Andrews be appointed a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
The question is the motion be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. I have received messages from the Senate returning bills without amendment. I do not propose to read these messages, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. And I give the call to the member for Clark.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm acutely aware that there's only minutes left for this parliament this year, but there's one very notable Australian who has not been mentioned this afternoon, and I seek to remedy that. So I seek leave to move the following motion: that the House 1 notes that Walkley Award-winning Australian journalist Mr Julian Assange remains incarcerated in Her Majesty's Prison Belmarsh in the United Kingdom, despite a British court earlier this year finding that Mr Assange could not be extradited to the United States of America for health reasons. B, the US continues to pursue Mr Assange and has recently been back in court in the UK, appealing the earlier decision to refuse the extradition. C, the reason for the US's determination to extradite Mr Assange is limited to WikiLeaks exposés in 2010 and 2011 of US war crimes and other misconduct in Iraq and Afghanistan and in Guantanamo Bay, including the release of the collateral murder video in which a US helicopter in Iraq gunned down innocent civilians, including journalists. D, recent revelations in the media show the Central Intelligence Agency developed plans to abduct and assassinate Mr Assange. And E, the continuing incarceration of Mr Assange and any extradition to the US would not only be a grave injustice but a severe threat to his health and life. 2, calls on the Prime Minister to A, speak directly with his counterparts in the US and UK to bring an end to this madness, including the US dropping all charges against Mr Assange and the UK allowing his immediate release. And finally, B, Speaker, commit to not allow the extradition of Mr Assange to the US from Australia.
Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
The member for Clark.
Then, Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Clark from moving the following motion immediately: that the House 1 notes that A, Walkley Award-winning Australian journalist Mr Julian Assange remains incarcerated in Her Majesty's Prison Belmarsh in the United Kingdom, despite a British court earlier this year finding that Mr Assange could not be extradited to the United States of America for health reasons. B, the US continues to pursue Mr Assange and has recently been back in court in the UK, appealing the earlier decision to refuse the extradition. C, the reason for the US's determination to extradite Mr Assange is limited to WikiLeaks exposés in 2010 and 2011 of US war crimes and other misconduct in Iraq and Afghanistan and in Guantanamo Bay, including the release of the collateral murder video in which a US helicopter in Iraq gunned down innocent civilians, including journalists. D, recent revelations in the media show the Central Intelligence Agency developed plans to abduct and assassinate Mr Assange. And E, the continuing incarceration of Mr Assange and any extradition to the US would not only be a grave injustice but a severe threat to his health and life. And 2, calls on the Prime Minister to A, speak directly with his counterparts in the USA and UK to bring an end to this madness, including the US dropping all charges against Mr Assange and the UK allowing his immediate release. And finally, B, commit to not allow the extradition of Mr Assange to the US from Australia. Speaker, there's no time for a rousing speech. Can I just simply say there is genuinely an urgent need to suspend standing orders and to deal with this motion, because as we sit here, an Australian citizen, an Australian journalist, is literally rotting in Belmarsh prison in London and could well die there. And if he is extradited to the US, to a lifetime imprisonment in a high-security supermax jail, he will certainly die there. Thank you, Speaker.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion, Mr Speaker, and given that the clock is running down, I'll be brief. The situation of Julian Assange should concern everyone. It sets the precedent that you can be a journalist exposing war crimes and find yourself ground down to the point where you may no longer be able to stay alive by some of the most powerful forces and some of the most powerful governments in the world. And to anyone who believes in transparency and people abiding by the rule of law, that should send a shiver down everyone's spine. It's also incredibly concerning because it raises the question about what does it mean to be an Australian citizen, and what does it mean for a government to effectively turn its back on one of its own and allow them to rot and be subject to not only legal proceedings but potential threats of abduction, of assassination and abduction, as the member for Clark has referred to in the motion. I want to commend the work done by all members of the Parliamentary Friends for bringing home Julian Assange, and also acknowledge the work of our Senator Peter Whish-Wilson in particular and Janet Rice in the Senate, who've been pursuing this matter there. Given the limited time, I commend this motion to the House.
I thank the member for Melbourne. The question is that the motion moved by the member for Clark be disagreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I have received a letter from the honourable member for Canberra proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's failure to govern in the best interests of Australians. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. The member for Canberra has the call.
And government's long list of failures, rorts, dodgy deals and broken promises, but I ran out of time just when I was getting started. It seems they saw me coming because with the Christmas messages and valedictories this afternoon, my time has been cut short. But anyway, backed by popular demand, I've got a bit more time to discuss these issues in depth. I'm very proud to have requested that today, as a matter of public importance, that this House discuss the government's failure to govern in the best interests of Australians. Because, in the words of Billy Joel, the Prime Minister didn't start the fire, but he most certainly doesn't hold a hose. From birthing lanes on the Barton Highway and the forced handshakes of bushfire victims to robo-debt and telling Australian women we're lucky we're not being shot at, Australia has never had a government quite like this one. Scott Morrison and Malcolm Turnbull and Tony Abbott before him. We've had almost 10 years of a government that cares more about themselves than the issues facing Australians, and Australians deserve so much better. I don't need to remind Australians about what they went through in the Black Summer bushfires in 2019 and 2020, but I will remind them of what the Prime Minister did. He went to Hawaii, and then he told us he didn't hold a hose. And when he returned, he started the PR mission from hell. He went to Cobargo, where he forced a pregnant woman to shake his hand. He snubbed our fire chiefs, who had sounded the alarm bells months earlier. He blamed arsonists and environmentalists and ignored the basic science that our changing climate would make our fire seasons worse. And this was confirmed just last week. The CSIRO published a study showing climate change is the dominant factor causing the increased size and intensity of bushfires in Australia. He did establish a Royal Commission in the aftermath, only to then ignore its recommendation to develop a sovereign aerial firefighting fleet. And always about the announcement and not the follow-up, he promised to fund the recovery, but not much has been spent, because people in this region are still living in caravans. And as the member for Eden-Monaro and the member for Gilmore will continue to focus on, these people need help. In the Bega Valley, of the 467 homes burnt down, only 34 have been rebuilt. Not good enough. This Prime Minister will always act in his own interests and not in the interests of Australia, because it's always someone else's fault, someone else's responsibility. It's why he outsourced quarantine to the states, and it's why in the minutes before COP26 this government was hopelessly divided on the question of net zero by 2050, and he put it onto the Nationals and the climate deniers in their ranks to write his policy. The same policy that embarrassed Australia on the world stage at the recent COP26 meeting in Glasgow. If that wasn't enough, the government signed up to an international agreement to act on climate change and the same day confirmed they had no intention to fulfil it. You can't believe a word they say. Remember, we've had 8 years of this government, and in that time we've had 3 Prime Ministers and more than 20 energy policies, yet they have delivered nothing. Don't believe the pamphlet, the talk of technology. Scott Morrison's real plan is to leave it to someone else, our children and our grandchildren. It's so predictable of this Prime Minister because everything else is someone else's responsibility. If you needed more proof of the lack of humanity at the centre of this government, look at their response to Brittany Higgins when she bravely spoke out about her alleged rape in this building. We saw a real moment arise for the Prime Minister to stand up and show some leadership when someone from his own team working for his minister came forward with the most distressing account of her experiences here in this building. But setting aside what we might have liked to have seen from the leader of our nation in response to this, what about as an employer, a senior colleague, a human being? How did he respond to a young woman, a member of his own staff, who should have been safe in her workplace? We heard that the government was taking action, yet in the meantime he was asking his former Chief of Staff to undertake an inquiry into what his staff knew about when. We still don't know the answer to that. We heard that Jenny had told him to think about it as a father. Yet in the meantime his staff were backgrounding against Brittany Higgins' loved ones. We heard from the Prime Minister that women have copped this for far too long, right before he tried to weaponise the experience of women to blackmail the media. Brittany Higgins' brave testimony and the other revelations of disgraceful behaviour in this building led to a groundswell from women around this country, because what was going on in this building is what was going on in their workplaces, in their homes and in our community. We have a deep-seated problem with violence against women in this country. Yet this Prime Minister wouldn't go out and stand with the thousands of women outside this building and around the country who marched that day in the March for Justice to say enough is enough. I was proud to stand out there with them, as were many of my colleagues, but when we came in, the Prime Minister told us we were lucky that we hadn't been shot at. Last week we saw 7 coalition members cross the floor, yet the only one hauled into the Prime Minister's office for a please explain against their wishes was the member for Bass, Bridget Archer. It wasn't Senator Rennick, it wasn't Senator Canavan, it wasn't the member for Dawson, just the member for Bass. I wonder what was different about her. And let's not forget that this week we saw one of the Prime Minister's senators barking at a female parliamentarian on the very day that Kate Jenkins' damning report into the culture of this building was handed down. Australians want to see a better standard from their parliament than this. But this is a government that has one standard for itself and another for everyone else. This is a government that has no respect for the institutions of this parliament, for our democracy, for integrity, for accountability. It shuts down debate at every opportunity, and in fact in this, the last sittings of this year and possibly their term, what are they trying to rush through? Not some great reform, but a voter suppression bill, Trump style, and I'm proud that Labor stood against this and this bill has been defeated, because we didn't want to see it made harder for Australians to vote. You couldn't write this stuff. They have failed to introduce a federal integrity commission, having promised it over 1,000 days ago. But apparently that's our fault as the opposition, that the government has not introduced a piece of legislation because they don't want to have the debate. On scandals, the list is too long for me to go through it again. Sports rorts, pork and ride, the scandals surrounding the member for Hume, Watergate, Grassgate, forged documents. We've got the Leppington Triangle, where $30 million was spent on land worth $3 million. We've got the member for Pearce and his anonymous $1 million donation, and this government's unprecedented vote against sending that to the Privileges Committee. We've seen secrecy. We've seen a secret trial where this government has tried to prosecute in secret Bernard Collaery and Witness K. And of course, we've seen the attacks and interference on the ABC and even the raiding of Annika Smethurst's home. We've seen millions spent on the COVID-19 app, and who's using that? Did it work? Did it trace one case? No, it didn't. What has the Prime Minister done amongst this scandal? He has dodged, deflected, distracted and backgrounded, and he has an uncomfortable relationship with the truth. Shanghai Sam, 17 times he said that and then said he'd never said it. Electric vehicles, ending the weekend. We all saw you say that. Front of the queue, leaking diplomatic text. I won't go on. Because we all know what's going on, and no wonder with the list of scandals they've accumulated over this past decade that they do not want a Federal Integrity Commission to look into these issues. It's been a lost decade for Australia because we're the ones who pay the price, Mr Speaker. We're the ones who are paying the price for a government incapable of acting in the interests of anyone but themselves. For 8 long years, this government has squandered Australia's advantages and ruined our reputation on the world stage. We rank last among 60 countries on climate policy. We have slipped to 59th in the world for average broadband speeds. We rank 8th out of 11 high-income countries for healthcare affordability. Educational outcomes have slipped. We are ranked as more corrupt and we have less trust in government. Household debt as a share of GDP is now the 2nd highest of 43 countries, and we have the 3rd most unaffordable housing market. 1 in 6 Australian children—
Order. It being 4:30, I propose
and I'm out of time
the question
again.
that the House do now adjourn. And I give the call to the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, if you can't govern your party, you can't govern the country. The Morrison government is a hopelessly divided government that is coming apart at the seams. The Liberal government has racked up $1 trillion in debt with hardly anything to show for it. Working families cannot risk and can't afford another 3 years of attacks on Medicare, wages and job security. Speaker, within my electorate of Gilmore, the government's list of failures is long. When the bushfires were on, the Prime Minister abandoned us all and fled to Hawaii. He abandoned constituents in my electorate. Speaker, the government's failure to deliver a radiation therapy treatment service at Moruya they promised at the last election, not delivered. But the tip of the iceberg when one understands the systemic failure of this government in delivering health and mental health services. Now, I'll start by saying we love our nurses, our doctors and all our hospital and health workers. They are absolute champions working in the most difficult conditions. All I hear from locals is praise for the hard-working and caring teams. They are there every day, caring for our community, going above and beyond to help those who are in need. I thank them for everything they do today and every day. But, Speaker, people in Batemans Bay and Moruya just want to have their hospital services improved. At present, around 2/3 of patients have to travel outside of the area for hospital and cancer care treatment. That often means a long trip to Canberra, requiring additional cost of overnight stays and time away from loved ones. The plan was for a brand new Eurobodalla hospital to provide the higher level 4 services and include intensive care and mental health beds. But no, in a growing community there will be fewer maternity beds, no intensive care unit, less emergency beds, no acute mental health services, no dedicated paediatric and neonatal support, no orthopaedics. Speaker, this government thinks itself good on announcements, but it is a failure with a capital F on delivery. The Prime Minister never intended to keep his promise to introduce a National Anti-Corruption Commission. It's now 3 long years since Mr Morrison assured Australians a National Anti-Corruption Commission would be delivered, but nothing. Actually, worse still, an endless series of rorts and scandals. Speaker, Labor will introduce a strong, independent anti-corruption commission, one with real teeth, one with all the powers of a standing royal commission, one with investigative bite against serious and systemic corruption in the federal government. Speaker, the government's failure across the Australian economy is certainly not in the best interests of Australians. Everything except your wages is going up under the Morrison government. That's right, 8 long years of wage stagnation. All the while, the soaring cost of housing, the flow-on effect with the cost of rentals. Across our nation, there is an absolute housing crisis. Speaker, I've shared with the House previously how I'm on the Shoalhaven Homelessness Task Force. Locally, the Shoalhaven Homeless Hub has been providing homelessness services from its central Nowra address for over 20 years, supporting men, women and children. They are saying to me that an increasing number of people who have never encountered homelessness before are now becoming homeless for the very first time. For their properties are being sold and they cannot find alternative accommodation within the time frame provided. A vicious cycle that is playing out across the country. Speaker, the absolute failure of this Morrison government is the lack of leadership. For if you're going to make housing affordable, the federal government must be involved. A Labor government will create a $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, creating thousands of jobs now and in the long term. Over the first 5 years, the fund will build around 20,000 social housing properties, 4,000 of these properties for women and children fleeing domestic and family violence, and older women on low incomes who are at risk of homelessness. That, Speaker, is leadership. It is in the best interests of Australians to elect an Albanese Labor government.
The member for Cowper has the call. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I have a real-life positive story to relay to the House. And there's no greater investment that we as a government can make than an investment in our young people. And it's an investment that is guaranteed to pay off in spades. And I say in spades because I'm talking about tradies. We love tradies. Mr Speaker, sorry, I'm still getting used to it. I'm pleased to see the continued increases in the investment from this government in recent years into the practical education of our up-and-coming young people and leaders. The $6.4 billion in skills and training funding alongside billions in wage supports have ensured that Australia is well placed to recover from COVID-19 and to secure our future. These recent measures and incentives for businesses have meant that there were over 217,000 Aussies in trade apprenticeships in July of this year. My nephew is one of them, doing an electrical trade. He's very good, so when he's done I'll get him to come and rewire my house for free, Mr Speaker. That number, 217,000, is the highest figure since records have begun. Mr Speaker, in my own electorate of Cowper, I've seen this boom in apprenticeships firsthand, with hundreds of businesses across the electorate employing 2,195 apprentices. And one in particular, which the member— where are you from? The member for Riverina visited in his role as the Deputy Prime Minister, Faircloth and Reynolds in Coffs Harbour, who have been training local apprentices since 1985, well before the recent milestone financial incentives to business were introduced. Their own personal annual apprenticeship scheme has seen more than 300 apprentices complete their trade qualification in electrical refrigeration and air conditioning and sheet metal fabrication, with the company having a number of lifers moving through the ranks to work in management, in senior positions throughout the organisation. These apprentices have received further in-company training opportunities, progressing to project managers, sales executives and estimators, taking their ground-level training and understanding of the company's physical processes to new heights, Mr Speaker. The current operations manager, service manager and even the catering manager were all once apprentices in the company. In 2022, Faircloth and Reynolds will hire a record 18 new apprentices to join the 50 already working in the company. As Jeff Stokes, the Human Resources Manager, says, apprenticeships are a fantastic opportunity for people of all ages in regional areas to achieve a trade and be able to live and work in a great place like Coffs Harbour. And he's so right, Mr Speaker. You don't have to move to the city to find opportunities. They're in our regions because of the opportunities given by our government. Mr Speaker, it's not just the larger enterprises like Faircloth and Reynolds that take up the mantle, it's also the smaller organisations that play just as much of an important role. It's like the family-run and family-owned business like Lawrence Built in Port Macquarie, who've been building quality homes for locals for over 40 years and employ up to 4 apprentices at the time. It's the community facilities like Crescent Head Country Club, who continually hire apprenticeships in all areas of their business, from greenkeepers to chefs. Mr Speaker, these are but a few examples of the many apprenticeships in my electorate, taking advantage of the prosperity while ensuring the next generation have the tools to continue with their success. So the young men and women right across the mid-north coast who are considering applying for an apprenticeship, I implore you to do so. Grab the amazing opportunities that are popping up throughout our region now and set yourself up for the future in your own hometown. To those currently on the tools, gaining practical employment and life skills and bettering themselves not just for their own personal futures but for economic prosperity, I wish you all the best.
The member for Corangamite has the call.
Speaker, I rise to talk about this government's failure to govern in the best interests of Australians. There's no better evidence of this than in my growing electorate of Corangamite. Take Armstrong Creek, which is a new suburb that has been established only a decade ago, and already it's home to 17,000 people. It's expected to grow to more than 66,000 residents in the next 2 years. This community is representative of so many similar communities right around Australia. It has high growth, with many young families just starting out, many students and families who are renting, and older families retiring. It's a community with hopes and dreams and aspirations, Mr Speaker. But the Morrison-Joyce government has turned its back on these people in Armstrong Creek when it comes to roads, mobile connectivity, the construction industry and housing affordability. And on every measure that's important, this government has failed them. On the cost of living, the Morrison government has failed them. On the crucial issue of connectivity and modern communications, this government has not given them what they need to get by. On childcare, we have one of the highest levels of childcare. It is not helping our local families. On delivering timely community infrastructure, they have failed. On roads, they are way behind. On community services, the only thing this government has delivered is an illegal robo-debt scheme and an NDIS cost-cutting plan that's hurting many in my communities and their families. On integrity, no Federal Integrity Commission. On housing, the cost of buying a home and paying rent has skyrocketed under this government. Housing has become much less affordable, almost prohibitive for young Australians. I mean, we've got a national timber crisis that's been created by this government, which is causing huge delays, massive price increases and job losses. In Armstrong Creek and right across my region, this crisis is starting to bite. Mr Speaker, the Morrison-Joyce government promised in 2018 to meet a $1 billion trees target. As usual, Mr Morrison has failed to deliver, doing next to nothing on this promise. Because of the lack of a national plan, timber is being imported from overseas and costing between 18 to 125% more. This massive increase is being passed on to builders, leading to a real increase in the cost of housing. Just this week, my office contacted a major home builder who said that in the last 6 months an entry-level 3-bedroom home has jumped in price to $28,000 in 6 months. The cost of housing has gone through the roof, and that's why an Albanese Labor government would introduce a $10 billion housing affordability fund. Now let's move on to connectivity. Modern communications are essential to people's everyday lives in Armstrong Creek, just like everywhere else. I've had so many complaints in my office that I and the Shadow Minister for Communications had a meeting with about 100 concerned citizens, and they told me terrible stories. Stories where a husband had collapsed, the wife could not be with him, had to be at the other end of the house to get connectivity, to get the instructions from the AMBOs. It's just not good enough. No matter where Australians live, they should have quality access, reliability and affordable data and voice communications options. How can you live very close to the second biggest city in our state and still not have that connectivity? Now let's turn to the government's NBN. This failed fibre to the node is not up to scratch. An Albanese Labor government will invest $2.4 billion to introduce fibre to the home, and it will benefit Marshall, Bannockburn, Clifton Springs, Port Arlington, St Leonards, Queenscliff and Point Lonsdale. I'm also proud that Labor has recognised the significance of investment in road infrastructure. We have just announced, if elected, $125 million for the second stage of the Barwon Heads Road. This is an essential road for the safety of my community in Armstrong Creek and will cut commuter times drastically. So, when it comes to connecting people to work, family, school and sport in a high-growth area like mine, it's an Albanese government that will deliver. It is an Albanese government that actually cares about the community. Mr Speaker, Armstrong Creek is the suburb that Morrison-Joyce government forgot, and it's time for a government that cares and truly plans for our future, an Albanese Labor government.
The member for Groom has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'm going to use the opportunity today to say a few thank yous. I note with some great humility today is 1 year since I had the honour to be able to call myself Garth Hamilton MP. And what a year it's been. I want to say a few thank yous to people in this House on both sides in the spirit of Christmas. I will be very open. It's an incredible privilege to sit here and represent your local community, and certainly yourself, Mr Speaker. I appreciate your help and guidance on that part. But I want to use today to make a quick anecdote about the Minister for Health. It was a Saturday night, the 15th of May, 7:30 p.m. My wife and I had kicked the kids away to the grandparents. This is one of the few nights we were going to have by ourselves this year. At 7:30 the phone rang. It was one of my constituents, and his sister was caught in ICU in Vanuatu. She was very, very delicate situation. They didn't have the equipment there to treat her, and the only option for getting her home involved a very difficult process for us to get an exemption to bring someone home from overseas, as you can imagine, in the midst of the pandemic. So I started a series of phone calls with with the Minister, sorry, and he stayed with me the entire night. I just went back and forward talking to various CHOs in Queensland and in New South Wales, trying to find a way forward that we could bring this person home. And it was somewhere in the early hours of Sunday morning that we finally had a resolution. And from 12 hours after making the first phone call to Minister Hunt, amongst the myriad of other responsibilities held in the role, and I know this is true for ministers in this government as it is for members across the board, there are 1,000 things we have to do. He did what he had to do. 12 hours later, Judith was in hospital in Brisbane being treated successfully, and she came out of that very, very close shave. And it was absolutely thanks to Minister for Health's intervention and his hard work to get that done, and certainly to her brother Ian. I'm eternally grateful for reaching out to me on Facebook, of all things, is how he was able to get hold of me that evening. But I want to read just a quick text message I got from Minister Hunt, which I think is an important one for all of us. In the spirit of the end of the year being open, I'll share this. This was a text from Greg after I informed him that Judith was safe and well and had recovered. He said, "These are the quiet things that may not receive any attention or publicity, but which are the real reasons that we do the job." And I find that a great truth. I've found it on members on this side of the House and on the other side of the House. And whilst there may be much that we can improve on in the conduct of this House, there is much that we can learn from that example, that it is in those little things, those things we do for our communities, that our true value is realised here as members of this House, Mr Speaker. So I raise that to thank him, and I do something that I've been trying to do for the best part of a year, which is to make 3 little speeches. I'm going to make them into one. The day I was elected, a dear family friend passed away, and I haven't had the guts, quite frankly, to talk about her contribution. She was a wonderful ambassador for regional and women's health. Her name was Sue Collins. Her husband Brian was the gun shearer on my grandfather's farm, believe it or not. And we've stayed family friends all the way through. I remember Sue, and I thank her for her commitment to Australia. Jamie Varco died on the day of my maiden speech. Jamie was a strong advocate for regional Australia, a great Australian, someone who, if you didn't agree with him, you knew it. If you agreed with him, you absolutely knew it. Constant phone calls, inspiration, the feeling of energy that he gave to myself in that very short period when we were together and I was in this office was fantastic, and I remember him and his contribution. And lastly, to my dear friend Alida Viljoen, who passed away recently, a wonderful South African expat, her husband Bassi. Love you very much. So thank you, Mr Speaker.
The member for Macquarie has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. And as we come to the end of this year, it is a time for reflection. For many of us, it's been a big year, and Australians have been extraordinary in their willingness to do what they are asked to do time and time again. This is 2 years of them stepping up. And what strikes me, though, is that while they have stepped up, the Prime Minister has stepped back. He has stepped away from taking responsibility for things where he could have made a difference. Now, we all know that he doesn't hold a hose, but we needed him to step up and fight harder to make sure New South Wales delivered effectively on the funding that went to them to be distributed for the bushfires. And the government failed to do that. It handed over money and said, well, not our problem anymore. That's a failure, and that's affected my community. The government has failed across a broad range of things. If you're someone who has a family member in aged care, you ask yourself, what is different now to where we were a year ago as far as aged care goes? There's a report, there's recommendations, and very few have been legislated and even fewer have been implemented. And the neglect that we have seen in aged care facilities continues because of the failure of this government to act strongly and urgently and swiftly on the recommendations. There have been a lot of reports that have been delivered, and of course we've had one this week, a report about setting the standards for behaviour to make sure this place recognises the equality that should exist between genders and to reduce the violence that has occurred and will continue to occur until systemic change is made. And so far, we've seen a failure to act swiftly on those exceedingly important recommendations. There's been a failure to actually do anything on climate change. There's been a pamphlet, a 2-page pamphlet, which was Australia's contribution to a global discussion about something that affects not just our future, but the future of our kids and our grandkids. That is, people will look back and see that as one of the most abject failures of the Morrison government. There are failures in keeping people safe in my electorate. We still have failures of mobile. We still have NBN that doesn't work, total failures. We have failed profoundly to support people who are without housing and are homeless with long-term solutions. It was extraordinary to see governments of all levels step up momentarily when there was a health risk. But what we're failing to do is recognise that every day people are without a secure roof, we are failing them and their health is at risk. These are things that an Albanese government will not just turn a blind eye to, will not just put into the too hard basket, but will step up, step forward and find a way to improve those situations. I think the biggest failure, well, there are so many failures, it's hard to know which one is the biggest, but one that really strikes me as we get to the end of this year is the failure to see an anti-corruption commission. Yep. Because what that does is demonstrate that there's no commitment to ensuring that the decisions that are made in this place or by ministers in this place are in the very best interests of all Australians, that they're not just something for mates, that they're not just something to win a marginal seat, that they're not just something for a quick sugar hit, but that they are done with a view to really improving communities. And you know, where we see that in my own electorate, the Hawkesbury has no headspace, something that would really improve the mental health outcomes for young people and their families. We don't see it with any commitment to improving the day-to-day life of people. Let me talk about the roads in the Hawkesbury. There has been nothing done except for a couple of little roundabouts to improve the commute that people face every day through Bligh Park and South Windsor as they head to or from the city. Nothing to keep pedestrians safer and nothing to improve the traffic flow. There's nothing across the river to make sure people can get to have a fire station there to tackle fires or an ambulance. They're just failures to keep looking ahead. And in the Blue Mountains, they've failed. We have no flight paths. We still don't know where those planes are going to fly.
The member for Moore has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In contributing to this adjournment debate, I wish to thank all members and senators for their cooperation in what has been a very challenging year for our nation. I would also like to thank my office staff and the staff in Parliament House for their diligent service and contribution, the cleaners, the Comcar drivers, the committee secretariat staff and all of the House of Representatives staff who have supported our work for our constituents. As I return to my electorate to 14 days of forced quarantine, I look forward to emerging to spend time with my community. This year, I would have spent a total of 6 weeks in quarantine, which has limited my ability to attend community events and functions. May I take this opportunity to thank the people of Moore for placing their trust in me as their representative and wish them a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. This year has not been easy for many families, both socially and financially, with many facing hardships caused by the pandemic. Our government has provided support on a number of levels to help Australians get through. We have implemented an immunisation program which is free and accessible to all Australians. Close to 90% of Australians have availed themselves of this essential health service, and many more may choose to do so over coming months. I'm not in favour of mandatory vaccinations as imposed by the state governments. It is the federal government's position that vaccination is not compulsory except in health and aged care environments. However, we encourage a high level of immunisation to mitigate the risk to the health of our population. As we turn our attention to the federal election, the focus must be on responsible government spending and prudent economic management in order to keep inflation under control and maintain low interest rates to ensure affordability for the many households paying off mortgages in the Moore electorate. Implementing policies which keep inflation under control helps keep the cost of living affordable for households in our community. I realise that many families are doing it tough, That is why the government must also resist adopting overzealous emission targets that will add to the cost of production, create inflation, drive up interest rates and add to the cost of living. Labor and the Greens are reckless in this regard. A study by Augsburg University in Germany found that meat prices would rise by 146% if the cost of emissions were included, whilst dairy prices would also increase by 91%. The cost of fuel exceeding $2 per litre is not unrealistic with emissions taxes, nor is the price of $60 steaks with the cost impost of emissions levies on agricultural production. Many of my constituents are employed in the mining and construction industries. Many are fly-in, fly-out workers, tradespersons and contractors, and small business owners. It is incumbent on our government to ensure that their standard of living is not negatively impacted by international treaties which increase the cost of production. The Morrison government is taking measures to reduce emissions in a cost-effective way which does not constrain Australia's competitiveness or constrain our economic development. Australia has been environmentally responsible in its approach on reducing emissions. It is important to ensure that all nations meet their international emissions commitments, and this must be enforceable, particularly among those populous nations which are large emitters, such as China and India. Australia acting on its own will have a negligible impact on global emissions. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, not only is the health and well-being of my constituents a top priority, but also their livelihoods and economic prosperity. Only a responsible approach to economic management, emissions reduction and government spending will stimulate the economic recovery, keep inflation under control and maintain affordable interest rates, which thousands of mortgage holders in Moore rely on. I wish you a very Merry Christmas. Thank you.
I thank the member for Moore. The House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 8th of February 2022 at 12 noon.